here comes Lawson to go one.
Take a spot here on the backstretch, and he charges. He wants the lead in turn 3. Ross Chastain shot out of a cannon from the 6th starting spot. He has already moved up to 2nd. The battle now for 3rd on the high side. Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst challenging low. Kyle Larson moves up to the top side, going to lose a little bit of ground.
This is PRN.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Charbroil 300. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley. Big race coming up here this afternoon, Alex. And right on the front row, we have the hottest driver in the series with the hottest up-and-comer starting to his outside.
And they're starting on the front row, Brad, because their field is set by the metric after qualifying was rained out. Justin Allgaier will start first. He's the hottest driver, a 175-point lead over second place, and that's a larger gap from first to second than it is from second all the way back to 14th. Justin Allgaier's snapshot of 2026, well, he's got all three wins this year, leads all drivers. He's got more top 5s and more top 10s than any other driver as well to pad that 175-point lead. Then the up-and-comer, starting second is Corey Day. This driver, 4th in championship points, has never raced on the oval here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. However, he has raced 5 times on tracks for the very first time, and at 2 of those 5, he's won. 4 of those were top 5 finishes. I expect Corey Day to be pretty good. And by the way, Corey Day is the first Hendrick Motorsports driver with multiple wins in a season since 2007 when Kyle Busch did it.
Wow, that is impressive. Last week went toe-to-toe with Justin Allgaier, and Corey Day emerged victorious at Dover. We've got a big race coming up, and now we're going to learn a little bit more about a new sponsor here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Today's NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race at Charlotte Motor Speedway has an entitlement sponsor that knows a thing or two about heat and summertime enjoyment. It is my privilege to welcome Tom Penner, president of Outdoor Brands, for Charbroil, Pit Boss, and Oklahoma Joe's to PRN's coverage of the Charbroil 300. Tom, tell us what this sponsorship means to you and your company.
David, thanks for having me. We are so excited. On behalf of the entire team at Charbroil, we are here for Charbroil's inaugural entitlement race weekend in Charlotte this year. This is all about the fans. It's also about honoring the fallen on a key Memorial Day weekend just ahead of America's 250th birthday. NASCAR fans are some of the most passionate grillers in the country, and this partnership is a natural extension. As a way to celebrate the fans, we are gifting 100 portable Charbroil grills to the first 100 RVs that arrive to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have also partnered with Haas Factory to bring fans a competitive race car with Sam Mayer's number 41 Charbroil Chevy.
Tom, what can we look for from Charbroil in the coming months?
This is a really exciting summer, and we've got some great things coming up. We have tons of great grilling content and recipes available, including some created with the drivers and fans. Be sure to check these out anytime at charbroil.com. On the innovation side, our team is hard at work all the time to launch new products. Later this fall and next year, there's a lot more to look forward to for backyard grillers and pros alike. So we're here to keep delivering for fans on race day and every day.
PRN would like to thank Charbroil for their support of Charlotte Motor Speedway and Speedway Motorsports.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Coca-Cola. For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk-takers. For the optimists, pessimists. For long-distance love. For introverts and extroverts. The thinkers and the doers. For old friends and new. Coca-Cola. For everyone. Pick up some Coca-Cola at a store near you.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, this is Doug Rice at PRN. Join me for another great episode of Fast Talk.
We love to make lists. We love to rank things. We love to do all of that. But I think all I can say definitively is he is the best right now.
Listen, Kyle Larson's a threat when he walks in anywhere. If we're going to race from here across the street to the mall, Kyle Larson's a threat. Okay, so he's going to be a threat for the championship.
There are too many good tracks for Kyle Larson in that final 10 to take him out of that conversation.
That's Fast Talk right here on PRN.
Hi, this is PRN's Andrew Curlin. Weekends are the time to get stuff done. And when you're on the go, make sure you take advantage of the PRN mobile app. You can catch myself from the pits or the turns covering the action alongside our incredibly talented PRN crew. So you can listen to us from anywhere, at home, on the road, or even at the racetrack. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips by downloading the PRN mobile app today. Available in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway on a heavy, overcast, late Saturday afternoon here in the month of May, Memorial Day weekend. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series cars set to go racing here today.
And it is going to be an exciting one. We've got about a minute before we go trackside for opening ceremonies for this race. 300 miles is 200 laps around this 1.5-mile track. Last year, William Byron went to victory lane in this race. He is not in the show, but we have a full field of fierce competitors out there ready to grab the first checkered flag of the weekend.
Yeah, and this is an important one. Everybody wants to win a NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, but here at Charlotte Motor Speedway on Memorial Day weekend, there's that much more emphasis on it, given the fact that this is a crown jewel weekend in the sport of NASCAR racing, and for the overwhelming majority of the teams, this is a home game.
This is a home game for sure. So we've got the cars all lined up on pit road, and they're ready to get things going. Justin Allgaier, Corey Day will lead the field of green after qualifying was rained out, and the lineup is set by the NASCAR rulebook, which is essentially the qualifying metric. Justin Allgaier, the points leader in the series, Corey Day, last week's winner. And let's go trackside to announcer Brian Hammond to get things underway.
On Thursday, NASCAR lost one of its greatest drivers and a beloved member of our racing community. Two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch. As one of NASCAR's winningest drivers with a remarkable 234 career victories across all national series, Kyle also has the most wins of any driver here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our hearts go out to his family, teammates, and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and join us in a moment of silence to honor a NASCAR great and a future Hall of Famer, Kyle Busch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you're able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the York Comprehensive High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach and Charlotte Motor Speedway Track Chaplain, Evan Albertine.
Let's pray. Father, everything that we have to enjoy is a gift from you. We've got charbroiled grills to cook out on. We've got Coca-Cola to keep us refreshed, and Charlotte Motor Speedway to come enjoy watching NASCAR races at. We continue to be prayerful for those who have lost loved ones in defense and preservation of this great country, and certainly most recently for the Busch family and his loved ones. Mostly we thank you for the gift of salvation paid for by the blood of Jesus Christ. Lord, we ask you to keep and protect the drivers, the crew, and all the fans here today, and we pray it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the 2nd Marine Air Wing Band in Cherry Point, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Nathaniel Hawkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's lights last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That'll put the wraps on our pre-race coverage. Coming up, the command of fire engines for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Charbroil 300.
Here's Chase Elliott on the importance of sponsors like Napa.
It is fit for our 13th year together. They've been a great partner. I think as time goes on, those relationships get better. If you're lucky enough to have a partner for that length of time, they get to know you, you get to know them, we figure out what works for each other, and we can really start pulling the rope in the same direction. And I think that that's where our relationship has really thrived the most.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
From fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome to PRN's At the Track. I'm Lenny Baticki. We are PRN's half-hour weekly show dedicated to the short track, dirt track, legends, and kart racing across the Southeast. We provide our audience with the news and insightful conversations with the newsmakers from grassroots racing. How did that help you this time to take this victory from a grassroots perspective?
I definitely felt like Martinsville was a lot harder than the other one.
That's PRN's At the Track.
Here's Christopher Bell.
My Toyota Camry TRD race car isn't cheap to build and prepare. I have a pit crew that maintains and fixes my equipment. I have a spotter high above the track watching my back, talking me through turns and potential dangers on the track. I physically train to handle the stress of driving. And I have software helping my crew chief and engineers make the right strategy calls. And with all this, I never take my eyes off the road, and neither should you. One distraction can change everything in one instant.
NASCAR heads to the Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
Memorial Day weekend is a special time in Charlotte for many reasons, but it's also the unofficial beginning of summer and all things associated with it. Everything heats up, including the competition on the track in NASCAR's O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Last weekend at Dover, it was win number 2 for Corey Day, who found an open window to victory thanks to Justin Allgaier.
He'll snap it down against the wall on the back straightaway. Justin Allgaier has got one final shot. Day goes to the top. Here comes Allgaier to the bottom of the racetrack. As they come off of turn number 4, Corey Day will see the checkered flag. He'll pick up his second career victory in the last 3 weeks of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and win the Bet Rivers 200.
He'd really just leave me open to have my right sides in the clean track, and honestly, like, that's what you chase here is the gray track. So he was leaving that open for me, and without that, he would have made it really, really difficult. You know, if I would have had to be down in the rubber, it would have been hard to turn under him, and I would have struggled a lot more. So didn't really want to use it too much because late in a run like that, you move up and start going hard, and the clean track, you can blow a right front super easy here. But yeah, it was just enough that he left there for me to kind of run hard to the center and then turn down. So
Memorial Day weekend is also a time for family. And no one had more family fun last year than William Byron, who took the checkers.
Here comes the 17. Willie B safely into turn number 3. Powers up on the throttle. Cars crashing behind him.
Big wreck in turn number 3 and 4, but as that happens, the caution and the checkered flag come out. William Byron said pre-race he wants to win at his home track. He is able to do that. William Byron wins the BetMGM 300. As we still have cars wrecking. Coming across the turf on the front straightaway is Jeb Burton. We've got cars all over the track wrecking.
This is a huge win for me personally and my family. You know, we grew up, come to this racetrack, grew up 10 miles from here, and I'm a true Charlotte native. So it was really, really fun to win here. This is going to be a special one to celebrate, and we got another one tomorrow, so it'll be a really special weekend.
It's the Charbroil 300. And every lap is right here on PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
A lot of excitement here at Charlotte Motor Speedway as the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series is about to get underway, Alex Hayden, with the Charbroil 300. The best part about this, these cars have not been on track at all this weekend.
No, the most they've done is sit on the pit lane where they're at right now. No practice, no qualifying for the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series due to Mother Nature and all the wet weather we've had all morning long here in the greater Charlotte, North Carolina area. But when you've got a veteran like Justin Allgaier starting first, you know he's going to set the pace early on. Corey Day, a hard charger, starting second. I don't think he's daunted whatsoever. I think he'll be up to the task. Turn 1, first lap.
Unpredictability is what we look forward to over 200 laps here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with this race. Stage number 1 ends at lap 45. Stage number 2 at lap 90. The full distance, 300 miles, 200 laps for the Charbroil 300. All of the drivers are strapped into their cars. They have a couple of crew members there putting the window nets up and making sure they're getting ready to do battle here in Concord, North Carolina. As we do that, we'll go trackside to get the command of fire engines.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome 17-time Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest champion and Charbroil ambassador, Joey Chestnut.
Drivers, start your engines!
Now, the starting lineup presented by Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Starting 38th, J.J. Yaley, the Carolina Land and Grading Solutions Ford. Lamar Scott rolls off 37th in the Urban Affairs Coalition Chevrolet. 36 will be David Starr, the Brett Baer Cell Phones for Soldiers Chevrolet. Jeb Burton starts 35th in the Purina Dog Chow Chevrolet. Dawson Cram rolls off 34th in the Denver Dirt Chevrolet. 33rd will be Blaine Perkins, the Werner Operation Freedom Chevrolet. Nathan Baird starts 32nd in the 24-hour Garage Door Service Chevrolet, and Parker Retzloff rolls off 31st, the Freebird Southern Springwater Chevrolet.
Starting 30th will be Leland Honeyman, the DPR Construction Chevrolet. Rolling off 29th is Cole Custer in the Cisco Chevrolet. The 28th starter is Joey Gase. He's driving the Good Dad Gang Chevrolet. Starting 27th, Ryan Ellis in the Four Loko USA Chevrolet. The 26th starter is Josh Balicki, the Mando Chevrolet. Starting 25th is Taylor Gray in the Operation 300 Toyota. Starting 24th is Carson Quapple, the Clarence Technologies Chevrolet. The 23rd starter is Patrick Star-Poli in the Sivovre Chevrolet. Starting 22nd is Kyle Sieg in the Mike E. Falls Independent Metal Strap Chevrolet. And starting 21st, Dean Thompson, the Thompson Pipe Group Toyota.
Rolling off 20th, Andrew Patterson, the Wind Supply Chevrolet. Harrison Burton starts 19th in the Dead On Tools Toyota. 18th will be Brent Cruz, the Young Life Toyota. Jesse Love starts 17th in the Wheelan Chevrolet. Austin Green rolls off 16th, the Purple Hearts and Homes Chevrolet. 15th will be Jeremy Clements, the Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet. Ross Chastain starts 14th in the Carolina Carport Chevrolet. 13th will be Anthony Alfredo, the Dogs by Andy Canine Services Chevrolet. Starting 12th, Sheldon Creed, the Road Ranger Chevrolet. Brennan Poole rolls off 11th, the Mac Door System Chevrolet.
Starting 10th is Rajah Caruth and the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. The 9th starter, that's Ryan Sieg in the SciApps Chevrolet. Starting 8th, Sammy Smith and the Alpha Craft Chevrolet. The 7th starter is William Sawalich in the Starkey Toyota. Starting 6th, Austin Hill, the Global Industrial Chevrolet. Starting 5th, Connor Zilich in the Registix Chevrolet. The 4th starter is Brandon Jones in the Menards Pennington Toyota. Sam Mayer will start 3rd in the Charbroil Chevrolet. And on the front row, starting 2nd, Corey Date, the HendrickCars.com Chevrolet. And by virtue of the rule book with his massive points lead, Justin Allgaier will start first today in the Charbroil 300. Allgaier driving the Liquid IV Helmets Commissary Chevrolet.
And that's your starting lineup for the Charbroil 300 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The starting lineup brought to you by Hunt Brothers Pizza. At Hunt Brothers Pizza, we love racing and we love pizza. Visit huntbrotherspizza.com or download the app to find your next pizza.
When it comes to maintaining your engine to run at peak performance, trust Z-Max Micro Lubricant. Z-Max soaks into metal and is so easy to add to your oil or gas to disperse carbon buildup in your engine, fuel system, and transmission. Protect your vehicle's engine to the max with Z-Max. Check us out at zmax.com or visit us on Facebook and X to find out more about our full line of products. Remember the name Z-Max for your car, big rigs, small engines, firearms, and more. That's Z-Max Micro Lubricant.
Coca-Cola. For the big, for the small, the short, and the tall. Peacemakers, risk-takers. For the optimists, pessimists. For long-distance love. For introverts and extroverts. The thinkers and the doers. For old friends and new. Coca-Cola. For everyone. Pick up some Coca-Cola at a store near you.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
I'm David Stiles, and each weekday, Andrew Kurland and I bring you the biggest stories from the garage on our daily show, Garage Pass.
I finally got onto a smooth road and just did one of those nodders and woke up tumbling, out through the middle of the desert. And we had literally a vehicle that would move down the race course and chase you. Well, our chase truck got into a fender bender in a small little town, and the guys got locked up in jail.
That's PRN's Garage Pass right here.
This July, it's more than a race. It's a full-on, wide-open NASCAR weekend. The Quaker State 400, available at Walmart, takes over Echo Park Speedway July 11th and 12th. Engines roaring, lights blazing. It's high-speed action on the track and tailgates that turn into stories. All under the lights. Bring your crew, make memories. It's a summer night you won't forget. The Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. Get tickets now at EchoParkSpeedway.com.
You're listening to live coverage from the Performance Racing Network of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway alongside Alex Hayden. My name is Brad Gilly. Let's bring in some more voices that you will hear as we call the broadcast, and we're going to start things off on Pit Road with our Pit Road Pick, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. We'll start at the entrance of Pit Road. Alan Cavana.
With no laps on the track, I'm going to go easy on myself and go Connor Zilich wins this race.
Covering the center section, Wendy Venturini.
Well, Justin Allgaier is going to be my pick today. He is going to get to victory lane with the best finish 2023, the last time he won here at Charlotte.
And at pit exit, Brett McMillan.
I'm going to go with the guy who would have 3 top 10s and 3 starts, but he got DQ'd last year. Not the problem this time. Sammy Smith, the victory lane.
All right, there we go. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network. Welcome back to the Charbroil 300 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley. We've already met our pit reporters, Alex Hayden. We have two more voices.
Yeah, folks covering the turns for us today for the Performance Racing Network. Going to give us their view from the turns, and it's brought to you by State Water Heaters. When you need a water heater, make sure you get a State. Visit statewaterheaters.com to find a professional installer near you. Over in turns 1 and 2 is Andrew Kurland.
Thank you, Alex. I'm on a scissor lift here on the back straightaway next to the big television screen. 24 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2, and you've got options. You can run the wall, you can run the middle, you can run the bottom. Talking to some drivers, the fast way around the racetrack is going to be the bottom, but the grip will slowly move their way up as the field works its way down the back straightaway. So will the cars during the race, and they'll come into the view of Pat Patterson.
All right, thank you very much, Alan. And of course, happy race day to everybody as the cars come into turn 3 right now on this pace lap. There's one word to describe turns 3 and 4 at Charlotte: rough. I've seen dirt roads that are a lot easier to get around than 3 and 4 here. There are all kinds of bumps. You hardly see them. You're catching the car all afternoon long. You really catch one of these bumps wrong, and you're sideways here at Charlotte. Will be your eyes and ears all afternoon long right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Thank you, Pat Patterson. Thank you, Pickles Curlin. When they come off at turn number 4, the straightaway has a couple of kinks in it, a double dog leg at Charlotte Motor Speedway. They navigate those by trying to keep the car as steady as possible and holding the wheel to the left as they glide through there. Always a challenge here when we come to Charlotte and this 1.5 mile oval. Alex Hayden, we are getting the one to go. We're about to go racing here at Charlotte.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series cars are so much about momentum, Brad. You got to keep the momentum built up. If you really have to check up and roll out of the throttle, it could take you the better part of a quarter, maybe even a half a lap to get your car back to where it needs to be at race pace. So these drivers have to be cognizant of that as we get set to go green for 300 miles.
They know they're fighting each other. They know they're also fighting potential weather. This race could be made official after lap number 90. That would be the end of stage 2 of this race. Of course, we hope to get the full distance in. 200 laps, 300 miles around this 1.5 mile speedway. Let's take them around and check with our turn announcers once again. Andrew, they're in front of you.
They are, and all the drivers are weaving back and forth trying to get some heat in their tires, but most importantly, the lights are off on the pace car, and that's exciting because it means we are going racing this next time by. Justin Allgaier and Corey Day rev their engines. They're ready to go. Pat Patterson.
The weather is crazy here. You can just barely see from where I stand on top of the roof all the way over to turns 1 and 2. It's going to be a real challenge for these guys this afternoon. Here's how the top 5 rows will roll off. Row number 5 is Rajah Caruth alongside Ryan Sieg. Row number 4, Sammy Smith lines up beside William Sawalich. In row 3, Austin Hill beside Connor Zillage. Row number 2, Brandon Jones and Sam Mayer. And up on that front row as they come before me here in turns 3 and 4, it'll be Corey Day on the inside. And behind the wheel of the mayonnaise missile, Justin Allgaier in the number 7. He's the control car. He'll get us started this afternoon. Pace car heads to pit road. We're ready to race at Charlotte.
Field works their way 2 by 2 back to the first of the double dog leg. Fans are on their feet in the grandstands waving their hats. Here they come down to the line. Green flag goes in the air, and the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series is underway. Justin Allgaier on the brake. He'll pull the field to turn number 1.
Justin Allgaier is off in a hurry. He has already cleared Sam Mayer for the lead. It's Mayer behind him, then Connor Zillage in third. Corey Day with the bad restart as there's a car smoking behind him. It's the 32 of Andrew Patterson.
Here comes the battle for the lead into turn 3. First time today, Sam Mayer driving the hardest he can into turns 3 and 4. Allgaier, though, mounts the charge on the outside.
And here on the inside, Sam Mayer wants to try and lead lap number 1. He will be denied. Justin Allgaier with the advantage on the outside as they head to 1.
They are side by side. Sam Mayer, the biggest mover so far, as Allgaier will run the middle groove of the racetrack. Sam Mayer down low. Connor Zillage also wants a piece of this battle. 3 cars battling for the lead at Charlotte.
We could be 3 wide for the first time today as they race into turn 3. It'll stay 2 wide up front. Corey Day to the outside. Lets his car slip up the racetrack. We got a car that's spinning right in front of me. That's the number 24, Harrison Burton. He gets control of it. Everybody slides by, and he gets his car rolling once again.
Lap number 2, the caution flag flies for the first time. Harrison Burton with a lazy spin in turn number 3.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
Under caution for the first time, a spin on lap number 2 from Harrison Burton. He'll have to come down and get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hey, it's Charlie and Debbie, along with NASCAR legend Kyle Petty, inviting you to join us for Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown.
Each week, we'll put it in reverse and take a trip down memory lane, looking back at that week's top 20 country songs from years past.
We'll dive into what made those songs and artists move the needle, what pop culture trends made those years unique.
And you'll get to hear me tell stories only I can tell.
So don't miss Kyle Petty's Back Then Again Country Countdown right here each week.
This is PRN's Alexis Erickson, and if your life looks anything like mine, you are always on the go. So take advantage of the PRN mobile app. By downloading the mobile app, you can listen to our live race broadcast while you're on the go, making sure you don't miss a second of the action from the track. You also get station listings and on-demand access to your favorite PRN shows like Garage Pass, PRN at the Track, and Fast Talk with Doug Rice, Brad Gilly, and myself. Get the latest racing information at your fingertips by downloading the PRN mobile app today. Available in the Apple App Store and on Google Play.
NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 Triple Header Weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, caution coming out for the first time. A spin from Harrison Burton. He's in front of Alan Cavana.
And no worse for wear on the damage. They were worried about tires going down, maybe a flat spot. Harrison Burton says really there wasn't much despite the spin, but they're coming down. They're going to put 4 new tires on it anyway. Can't fuel just yet, but 4 new tires are on. Brett McMillan.
You guys talked about the poor start that Corey Day got as he dropped back. He's in 4th place right now. He said simply that he just kind of spun his tires on the start, and that's why he dropped back so quickly, but he feels like he's recovered and set to move back forward.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much, Brett. 3 Napa Auto Parts pit reporters here with us this afternoon, including Wendy Venturini. Safety starts underneath. Napa has the undercar solutions you need to stop issues, go further with repairs, and grow your shop. Keep undercar under control at Napa.
So as we work the caution flag for the first time for the Harrison Burton spin over in turn number 3, field is bunched up, hoping to get the one to go next time by. Drivers will have the opportunity to choose what lane to restart in as we continue to battle, Brad, what is getting to be a very low ceiling here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
A very low ceiling. Again, 200 laps, the full distance, lap 90, the end of stage number 2. We will have a competition caution as well, somewhere around lap number 20. Sam Mayer is the leader of the Charbroil 300. Justin Allgaier runs second, followed by Connor Zilich in third. Corey Day is fourth. Fifth is Austin Hill. Sixth, Brandon Jones. Rajah Caruth is seventh. Ryan Sieg is eighth. Sammy Smith is ninth. And 10th is William Sawalich.
Sheldon Creed is 11th. Ross Chastain goes 12th. And Brennan Poole 13th. Brent Cruz is 14th. Jeremy Clements is 15th. And Anthony Alfredo 16th. Then you've got Austin Green 17th. Jesse Love is 18th. Dean Thompson 19th. And Kyle Sieg is 20th.
That leaderboard update sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. In the field in tow, behind that Toyota pace car, Alex Hayden, we're about to make our first trip through the Echo Park Automotive Restart Zone.
We are, and after watching the drivers choose what lane to restart in, there were no shuffle up going on. Essentially inside and out, starting with Sam Mayer to the inside, and after that it was basically status quo throughout the rest of the field.
We're going to extend this caution one more lap as we've got several drivers that are trying to catch up to the back of the field, and we've got one on pit road as well. That's Andrew Patterson and the number 32 with Jordan Anderson Racing. You mentioned a very low ceiling right now. Precipitation has been a part of the weekend so far here at Charlotte. Hopefully it's not a part of tonight's race, but we're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, we are, as the field continues to go around, as the Whelen Engineering lights come back on the top of the pace car. So let's go around to our turn announcers and find out what they're thinking weather-wise, starting in turns 1 and 2 with Andrew Curlin.
Absolutely. I'm feeling small, very isolated drops. It's equivalent to if you leave the sink faucet on just barely and you see that drop of water fall into the bottom of your sink. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Nothing at all close over here to lose the track or worry about stopping racing right now, but just a little bit of moisture in the air and, like I said, those isolated raindrops. What are you feeling, Pat Patterson?
Same thing, basically, that you just said, Andrew. It's it's just really, really misty. It's hard from where I stand up here in turns 3 and 4, really, to see because of in turns 1 and 2, I should say, mile and a half away or a mile away, and it just seems like it's hard to see the cars over there. Hopefully the ceiling will pick up a little bit and give us a little bit of relief. But so far, so good. Track's dry and ready to go.
We are not going to restart they just called the caution lights to come back on. And, again, we want to have an abundance of caution here. Remember, the only laps these cars have taken under green on this racetrack were about the first lap and 3/4.
Yeah, it's tough, and that's basically what we've been battling all weekend long here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Starting last night with the North Carolina Education Lottery 200 for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, they were on the track making pace and parade laps. Did not take the green flag to get the race started because weather moved into the area and forced a postponement to 8 o'clock this morning. Got to the racetrack bright and early. As a matter of fact, we were here before the gate guards got here, ready to go racing. Sadly, more precipitation this morning forced the Truck Series race to be postponed till 9 p.m. Eastern tonight.
And the caution will remain out when the field comes back underneath the flag stand this time by. So just an extended caution here. And as we mentioned, they had planned to have a competition caution somewhere around lap 20. This could actually change that a little bit, Alex. Stage 1 set to go to lap 45 in this race here with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. And we'll see how things go with just a little precipitation, as you heard from our turn announcers, Andrew Curlin and Pat Patterson. And, boy, you can bet that they're antsy to get going right now.
Oh, absolutely.
With the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and we'll see how things go with just a little precipitation, as you heard from our turn announcers, Andrew Curlin and Pat Patterson. And, boy, you can bet that they're antsy to get going right now.
Oh, absolutely right about that. But NASCAR has to side on the of caution because you can't go racing on slick Goodyear Racing tires at high speeds out there. It's like running on a sheet of ice. You just simply won't have any grip, any traction, and we don't need to put any drivers in jeopardy and tear up a lot of race cars. The competition caution that NASCAR has elected to put out at or around lap number 20 for the simple fact to check tire wear. This is the first time these cars have been on the track all weekend long after practice was washed out and qualifying the same. So you got to make sure these Goodyear tires on the setups that these teams have on them are not excessively wearing out. Although we did have 45 minutes of NASCAR Cup Series practice earlier today.
We did. And Alan Cavada noted when Harrison Burton came in, he's the reason why we're under caution, that they did not put Sunoco fuel in that race car. And that's because you cannot fuel the cars until the competition caution, just part of NASCAR's way to make sure that they take strategy out of a competition caution and keep things even fuel-wise for everyone else. We are going to come to the one to go once again. So currently the lights are on the Toyota Camry pace car. They will go off this time underneath the flag stand. And ideally, we are going to get back to racing with 36 laps to go here in stage number 1 of the Charbroil 300.
Yeah, and Harrison Burton brought us underneath this caution flag for the spin over in turn number 3. It's been a big week for Harrison and his family after Tuesday's NASCAR Hall of Fame vote announcements.
His father, Jeff Burton, will be inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame coming up in January. Alex Hayden and I spent some time in the garage talking with Jeff Burton earlier today and found out he was on the golf course when he got the phone call that you are a NASCAR Hall of Famer, and that's going to be very exciting to see that induction ceremony as he'll go in with Kevin Harvick on the modern era ballot and Larry Phillips on the pioneer ballot.
Yeah, golf is already a strenuous enough sport the way it is. Takes all kinds of concentration. Can't imagine being on the golf course knowing that people are deciding whether you're going to be a NASCAR Hall of Famer or not. He did admit it had nothing to do with wondering if he was going to be voted in or not, but he was having a bit of a bad day on the course.
Yeah, I think it probably had something to do with
I would
wondering,
think so, yeah.
Yeah, whether or not you're going to go in. So it's really neat, and it's great to, just see the elation and the recognition, well-deserved recognition of just an honorable career that Jeff Burton had in both the NASCAR Cup Series, the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, what he does on the broadcasting side of things, and what he does for the sport of NASCAR in terms of both safety and driver advocacy in interacting and interfacing with the sanctioning body.
And those are two of the most things that general race fans may not be aware of, and those are massive. No, it's not a union for drivers, but it's very similar to it. It gives the drivers a voice, and with Jeff Burton, when he was an active driver, he was dubbed the mayor of the garage area because he was the one that could articulate what the garage is feeling, what the temperature of the garage is to the NASCAR brass and the officials, and have a say-so for the garage. If a driver had a problem, maybe with a rule or a format or something of that nature, they would go to Jeff Burton. Jeff would then be the conduit between the drivers in the garage and the NASCAR officials. So it was an important role, and he continues to embrace that with the Drivers' Council. So a lot of fans may not understand that, just how important that role really is.
Yeah, no question about that. We remain under caution here. They had pulled the one to go, and right now the yellow flag is out in the air, which means as we continue to roll around, the caution lights will stay on, both the fencing and the pace car here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. NASCAR is surveying all of their officials around the racetrack, and they also check in with the drivers and ask for a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Yeah, they do, because the drivers are the ones behind the wheel that have the best idea of what the track conditions are like. Is it safe enough to go racing off into turn number one at high speed, or is it not? And it basically becomes a majority rules, and a lot of times they go to veteran drivers as well to try to break ties, if you will. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Not everybody's going to be in agreement on a scenario like what we're experiencing right now. There may be drivers out there that say, yeah, let's go, we can do this. But I think a lot of the veterans are going to say, no way, we need to stay under the caution flag. And laps do continue to count under caution.
Yes, they do. And with these race cars and the heat coming from the exhaust, them being on the track is helping keep the track dry. I hesitate to say it, Alex, but I just heard one to go this time by as they are about to come off of turn number 4. So fingers crossed here that we get racing back underway as Justin Allgaier is being shown. At least I think he crossed the start-finish line before Sam Mayer. Sam Mayer is actually the control car on this restart, and we're about to complete 10 of 45 laps in stage number 1.
So we'll give it the old college try again as the field comes down to the line. 1 to go this time by. Hopefully in a mile and a half, we'll be back under the green flag. Sam Mayer, the race leader. Justin Allgaier is second. Then it's Connor Zilic third. Corey Day goes fourth. Austin Hill will round out the top 5.
Brandon Jones, Ryan Sieg, Rajah Caruth, William Sawalich, and Sammy Smith round out the top 10. Justin Allgaier got an amazing jump on the initial start of this race. Corey Day was on the outside of row number 1, and it was almost like Justin Allgaier caught him sleeping. I don't know if Corey Day spun his tires or, well, we just saw what experience could do from the inside lane.
And Justin Allgaier took full advantage of that. However, as we get set for this restart, Allgaier did get past coming down to the last scoring loop when the caution flag came out off turn number 4. So Sam Mayer will be the control car. He can be the first one to get on the gas when they reach the Echo Park Automotive Zone restart, or Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Every car, happy owner, Echo Park Automotive.
At Patterson, they're coming back to you, and the lights are off on that pace car.
Yeah, excuse me, everybody getting their tires cleaned off there and getting them warmed up as best they can. Crowd hanging out here this afternoon to see this great racing action as, they get right in front of me. Sam Mayer in this green, number 41. Allgaier to the outside there. Corey Day and Zilic in row number 2. Here goes the pace car. We're ready to get started.
Pace car makes that hard left turn onto pit road, and they're about to hit the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Sam Mayer is on the bottom. He will get the jump. Justin Allgaier, however, is not going to let him get away. They are going to race door-to-door back into turn 1.
Justin Allgaier with another stellar restart. He's going to try to stay to the back quarter panel of Sam Mayer, but Sam Mayer will clear himself to the lead. Now the battle's on for second. Zilic down low, Allgaier up high as they race down the back straightaway.
Teammates side by side here with Zilic on the inside of that battle for second. Allgaier to the outside. Mayer, bottom of the racetrack. Here comes the field off 4.
Justin Allgaier lets the car swing wide up off turn number 4. Can't quite get there. Allgaier will regroup, gets back on the back bumper of Sam Mayer and chases him to turn 1.
Justin Allgaier setting his sights on the leader. That's Sam Mayer. Allgaier in the middle groove. Sam Mayer down low. Behind them, Corey Day got to the inside of Connor Zilic. They're side by side for third down the backstretch as Allgaier closes in on the leader.
Austin Dillon right in the middle of that mix for third and fourth. Up front, though, Sam Mayer still controls by about 5 car lengths now.
Corey Day now has driven around Connor Zilic. He takes away that third spot, so moves Zilic back to fourth. Austin Hill running in fifth. Behind them, Rajah Caruth putting a little pressure on Brandon Jones.
Rajah Caruth trying to chase down that bright yellow Menards Toyota of Brandon Jones. He's about a car length behind him, but up front, Allgaier looks to the inside of Sam Mayer. They're going to be side by side for the lead.
Put the 7 at the bottom of this battle here as they work their way into turns 3. Mayer holding the middle of the racetrack. Here comes Allgaier for the leadoff 4.
Allgaier clears him, swings up across the hood. He'll be the new race leader. Further back, thinking 3 wide, Connor Zilic with a bold move up the middle. He'll take over not 1 but 2 spots, and he heads to third.
The theme so far is comers and goers, and Sam Mayer all of a sudden has fallen like a parachute. He is all under fire from Connor Zilic, who wants that second spot over him.
Austin Hill right behind Zilic as they race their way. Corey Day also top side of the racetrack. Here's Allgaier, bottom of the racetrack now, paints the bottom line all 4.
Corey Day taking a higher line. He wants to try and take fourth back away from Austin Hill. He'll tuck in behind him. Also joining this battle, you've got Ryan Sieg as they head back to 1.
And Austin Hill is on the inside line of the racetrack. He has cleared himself from Corey Day. He's going to set his sights on Connor Zilic. And here comes Austin Hill, 1 car length behind Zilic. That's for third.
Movers a little bit further back there. You see Carson Kvapil make his way around Rajah Caruth. Tight battle up here for second and third. Really good battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th off the 4.
Yeah, they were 3 wide for just a moment. Exiting turn number 4, they settled things down to double wide. Austin Hill is on the move. He'll take over the number 4 spot and has thoughts of taking third.
Yes, Austin Hill drove it really in deep into turns 1 and 2. That's what you can do. He's going to think better of it up front. Connor Zilic looks again to the inside of Sam Mayer, but Mayer shuts the door for second.
Mayer's got second and Zilic in that third spot. Austin Hill a little bit further back in fourth. Behind him, Corey Day with a big head of steam. Has to get on the binders. Almost gets loose off 4.
Wow, the racing happening so fast here at Charlotte. Austin Hill through the block on Corey Day. He had a little bit of a wiggle. That's now allowed Ryan Sieg to drive today's inside.
It's an excellent battle. It is Corey Day up top. Ryan Sieg down low. Brandon Jones has an excellent view running the middle groove of that racetrack as it is Sieg and Corey Day still side by side.
Back there in that 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. Man, Brandon Jones trying to find his way through. A couple of cars got the track blocked. Corey Day up in front of him.
Corey Day is there as they look forward side by side. Brandon Jones in that highlighter yellow Menards Toyota swings to the outside of Ryan Sieg. Does it the hard way to pick up the position.
Brandon Jones going to carry that momentum into turns 1 and 2. He's going to set his sight on Corey Day. He's a car length behind him and closing. Call it now half a car length as they go down the back straightaway.
Allgaier checking out up front into turn 3 right now. Good battle, tight battle for second. Only a half a car length. Here comes Zilic on the bottom. He'll show the nose to Mayer all 4.
Connor Zilic now drives to the inside. This is a battle for second as they come off of turn 4. Zilic will clear him as we are 6 laps away from a competition caution.
Sam Mayer, he just surrendered that inside line for a moment, and Connor Zilic took it full advantage of that. He's already running away from this third place driver of Sam Mayer. Now it's Corey Day all over the back bumper of Sam Mayer. That's for third.
Yeah, Mayer's just trying to hold on to his spots right now. Corey Day wants to put him one more spot back. He'll try to do that. Behind him, Austin Hill under attack from Brandon Jones.
Brandon Jones looks to the inside off turn number 4, tries to pull even at the start-finish line. Further ahead, Corey Day under attack. And as a matter of fact, he's going to go to the outside and work his way back past Sam Mayer.
Sam Mayer, who was leading this race not too long ago, has fallen to the 4th position as Corey Day gets around him. Behind them, side by side, it's Ross Chastain and Austin Hill, wheel to wheel.
Down the backstretch, here we go once more. Good battle back there, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Brandon Jones still trying to work on Mayer at the bottom of the racetrack.
Justin Allgaier leading at Charlotte. Then it's Connor Zilic. Then running in third, you've got Corey Day. The battle now, Sam Mayer has Brandon Jones challenging on the inside for 4th.
It's tough to know what your car has with no laps on the track, and I think that's what Sam Mayer is experiencing right now. He drifts all the way up to the racetrack. Brandon Jones will get by him easily, and here's Ross Chastain on the inside. He's trying to get another piece of Sam Mayer.
Chastain's got the inside position there, being pushed by Ryan Sieg to the bottom of the racetrack. Mayer drops back 2 spots now off 4.
After the extended caution flag earlier in today's race, NASCAR's moved the competition caution to lap number 25. We're 3 laps shy of that as the field goes back to turn 1.
Watching some of the movers, Ross Chastain in the number 9 for Junior Motorsports has been moving forward. He sets his sights on Brandon Jones. Behind him, it's Ryan Sieg, who's also trying to get in on this battle down the backstretch.
A little bit further back, looking at Brent Cruz in the number 19 now. He's got his wheels up under him confidently as he'll make a move and try to take another spot. He's next up to go after Sam Mayer.
Just a couple laps away from a competition caution as we go to pit road, and Napa pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Well, Brad, despite the fact he's building up a lead, Justin Allgaier says that he is a little bit tighter than he would like to be. Meanwhile, Austin Hill says that he is losing everything he gains coming off at turn number 2.
Make their way down the back straightaway. Austin Hill, loose is typically fast, Brad, but loose with the low ceiling and a car that you just haven't had any laps on, that could be a bit daunting out there.
And the way the downforce happens over the top of these cars, if you're loose, if someone tucks in behind you, that just makes that problem worse. We've now completed 24 laps, 1 to go until a competition caution, Andrew.
Oh, yeah, and Justin Allgaier, he's got a pretty substantial lead over Connor Zilic. They're all running the top group of the racetrack. I do want to note, we were talking about him a few laps ago, Ross Chastain is on the move, Pat.
Yeah, Chastain's got a fast car this afternoon, that number 9. Here's Allgaier going back to the stripe. Let's get the next 10 or so cars before they'll get the flag out.
Yeah, they're going to try to get the majority of the field past the start-finish line to complete lap number 25 before we expect the caution flag to fly. Justin Allgaier's the race leader here on lap number 25. Connor Zilic is second. Corey Day goes third. Ross Chastain is fourth. Brandon Jones, Brad, rounds out the top 5.
And with the competition caution, which is set to fly any moment now, we have 20 laps to go still in stage number 1, and we are now under caution for the second time. This is now the first opportunity for the pit crews to go to work and an opportunity for them to make whatever adjustments, whatever changes, and fill the cars with Sunoco fuel.
Fueling NASCAR champions on the track for over 20 years to innovating 94 octane, the highest octane on the market. Performance is what Sunoco does. All Sunoco fuel at the pump meets the same top-tier standards as the fuel used in NASCAR. From the track to your tank, you can trust Sunoco to help your vehicle perform at its peak.
This is Kyle Petty for Echo Park Automotive, and I'm here to tell you why you should shop Echo Park before you buy a car, truck, or SUV. Over half of inventory at Echo Park is priced below $25,000, and car for car, truck for truck. Echo Park Automotive's pricing is $3,000 less than the competition. Maybe that's why Echo Park has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Echo Park Automotive is built to make sure you drive away happy. It's even in their name, Echo Park Automotive. Every car, happy owner. The official used car retailer of Speedway Motorsports.
Today's broadcast brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Are you looking to make NASCAR a little bit more compelling, or are you tired of watching your bankroll dry up after missing another parlay bet on your favorite Cup Series driver? Well, I've got just what the doctor ordered, a steady dose of Racer's Odds. Hi, I'm David Stiles, and along with Andrew Curlin, we try to bring you the best insider information and our sharp bets as we help you grow your bankroll by betting on NASCAR's top 3 series. Find us wherever you listen to major podcasts and on the Performance Racing Network YouTube page.
After a devastating storm that brings down trees and homes, so many families have nowhere to turn. That's why Samaritan's Purse responds immediately after hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and fires all across the country. Our volunteer teams bring tools and compassion to homeowners who have lost not only possessions, but more importantly, hope. You can help. Join with Samaritan's Purse. Log on to samaritanspurse.org.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
We welcome you back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Pit lane is open this time by. Time for some pit work from our Napa pit reporter, starting with Alan Cavana.
And waiting on Connor Zilic, who's up 3 spots in this first little stint up to second place. He's hitting his box right now. He says he has no freeness anywhere on the track, just so too tight for Zilic. They're going to make a small adjustment. Crew chief Rodney Childers down here helping with the tire change. On the other side of the wall, 4 tires for Connor Zilic. Wendy?
Right, Cruz is up to the 7th position. He said he's a little bit free. He's still learning right now in these early laps, but he's happy with it. Air pressure, 4 tires, and Sunoco fuel. Brett McMillan.
4 tire, slight air pressure adjustment for Justin Allgaier. 13.4 second stop for him as he's trying to loosen it up a little bit. Meanwhile, the 17 car of Day, they said no changes at all, and they give him a 4 tire change and said, oh, go fuel.
Race off of pit road is won by Justin Allgaier, followed by Connor Zilic. Corey Day is up next, third off of pit road. Then it's Brandon Jones and Ross Chastain, the top 5.
How does Chase Briscoe win? With the hands of his pit crew changing 4 tires in under 9 seconds. The voice of his spotter carving a path through the pack. His race engineer, systems engineer, all working tirelessly to shave off a 1/10 of a second. With his team at Toyota, his crew chief, his fans, his family. It's all of this all at once at 200 miles per hour. From the moment Chase joined Toyota to the moment he ends up in victory lane. So how does Chase Briscoe win? In summary, not alone. Toyota Racing. Your race, your story. NASCAR is a registered trademark of the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, LLC.
We work hard to keep our cars looking great on the outside, but engine components need our attention too. That's where you can trust Z-Max Micro Lubricant to disperse carbon buildup in your engine and fuel system. Keep your car or truck running at its peak. By soaking into the metal of your engine, Z-Max Micro Lubricant improves performance, extends engine life, and reduces emissions. Trust the many customers who said, thanks for saving my engine. Find out more at zmax.com or follow us on Facebook and X.
For over 3 decades, Racing Electronics has been the #1 choice for scanners, headsets, and race day communication. Racing Electronics delivers the ultimate fan experience to the ultimate NASCAR fan. Hear uncensored communication from every team in the race with a Racing Electronics scanner, or tune in to the live PRN radio broadcast and feel every moment as it happens. Learn more at racingelectronics.com. Be race ready. Be RE equipped. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Here's Bubba Wallace on the importance of sponsorships.
This sport was built on relationships and partnerships and sponsorships, and none of this is possible without our sponsors and being able to represent Fortune 500 companies and just all-around great people. I've had a fair share of sponsors be a part of my career, and forever in debt, forever grateful for the opportunities to represent those brands.
NASCAR Network Radio drives business.
Green flag, the Coca-Cola 600's underway.
This is a crown jewel race. It's a 600-mile salute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice.
We do what we love because of the sacrifices that were made by our military heroes.
If you win this one, you'll carry it with you forever. It's NASCAR's toughest test of man and machine.
It's the Coca-Cola 600 on Memorial Day weekend.
You're listening to the Performance Racing Network's live coverage of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
For the 7th time this season, Kyle Busch will see the checkered flag here at Lowe's Motor Speedway as he brings the number 18. He wins the Dollar General 300.
That's how you heard it 2009 here at now Charlotte Motor Speedway. One of Kyle Busch's multiple wins here at this racetrack as we remember one of NASCAR's greatest after losing him on Thursday.
Yeah, still trying to digest it. The vibe in the garage all weekend long has been somber at best. It was a tribute when the NASCAR Cup Series haulers came into the garage area. They put all the lift gates down. All the teams from all the cars surrounded that one particular hauler. They let them unload that race car in complete silence in the NASCAR Cup Series garage, and they pushed that car onto its garage bay. Just a difficult week for us all to digest in the sport of NASCAR.
We will come together and we will remember and celebrate Kyle Busch and his wonderful career. Let's give you a leaderboard update brought to you by State Water Heaters. When you need a water heater, make sure you get a State. Visit statewaterheaters.com to find a professional installer near you.
Field works their way up off of turn number 4 behind the pace car. We're hoping sooner rather than later to get the one to go. It will not be this time by. So we're going to go all the way around at least one more time through, as we'll give you an idea on lap number 31 where your favorite driver is running.
Justin Allgaier is leading the Charbroil 300. Connor Zilic will restart second. Corey Day is third. Brandon Jones fourth. Fifth is Ross Chastain. Sixth, Brent Cruz. Seventh is Sam Mayer. Rajah Caruth runs eighth. Ninth is Sheldon Creed. And Jesse Love is 10th.
Taylor Gray is 11th. William Sawalich is 12th. And Austin Hill 13th. Ryan Sieg is 14th. Carson Quapo 15th. Sammy Smith goes 16th. Dean Thompson is 17th. Parker Retzloff 18th. Anthony Alfredo is 19th. And Jeb Burton is 20th.
21st is Jeremy Clements. Cole Custer is 22nd. Kyle Sieg 23rd. 24th is Harrison Burton. Leland Honeyman is 25th. 26th, Austin Green. Patrick Staropoli runs 27th. 28th is Andrew Patterson. LeVar Scott 29th. And Blaine Perkins is 30th.
Ryan Ellis 31st. Nathan Bird 32nd. David Starr is 33rd. Dawson Cram is being scored 34th. Brendan Poole 35th. Josh Balicki is 36th. Joey Gase 37th. And J.J. Yaley is 38th. All cars are still on the lead lap.
Let's go down and check in with Napa Auto Parts pit reporter Brett McMillan.
Brad, during that last round of pit stops, Jesse Love lost a number of spots, and he was a little bit slow getting in and out of his pit stall. He's the third to last pit stall on pit road. Now, he's got an empty pit stall behind him, but they said that he's going to do a little better job getting in and out of his pit stall, and he says he'll do that next time down.
The field stays under the caution flag here. This is our second caution flag of the race. First came out on lap 2 when Harrison Burton went for a single car spin in turn number 3. Then we had this latest is the competition caution back on lap 25. Brad, we would like to have gotten the one to go a lap or two ago, maybe even be green flag racing at this point.
I hate to say it, but the competition caution might have been well timed because while the field was going slow around the track, we've had a little bit of precipitation come in. Looking at the big screen here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, they're showing an overhead camera from Justin Allgaier. You can see the precipitation on that camera. Looking from our vantage point on the racetrack, it's actually a little hard to tell whether that is coating the racetrack or not. In fact, let's check in with our turn announcers. Andrew Curlin, what do you feel like out there in 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mentioned that sink faucet type of drip about 20 minutes ago, and it has picked up a little bit. Not enough for anyone to seek shelter. Matthew and our friends over to my left in their campsite, they got their tent out and they're underneath the tent, but not a lot of urgency to seek shelter right now. As for the racetrack, it's a dark surface, and so it's kind of hard to tell what is wet and what is dry, but for the most part, I can pick out the raindrops in front of me, so it hasn't blanketed anything in terms of completely losing a racetrack here.
So the field behind the pace car in turn number 4, unfortunately, pace car is going to lead this parade of race cars down pit lane, and they're going to bring them off the racetrack. So, Pat Patterson, I'm assuming the sprinkles are getting a touch heavier.
Yeah, last night we had almost the identical situation with, just this amount of moisture. NASCAR is so conscious and cautious about these kinds of situations, and I salute them for that as they bring the cars down. The racetrack still, the majority of it on my end, still looks relatively dry. I don't think we're getting enough of that moisture to worry about it, but erring on the side of caution is always first and foremost with NASCAR.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Andrew. One thing we haven't had here, late last night, we actually had some thunderstorms come through. But while we've been at the racetrack trying to either get racing or practice and qualifying underway, the precipitation that we've seen is more of a heavy mist with some drops falling, but it's not like we've actually had a downpour here that has quickly lost the track. It's just been enough to make it unsafe.
Yeah, and that's the frustrating part of it. At least it is, on my opinion. If it's going to rain, rain. This light mist that we have, it's almost like the cloud has just kind of settled in over top of us. It's been difficult to see the surrounding landscape around Charlotte Motor Speedway for the better part of the day. We had a couple of hours earlier where we could get a pretty good viewpoint from high atop the grandstands here from the Performance Racing Network broadcast booth. But here in the last 15 to 20 minutes, things have gotten to the point where they look awfully foggy. Not to the point where spotters and NASCAR race control cannot see the racetrack. You can easily see this entire facility.
Yeah, and to paint the picture, people in the grandstand, some of them going back to maybe grab some concessions or take a little bit of a break, but no one is walking around with umbrellas right now. I think that probably is the best way to define the precipitation that we have here right now. If you wear glasses, maybe you'll get a little bit on that. But outside of that, everyone is just walking out there like they normally would on a bright sunny day.
And there's no rush by the crew members right now to run and put car covers on these race cars. It's just a leisurely stroll for the majority of the crew members. Now, they do have the car covers slung over their shoulders as they walk down the pit lane, but nobody at the moment is approaching the race cars because they quite simply don't have to at this point.
Yeah, they don't have to. We'll come back to Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have completed 33 laps of the Charbroil 300. Justin Allgaier leads Connor Zilich, Corey Day, Brandon Jones, and Ross Chastain.
This is Kyle Petty for Echo Park Automotive, and I'm here to tell you why you should shop Echo Park before you buy a car, truck, or SUV. Over half of inventory at Echo Park is priced below $25,000, and car for car, truck for truck. Echo Park Automotive's pricing is $3,000 less than the competition. Maybe that's why Echo Park has over 100,000 five-star reviews. Echo Park Automotive is built to make sure you drive away happy. It's even in their name, Echo Park Automotive. Every car, happy owner. The official used car retailer of Speedway Motorsports.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
It's been a tough Saturday on the lake. I ordered swim trunks in this orange cream color, but it's actually more orange auburn. Oh, and it's swimwear. I probably can't even return these.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
When the checkered flag drops, the night starts in fabulous Las Vegas. Come to the sports and entertainment capital of the world and see why it's the best place for racing fans on and off the track. Learn more at visitlasvegas.com. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
It's time for a PRN pit stop. Today, we're getting to know David Stiles.
Let's crank him up.
David works both on air and behind the scenes for PRN. David, who was your favorite driver growing up?
Terry Labonte, got to be the number 5 car. Kellogg's machine. If I ever get a Chevy Impala, I'm going to go get it wrapped like Terry Labonte's Chevy.
What's the best advice you have for an aspiring broadcaster?
Call as many races as you can. Get behind the mic as often as you can.
What's the biggest blooper you've had on a broadcast?
Probably plugging a coffee maker into the UPS and shorting everything out. It was pretty much everything in the booth. Just shut it off.
Fans want to know, David, what's your biggest pet peeve?
People who leave their shopping cart out in the middle of the parking lot. There's a cart corral for a reason. Like, go put it in the cart corral or take it back.
Listen to David every week on Racer's Odds and Garage Pass. This has been a PRN Pit Stop.
NASCAR heads to the Music City for their Cracker Barrel 400 triple header weekend, May 29th through the 31st.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley. Calling the action in the turns, we have Andrew Curlin and Pat Patterson. Our Napa Auto Parts pit reporters, Brett McMillan, Wendy Venturini, and Alan Cavana. We're under a weather delay in the Charbroil 300. I hesitate, Alex, to call it a rain delay because we've not really had rain.
No, it's just wet, and that's the frustrating and aggravating part about all of this. But, you know, we're here, the fans are here, and the majority of the fans have been sticking around in the grandstand seats on a day that the temperatures have only been able to reach the mid to upper 60s today. Very unseasonably cool weather here in Charlotte, North Carolina for late May, but these are the cards we're dealt, and we're going to have to play these hands.
Yeah, they're letting the drivers out of the cars and putting the covers on them, so we should be talking with some of them shortly. In fact, we'll do that right now, Brett McMillan.
Corey Day out of the car. First time you've seen Charlotte in a O'Reilly car. What's your impression here of the few laps you got?
Yeah, it's tough. The track isn't all the way ran in with the resin up top, and it keeps, getting little bits of water on it here and there. So, yeah, tough to get a good read there, but overall, if it stays dry, I think it'll be a good race.
I know that you spun the tires on the start. Is that something when that happens, what's the reaction inside the car?
Get them to stop spinning as quickly as possible.
No panic or anything like that? Just kind of, just stay cool and go.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way. Let's go to Alan Cavana.
Raja Caruth, a decent run so far in the race. How do you describe that kind of stop and go, rain, all the sorts of stuff in that first run?
Well, the start of the race, I was kind of surprised. The top of 1 and 2 had grip. And the car, we took off pretty strong and then got a bit too tight there when we ran long, kind of both of those stints. So I know we got it fixed on the stop, and we'll see what's whenever we go back green, what it's got. But yeah, obviously really cool paint schemes with our HendrickCars.com 4-car salute this weekend. Me and Corey tonight, and the others through the rest of the weekend. So yeah, hopefully we get back going sometime. And thanks to Mr. H and Miss Linda and everybody at the Hendrick Engine Shop and everybody at JRM, along with Chevrolet, for this really fast car. So we'll see what today brings. But glad we got to race a little bit. It was getting annoying sitting, but rather be safe than sorry for sure.
Dale Jr. was on the radio before the race. Had kind of a message for you. What did he impart? What advice did he impart on you?
Yeah, just stuff we talked about during the week. I'm actually headed over there to talk to him right now. But yeah, just stuff we talked about during the week, and it's great having somebody that believes in you and is invested in yourself like that, and is a huge blessing. So, but yeah, just build on the foundation we've set so far, I've set so far, and going to try to put it all together tonight and have a good result.
Raja Caruth running in the top 10 early on today. Dale Jr. told him, do what you can to make your job easier, Wendy.
Sam Mayer has led 3 laps in this rain-shortened race right now. Sam, how did it feel up front? I know you've had an opportunity to come down pit road, make some adjustments. Walk us through these 33 laps, not all under green.
Yeah, definitely a bummer start to the race, just not being able to have the track clear enough to go. But the Charborough Chevy started off really, really good. Really looking forward to getting back out there to prove what we got. We didn't end the segment, I guess you can say, before the comp caution all that well, but I think we made a good adjustment on it and can go out there and maybe lead a couple more laps. But yeah, definitely a bummer start. Looking to get out there again because I think that we can definitely put on a good show.
Tell the fans what this does for a driver's psyche. Stop, go, in, out of the car. How do you stay mentally focused?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest part of it is, I thought we could have gone green a lot earlier than we did. We ran 7 laps under caution when I think we could have ran under green for sure and got more laps in at least and maybe even got to the end of the stage. So it's frustrating because you're like, come on, let's go, and then we're just not going. And then now we're obviously out of the car, so you have to kind of reset. But that's part of being an athlete and a driver here is you have to always be optimized and ready to lock back in whenever.
All right, thanks to Sam Mayer for taking the time. Thanks to Heather DeBoe because she's holding an umbrella over us. Thanks, our teammate over here on PRN, Alan Cavana.
And I found Sheldon Creed. I just covered your pit stop. They said you were a little too tight out there in that opening stint. What is it like on this kind of cold, foggy, wet? What is it like out there?
Yeah, it's tough when you get going like that and then you kind of see it getting wet and rainy. But yeah, I don't feel like our Road Ranger Chevrolet is too bad. I just fired off a little too tight there, which we tightened up a bit before the race, just not knowing what it was going to do. So a little tight, but I feel like, yeah, we're in the game, and it wasn't like I was kind of losing pace. So, yeah, I feel good about it, and we'll see what this weather does, and, yeah, see if we can get back racing here soon.
No mile and a half is exactly different, despite them calling cookie cutters. So what is the challenge here? What's different? What do you look for here?
Yeah, it's this place changes every year. It seems like through the heat cycles of the year, and 3 and 4 is just it gets rougher every time. 3 and 4 is rough through the whole corner. Makes it really hard to run, the middle and top lanes with our cars. So I was kind of glued to the line there, and Yeah, usually we kind of see higher temperatures here, and maybe going to nightfall, that changes the track a lot, where today's just kind of, cold and a little bit wet. So, yeah, trying to chase it a little bit here early on. Thankful we got this this caution because we didn't have practice and all, and we'll keep working on it when we get to go back racing. And I think we'll find some more pace in our car and be able to drive forward.
All right, that's Sheldon Creed with a little assist from Joe Custer holding the umbrella for us. Wendy?
Justin Allgaier's down here discussing his car. I see a lot of hand movement going on, so that's a good sign. As we stand here in the rain, no umbrella. He's taking it like a champ over here. Give us some feedback on what your race car is doing so far as you're leading this race.
Yeah, our commissary Hellman's Liquid IV Chevrolet is really good. Just, the rain stinks for everybody, and I feel like if our fans are willing to brave it out in the rain with no umbrellas, I can stand in here on pit road with no umbrella until at least the heavy stuff comes. But I'm really proud of Andrew Overstreet and this whole team, to fire off the race with no practice, and then to lose the lead there on the start and to be able to gain it back. Those are all really solid things that I think this team rallies behind and really does a good job of. Had a great pit stop right there to get us off of pit road back in the lead. And I think the key for today is just managing the weather, managing the racetrack, managing the resin that's on the racetrack. It's so unique in how this place drives now versus what it did 5, maybe even 10 years ago. So, again, I'm proud of our team. I'm proud of the effort. Just now we just got to manage all of it, and I think so far we're doing a good job of that.
Yes, absolutely. You are. You're a veteran of these rain delays, getting in and out of the car. What do you expect the track to do when you do get back out there?
Well, I think that's the hardest part, right? It's pretty cool. It's not cold by any stretch, but it's pretty cool. There is some wind, which will obviously help. But anytime you get this kind of low ceiling and kind of misty rain, it's really hard to predict how long it stays or even really how long it takes to dry the track. So as long as we do our job with the track dryers like they do a great job of here at NASCAR, we'll be in okay shape. I think the top line might take a couple laps to kind of come back in just like it did at the start of the race. But once that's the case, I think the racing is back to normal quota, and we'll be just fine.
All right, good luck out there. Appreciate your time. Justin Allgaier, one of the many drivers wearing Kyle Busch hats here on pit road. Alan Cavana?
And another one of those is Connor Zilich right here, just talking about that early stint. You said there was no looseness anywhere on the racetrack.
Figuring out if we're going to get to go back green when we're running laps under caution, and eventually we did. And, I feel pretty good about our Logistics Chevrolet. I feel like, we're a little tight, but it's got a ton of security, and I know that we can free it up without, hurting our entry or making the exit too loose. I think we need help everywhere. So I'm excited to see what it has later, hopefully tonight when we go back running, if not tomorrow.
And might as well ask you about the Cup car. At least you got some practice. In that one, you'll actually have some laps before you hit the track. On the Cup side of things, what was that like in that challenge? 600 miles is coming.
Yeah, it's a long race, so making sure that your car's good and drives well in practice is really important, and I felt like we had a pretty good Red Bull Chevrolet. We definitely have some room to improve, but, we know where we can be better, and, that's the important part.
All right, we're going to wait this out with Mr. Zilich. Wendy?
So as the drivers continue to just wait this out, just like us, just like the race fans, as we sit under the red flag, 33 laps have been complete.
Do you have diabetes? I'm sure you've seen the television commercials on the new CGM devices from all the top brands and how well they can help you manage your diabetes. Do you have the latest and newest in diabetes technology? The Diabetes Solution Center carries most of the top brands, and the great news is your insurance may cover most of the cost. Call our special CGM hotline today, and our friendly representatives will help see if you qualify. You could get a new CGM from the top brands at little or no cost to you. Make living with diabetes easier. You are just one free phone call away to learn if your insurance covers the cost. So make this free call today to the Diabetes Solution Center and learn for free how to get your new continuous glucose monitor.
800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
33 laps have been complete. The red flag is out for weather here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. 16 of those 33 laps have been run under the caution flag, but when we were under green, it was competitive. 3 lead changes, 2 different drivers taking their turn at the top of the leaderboard. Justin Allgaier, our current race leaders, led 26 of the 33 laps. Sam Mayer has led the other 7. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Nashville Super Speedway.
Start your engines.
It's the Cracker Barrel 400.
Green and white checkered flag is in the air. We've got William Byron who will win stage number 1.
Briscoe wants the lead from his teammate now as he'll dive to the bottom of the racetrack.
Carson Hocevar ducks to the inside now. Chase Briscoe goes to the high side. This is a battle for the top 5.
The Cracker Barrel 400 from Nashville Super Speedway. Sunday, May 31st, 6 o'clock Eastern on PRN. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series heads to Music City.
Cruz got uprooted off the bottom of the racetrack. Sam Mayer's going to look to the inside.
It's the Sports Illustrated Resorts 250.
Sam Mayer now looking low at the start-finish line. Mayer's trying to take away that spot from Larson.
They were fighting over that real estate there with Justin Allgaier and Larson.
Jones trying to hold off Sheldon Green. Brent Cruz is going to look to the outside.
The Sports Illustrated Resorts 250 from Nashville Super Speedway. Saturday, May 30th at 7 Eastern on PRN.
You're listening to live coverage from the Performance Racing Network of the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
We're 33 laps into the Charborough 300 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we are in a weather delay, and Ross Chastain joins me here, not in the booth, but on pit road as you were out of the car, and we're standing here, and this is becoming a bad habit. We had this happen during the truck race last night. You didn't get any green flag laps, but you did today. How was the track while it had rubber?
Yeah, I mean, putting the cup rubber down earlier was important, I think, for the start of this race. Having that comp caution was perfect for this O'Reilly series, not being on track yet. And for our Carolina Carport Chevy, we went forward. So it was really nice to just be calm at the beginning, just trying to feel the car. I haven't been here in an O'Reilly car at Charlotte in a long time. So, just trying to get reacclimated to it, and then started picking them off just kind of one at a time and put ourselves up in that top 3 rows. So that'll be where we will be for the choose. And when you line up with a Hendrick engine and a Junior Motorsports car, I got a lot of my Trackhouse boys here pitting the car. So we have a lot of fun with this. It's very intentional that we come run these races, though, and try to compete.
Does it help being a veteran when you have a situation like this, that you're able to keep your mindset in the right place when you get back in the car after a rain delay?
Yes, I used to get so nervous during rain delays because I was thinking, what should I be doing? Should I be going and watching videos? Should I be talking to other drivers? I used to walk up and down pit road like a decade ago. In 2015, when I was in the 4 car, I would just walk and talk to Justin Allgaier. Now I'm like, well, I can ask him a question if I see him, but if I have something really intentional I want to ask him, I will. But I'm also just going through what I felt, trying to regurgitate that to Philip Bell, my crew chief. So the hardest part is not eating too much watermelon. We got fresh from Florida watermelons, and my gosh, it's hard to not eat a whole one right now. But, I'm going to try to just keep it to like a slice or 3.
All right. I think it's time to go get watermelon. Let's see where Ross is keeping it. What do you think, Alan?
I mean, you should spread the word. I got Brandon Jones. Hey, there we go. We got an umbrella. Thank you very much, young man. Let's see. You drove into the top 5. What's going well with the 20 car right now, Brandon?
Yeah, I think luckily we had great track position from having a really good Dover race, right? So it was nice to be able to start up front here and not lose too much track position. It was just interesting to see how much grip the racetrack has. I think that is what took me most by surprise. This is always a hot race for us normally. It's a slick track. It's got, very limited low grip. But we've got the spray here this weekend. It's cold outside, so just how much throttle time this track has has been pretty interesting so far. So I jumped out of the car, ran across the pit box, and got up there, and I immediately started looking at just some SMT stuff. I wanted to see what I was doing right and maybe what can we do a little bit better. And we've been talking through some balance comments and stuff, too, as well, from what I was experiencing out there. So all in all, I'm pretty happy so far with it. I think that we're an adjustment or 2 away from being to where we can go race for the lead and try to get the 7 car. We were running basically the same lap times there when you look at it. So, trying to just maximize, see where the lap time was. But, it was cool to see how much grip this place has and see how much we're already moving around. I mean, lap 3 or so into this thing, we're already running the middle lane, so that's pretty cool to see.
It's not often you get a timeout to go study all that data. Brandon Jones running well, Wendy.
And I'm over here with Brent Cruz. We found him hanging out with his crew under his pit box. Brent, you're running 6th right now. Never run at this racetrack before in any series. So what have you learned in these 33, I'm not going to say all green flag laps. It's been barely green flag.
Yeah, I've learned a lot. Just super grateful to be racing here today, even though the weather's not very nice. Love racing here with Young Life, being here at my hometown with all my friends and all my family here. It's been an absolute blast getting to learn this place. Spent so much time on the simulator learning and continuing to learn, and this place has been a lot of fun. So hopefully we can get the weather cleared up and get to go racing, but as of right now, it doesn't look too good. But yeah, we're here. Everything is as normal as it can be, but it's tough not, having Kyle here. Everybody's thinking of him and keeping the Busch family in their prayers, and every driver on this grid is doing it for him.
Those very kind words. How difficult is it for you? You're not very experiencing the rain delays, getting in and out of the car so many times here in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. So what does this do for a driver's psyche for someone like yourself?
I'm not too sure. I think you just have to stay grounded, and luckily I'm really in with my faith. I'm a strong Christian man, and being able to be with a great group with the Young Life people here, and being able to just pray about it when I get stressed out or overwhelmed or anything or nervous, which is all very common in a race car. I'm able to just come over here and pray about it, and when I pray about it, it's like my mind just goes completely clear again, and that's the power of Jesus. So we'll see. I haven't done a lot of rain delays like this. I've had them where we get in the car and then we cancel them and come back and stuff like that, but it's totally different getting in, running 30 laps, and then getting back out and sitting around and going back. So we'll see.
Well, I'll tell you, you're doing a pro move by coming here and hanging out with your team, because they probably appreciate your presence right now.
I hope so, yeah.
All right. That's Brent Cruz, and he's going to run over to the media center. He's going to take a moment right here as we have some time in this rain delay. He was asking me about the weather. He was asking me how much time before he goes back. I wish I had those answers, Brent Cruz.
Yeah, no question about that. We're all wondering what the weather is going to do here in the near future. Brent Cruz making his first start of any kind here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's the top of the hour, so let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Welcome back to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series Char-Broil 300. Alongside Alex Hayden, my name is Brad Gilley. Unfortunately, wet weather is going to cause some track drying to happen here at Charlotte. Coming up in about 10 minutes at 6:10 Eastern, we're going to turn programming back to local affiliates. We'll come back with an update at 7 o'clock Eastern time, and hopefully that update is an awesome one, because one thing we know for sure, Alex, the track drying team here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, they've got a lot of practice.
Yeah, they do, sadly, but they have done yeoman's work all day long, and we expect that to continue on. Obviously, there are lights here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and looking at the radar, as most everybody with a smartphone or a computer device, you can pull up a radar yourself. You can see that there is moisture in and around the area. However, it does break up and go away before it gets late here in Charlotte. So I'm optimistic. I know you and I are probably the most optimistic people by nature that are at any given racetrack, no matter what the scenario is. But I'm optimistic we're going to be able to get this race in tonight.
Yeah, silver linings. Looking at the radar, we've got maybe just one little bit that might come by us again, and then things look like they should clear up. Obviously, that can change, and we'll see. We'll come back to Charlotte Motor Speedway here in just a couple of minutes. We'll take a quick break and let you know what's happening here. And as we sit in a rain delay with Justin Allgaier leading the Char-Broil 300.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time-to-talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Today's broadcast brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. From Charlotte Motor Speedway, this is PRN, the Performance Racing Network.
Hi, this is Doug Rice at PRN. Join me for another great episode of Fast Talk. I heard this 5 years ago with Jimmy Johnson.
I know what
you
you're
think
gonna
Jimmy
say.
Johnson forgot how to drive? You're an idiot. Shut up. Sit down. He's going to win 8 races in a row. I'm not putting Kyle Larson in that category. I think driver slump and team slump. I think this may be more of a team slump than a driver slump. That's Fast Talk right here on PRN.
Hi, I'm David Stiles of PRN, and I know the news cycle is very fast-paced, and we're here to bring you even more fast-paced news about the sport of NASCAR.
I'm extremely happy and proud to be holding this trophy. Obviously, I'm on the good side of it right now.
The latest news from the racetrack, the biggest storylines in the garage, and our opinions about the sport. You can hear all of it on PRN's Garage Pass.
NASCAR heads to Music City for the Cracker Barrel 400 Triple Header Weekend, May 29th through the 31st. Go to NashvilleSuperspeedway.com.
Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway alongside Alex Hayden. My name is Brad Gilley. We are in a weather delay in the Charbroil 300. We are going to send programming back to local affiliates at 6:10 Eastern Time here in about 6.5 minutes or so. But the good news is, Alex, I just heard NASCAR come over the radio and tell some of the cleanup trucks, some of the drying equipment, to fire things up and get ready to start drying this track.
Yeah, that is great news. And what we saw earlier today, because it hasn't rained hard, it's just kind of been that mist that's come in and just put a coat of water on the track. There's no standing water, no puddling, anything of that nature. So we run the Toyota Tundra track drying apparatus out there, let them blow all the top water off of the racing surface, a lap around the track with the jet dryers. Hopefully we'll get this dried up pretty quickly, and let's hope Mother Nature will cooperate. There is still weather in and around the Charlotte Motor Speedway area, but there is a big break behind this once this last little bit moves out of here.
Yeah, which is a good thing. And we've had just a little bit of weather throughout the weekend. The plan right now is to actually run the Craftsman Truck Series race after the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. 9 o'clock Eastern Time is when they originally had that plan. Effectively, if this delays, we're going to go back to O'Reilly Auto Parts Racing, and they'll just continue to push back the Truck Series race as needed, and we'll hopefully get in a doubleheader here tonight.
Yeah, that's the plan, and that's what we have our fingers crossed for, and I certainly know the fans want the same thing. And that leads us up to tomorrow, Memorial Day Weekend Classic here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Coca-Cola 600, one of NASCAR's crown jewel races. Performance Racing Network on the air at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Very much look forward to that. We did get 45 minutes of practice in earlier today for the NASCAR Cup Series machines. However, no qualifying, so they set the field by the rule book. That means Tyler Reddick will lead the field to the green flag.
Fun part of practice, by the way, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. led in overall speed, and Eric Jones was the fastest over a 15-lap run.
Yeah, that was impressive. Eric had a lot of speed in his Advent Health Toyota from Legacy Motor Club. He was in the top 10 in the single lap speeds, top 5 in the 5 and 10 lap average. As a matter of fact, he was second best in the 10 consecutive lap average. To your point, the best in the 15. Eric Jones may have a little something to race with here tomorrow night for 600 miles, trying to add another crown or another jewel to his crown. He's already won the Southern 500 at Darlington. So Eric Jones in these big races just has a knack of rising to the top.
He really does. And go back 1 week. Dover Motor Speedway, the NASCAR All-Star Race. You heard it on the Motor Racing Network from the Monster Mile. While Denny Hamlin walked away with the $1 million check, well, who wouldn't want that? I think you saw some drivers with a lot of promise moving forward. Eric Jones, a top 5 finish. Connor Zilic, after a pit road penalty, legit just drove up through the field and got a fifth-place finish as well.
And I think for both Zilich and for Eric Jones, those are exactly the types of medicine that the doctor has ordered. They've had a bit of a rough start to the season, both of those teams have. To be able to come back and have that kind of run, even though it's a non-points paying race, and maybe that's what they needed. Take a little pressure off. Know that there's no points on the line. Just go out and race. Maybe try something a little different as far as the strategy of the setup of the race car goes. And they may have hit on something because they've come out here in that 45-minute practice session and both cars had speed.
Yeah, they really did. So we look forward to seeing what happens with that. That's tomorrow, the Coca-Cola 600. The Performance Racing Network goes on the air 5 o'clock Eastern time, and we look forward to 600 miles of remembrance here as we honor and remember on Memorial Day weekend. We look forward to the conclusion of the Charbroil 300 with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. We are just 33 laps in of what is scheduled to be a 200-lap race in the 300 miles here. That will be followed by the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. The North Carolina Education Lottery 200 was postponed due to rain. We tried to start the race, but the rain came in literally when they took one to go before the green flag. They said, you know what, this isn't going to work. Come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Well, we all woke up, and Alex, as you mentioned, we all got here before the before the security guards did in some cases, and that was probably the rainiest part of the weekend, unfortunately.
So let's hope the third time is in fact the charm for the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series in the North Carolina Education Lottery 200 tonight here at Charlotte Motor Speedway under the lights. Heck, who doesn't like racing under the lights at Charlotte? That's what the fans have always loved, so maybe we'll be able to do that tonight and then the transition tomorrow from day to night.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of fun. The Toyota Tundra track drying team has been deployed. We actually have a fleet of 9 Toyota Tundras on the track right now, and they're running 3x3x3. And once they blow the water off the surface of the racetrack, then they send the jet dryers out, heat it up, and to dry everything on the racetrack. And as Alex Hayden said, we're optimistic here. We got a nice practice session in earlier. We got to start this O'Reilly race. We're looking forward to finishing it.
We are, and that's part of racing sometimes is you have to wait out a delay with the weather. And again, it hasn't rained hard here at all afternoon, all morning. It's just been an aggravating mist that's come overhead here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And what folks like to say, it's a low ceiling out there, and that's what we're battling right now here at the racetrack. And staying optimistic, though, that sooner rather than later we'll be able to put the green flag back in the air.
Yeah, we look forward to that. So Justin Allgaier leads Connor Zilich, Corey Day, Brandon Jones, Ross Chastain, the top 5. Brent Cruz, Sam Mayer, Rajah Caruth, Sheldon Creed, Jesse Love are the top 10. We've been slowed down twice so far in the opening 33 laps of this race here. Once on lap number 2 with a lazy spin, as Alex Hayden described it, by Harrison Burton. And then the second was the competition caution, and during that competition caution, that's when the precipitation hit. We're going to turn programming back to our local affiliates. We truly appreciate them. We will come back 50 minutes from now, 7 o'clock Eastern time, with an update and hopefully tell you when we get to go back to racing here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you coming up here at 7 Eastern.
One, two. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network, reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network line, this is the Performance Racing Network, reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network. Stations along the network is the Performance Racing Network, reminding you we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we will return to the air at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Our next weather update from Charlotte Motor Speedway will be 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Network.
Is that the track drying crew is going to work behind us, so hopefully we'll get back to racing here before too much longer. Blaine, I wanted to give you the chance to talk about the cool military cause that is on your car this weekend, and just explain to folks the message that's behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool having Werner Operation Freedom on the car this weekend. We got the CEO of the company here this weekend, so obviously the military is a really big deal for Werner. About 25% of their whole working staff is veterans, so it's just really cool to be able to kind of celebrate them, and excited to kind of get back on the racetrack here. We kind of threw a lot at it there in that first pit stop, probably unloaded a little bit off. Would have loved those practice laps from earlier, but I'm excited to get going here. I know these guys made some good changes, and I know these guys behind me, they're
excited to be on TV.
Yeah, they're going to make some good pit stops the rest of the day and give me a bunch of spots out there, so But I'm just excited to hopefully get all 200 laps in here. Hopefully this rain kind of goes away.
What's the challenge like on days like this where you start, you stop? It's kind of this up and down rhythm of the day of just trying to get back in the right mindset to go back going again.
Yeah, I mean, as a racer, it's just kind of you're always not sure of what's going to happen, when you're going to get the phone call to kind of, hey, let's drive us to the cars and get back in. But once we kind of all get back in the car, we're back in our working space and we can kind of focus back up. So right now, having a little fun with the guys. Talked with crew chiefs and of all 3 cars and trying to see what we're fighting all together, same problems it sounds like. So making some good changes moving forward and have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Down here in the garage hanging out with Brennan Poole. First, let's talk about the race. You lost some track position there, and we're not that far in, so explain what happened.
Yeah, I just had a little bit of a tough pit stop there. Only got 1 lug on the left rear, and it wasn't even tight. So had to come back down and get the left rear tire tight. So we're going to be starting from the back when we get back going again. So, but I don't know. We have a fast MacDor Chevrolet. It was really fired off pretty good for no practice. I was pretty comfortable with everything. So I think we have a decent car, and I think I'm going to have a lot of fun coming through the field when we get back going. I love this racetrack, and I'm going to work my way to the fence and see if I can't go where those guys aren't and move forward.
Before we came on air, you and I were just exchanging Kyle Busch memories and having some laughs over it. Obviously, a solemn weekend, but a lot of good memories too. And you raced him in so many different things, including late models. What's a memory that just stands out to you that you're like, man, that is KFB?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun racing against each other over the last 10 years and yeah, racing late models. And I remember one time we were racing in Georgia at Watermelon. It had been raining all week, and we were racing each other so hard. And Watermelon doesn't have a backstretch wall, so he had slipped the right side tires in the grass and just went straight. And there was like a little ravine that had filled up with water. He just hammered down and drove straight through the ravine and came out, drove around the grandstands, and came back on the track in turn 1. And I was like, did he really just drive through the creek over there and then drive behind all the fans and come back on the track? So just, yeah, Kyle was just a fierce competitor and someone who I'd talked to many times over the years for advice, and then someone who would also just race you so hard. And if you raced him hard back, he would give it to you. So just a lot of fun, and racing with him over the years. And yeah, it's just tremendously sad and very, very difficult. So yeah, try to do the best we can to honor him, and yeah.
Carla. Here with Taylor Gray, driver of the 54. They were just talking about Kyle Busch. Obviously, you get to pilot the 54 with Jason Ratcliffe. What does that mean to you on a weekend like this?
Yeah, obviously, it's not the circumstances that anybody wants, right? Very, very honored to be able to run the 54. And somebody told me today that back in 2003, this was his, I guess technically not his first start, because he ran when he was 16, then NASCAR made the rule because of him. But he came back here and made his first start. I don't know if it was his first win or first start, not sure, back in 2003. So it's cool to be able to honor that in a way. The 54 car, obviously, and Kyle, and just the legacy that he put on with that number, right? So definitely a big shoe to fill today, but definitely not the circumstances that anybody wants.
And as far as on the track related things, today I was talking with Jason Ratcliffe before the race started. He said he didn't love the metric system because obviously it hurt y'all today, but you've been able to make up some ground. So what were you able to find there? Yeah, no, I feel like, just plugging away, right? Just getting aggressive on the restart and trying to get track position early was important. And I feel like our car's working pretty good. I feel like everyone at Gibbs Racing prepared a really good car and fired off well with no practice there. And can't thank everyone at Operation 300 and M Experiment and Toyota Racing. But yeah, no, I think we're going to be fine here. Hopefully the rain lets up and we can get back racing. We'd all like that. Thanks, Dylan.
Thanks, Carla. Catching up with Raja Karuth again. So I don't know if this is considered breaking the fourth wall of television or not, but Raja is live on Instagram Live right now. So those of you that are following him on Instagram may be seeing a different perspective from this. So okay, so you're big on the social media stuff. Like, what do you enjoy most about engaging with the fans in this way and kind of showing them all the perspectives that you show them?
I think the biggest, it's fun because at the end of the day, we're all people, like we're all normal people. Fortunately for us to get to drive,
I mean, it's a very cool thing that we get to do, and I think I just try to share that love and passion I have for the sport through my sim racing and my diecast and shirts, stop motions, all the above. So, but yeah, doing stuff like this, I mean, I'm just a normal dude at the end of the day. So I'm having fun. It's cool to be at the racetrack. I'm in a fire suit that has Hendrick on it. I mean, it's still really, really cool. So, yeah, I think it's just important, I think, to be as normal or be yourself more than that, or more than anything. And yeah, I enjoy what I do and thankful for what I do, for sure.
We appreciate the perspective that you share. You're 8th right now on the racetrack, I think, when we go back green. What did you learn about your race car there?
Well, I jumped up to the top on a couple of restarts, and I was surprised at the grip in it. And then I was like, well, I knew it was cold, so I kind of worked on repping the bottom. And then I just was a little bit too tight down there. And then the last couple laps, I moved up in 1 and 2, and there was a lot of grip there. So we'll see. There's obviously some things I needed to do better driving-wise, but I think the car's got speed, so just got to keep the nose clean and be there for the last laps of the race and put the whole day together. But track's a lot of fun. I wish it was a daytime race just because of how, how dynamic this place is with temperature and all those things. But we'll see where it goes and whenever we race. Hopefully today or tomorrow, whenever we race.
Thanks, Raj.
So many fun young drivers, and I think Dylan should invoice Raja for per diem. If he's going to be on, doing the IG Live while he's doing TV for us, make sure you collect on both ends of that thing. So they're drying the track. That is good. Still some drizzle, but we're hanging in there. NASCAR is optimistic that there is a window later on so we can finish this thing. Under the red flag, 12 to go, stage 1 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. CW Sports back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. O'Reilly Auto Parts Series got going with their 15th race of the year. Got the 12 laps to go, stage 1. We got some rain. The pace picked up. Red flag is out. Here's the updated radar. Now, they are trying to dry the track, so they're not completely losing this thing. And the radar, someone might have predicted earlier, is dissipating a little bit, so I'm starting to get optimistic that once that front moves through, we're ahead of the game drying the track, and we can go back racing tonight. And I'm getting a nod of approval from my friends here in the booth. They didn't want...
They got me cut off.
They didn't want me being criticized again. So while we wait out the rain and getting the track dry, let's rewind to 2020 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and Kyle Busch able to collect his 9th win at this place.
kind of broke them up.
Ross Chastain wanted help from his teammate until he got clear, and then he's like, I'm not really worried about my teammate at this point. Yeah.
I'm all good on my own.
Good afternoon, everybody. We wanted to provide our thoughts on yesterday's tragic loss of Kyle Busch, and here to do that is NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell. We know there may be specific health-related questions from yesterday. We do not have answers for those, but we did want to start this weekend talking about the legacy of Kyle Busch. So we have Steve here to do that. So Steve, can you help us do that, please?
Thanks, Mike. So I've spent 31 years in this sport, and Kyle Busch has been part of my life for 25 years. Watched him come into the sport as a teenager. I think all of us would agree, full of talent, full of fire, didn't give a damn, was going to push us, and I think we all love that spirit. And over those years, I think everything you saw on the track was one thing, but there was so much more to Kyle Busch that I think it's important for people maybe even new to the sport to understand. So folks will often ask me when I'm around, what's NASCAR like? And my best description of NASCAR is it's like a family reunion every week. And those of you who have gone to family reunions, you know that from time to time, families don't get along. But at the end of the day, everybody knows that they're all part of the family. If you look at our drivers, but just as equally when you think about family, that includes everybody in this room, media, team owners, drivers, sponsors. We're all part of that group when we think about that family reunion. And when you think about drivers in particular, you get to watch drivers come into the sport, young, hungry. Hopefully you see them win, and you see them grow up, and you see them learn. You also get a chance when you're in some of our positions to watch drivers off the track. You get to see them maybe find a friend, a girlfriend, becomes a wife. They become fathers, they have kids, they start families. And you celebrate all that together because each and every weekend we are together and we're there to celebrate it. And that's what this sport is. And Kyle Busch lived just about every chapter of what you can do in NASCAR. What most people saw, rowdy, he's fierce, he's competitive, always good for a great quote. My favorite interview Kyle Busch ever gave, and I wish I could do it every weekend, and I know most of you probably hated it, but everything's great. And he just kept saying it over and over and over again. That's Kyle. One of my favorite moments as well back in Texas, he would challenge NASCAR on some rules. Maybe spun out, maybe hit the wall, decided that we needed to take him to the care center, laid flat out on a pit cart, made fun of us. I was mad at the time, but I look back and that was damn funny, and that was Kyle. Always good to egg on the fans, played that villain, and was a winner. And the iconic bow, I think we're all going to remember as well. So his stats speak for themselves, right? He's a two-time champion. He's won more National Series races than anyone in our history, and no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. But what few people saw was what Kyle also did off the track, because he didn't talk about it a lot. And one of those examples I'd give to all of you is everybody knows, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but Daniel Suarez comes over from Mexico, learning English, learning how to race at the National Series level, struggling. Received a call every week from Kyle Busch. Never talked about it, just how do I make you better? How do I keep things going? Kyle Busch started a truck series team that we all know was hugely successful, and that's wins on the racetrack. But what people new to the sport don't know is if you go up and down pit road on Sunday, you're going to see a lot of people that came through that. What you're also going to see is a lot of people behind the wheel on Sunday who came through that. He gave people a chance. He started the Bundle of Joy Foundation with Samantha because he knew how difficult it was to start a family, and he wanted to spread that message and yet had time to be a philanthropist off the track. I think we all saw, right, when he won last week at Dover, the quote from Victory Lane, it's tough to watch, right? It's telling. But what I look back on is a text from Kyle Tuesday, as only Kyle could do, and I keep looking at it. And he said, hey, man, what do you think about an over 40 rule to be able to compete in all the truck series races next year? And I said, We put that rule in place because you were winning so much. But when we looked about it and we had a meeting Wednesday internally, and we said, well, damn, that's actually good. We need Kyle in the Truck Series. And it was twofold, because he knew he could help the series, but I think one day had a dream to race against his son in a National Series event. And that was Kyle, always thinking about the sport and going forward. So, you know, I want to recognize a few folks we're obviously thinking about as an industry, and first and foremost, everyone at Richard Childress Racing, Judy and Richard, Mike and Allie Verlander. Mike, you know, I don't know how he's dealing. He working with Kyle through the Truck Series, working at RCR, a great human being, and our thoughts are certainly with them, but all of the team back at the shop, those who are working on engineering, the crew members, excuse me, who put those cars together each and every week. Those guys lost a teammate, and that's not lost on us that we're thinking about all of them. You know, the sport and all of us grew up and watched Kyle be a racer, but we watched him become a husband and a father the same way we watched him become a champion, and we all did that as a family. We were all part of that. Kyle's parents, Kurt, Samantha's parents, all thinking about you for sure. And Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox are not just family of a NASCAR legend. They are part of the NASCAR family, and they always will be, because that's what family does. And when I talked about the family reunion part, and I think personally about Kyle Busch and NASCAR. And to me, Kyle Busch just defines what it means to be a racer in NASCAR. Everything about it, the fire, the greatness, the heart that sometimes you rarely saw. The sport was truly lucky to have him. And I believe I can speak for everybody in the sport, and I'll just say this, for me personally, the family reunions week to week are just not going to be the same without him, but we're going to do our damn best to continue his legacy and support his family. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
If you have one, please raise your hand, and we'll get your mic. We'll start up here to Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic, you talked a lot about things that you remember about Kyle, but what was the one personal moment or interaction that you had with him that stands out?
You know, I think throughout your career, Jordan, you have highs and lows, right? And you battle it out, and you think, oh, I'm going to win this one and, you know, get the one up. But he was always that same guy who, you know, didn't change, and at the end of the day cared about the sport. And I learned throughout my career that people with passion and people who care about the sport are the ones you need to listen to. And he was always that guy. At the end of the day, he would always have an opinion, but it came from a place of somehow trying to improve the sport, the race car, the interaction at the track. But I think probably just embracing the fans and what happened at the racetrack. He leaned into it, man. And for drivers who are coming up in this system, you got to connect with race fans. Kyle Busch did that, and that's the essence of who we are.
In your opening remarks, you said that Kyle got to live just about every chapter of his career that he could in NASCAR. Can you expand upon that and what you meant?
I think what I meant, Jordan, is you know, Wednesday a lot of us were in the Hall of Fame voting, and you think about the future, and I think about Kyle's future and the ability for all of us to sit in that room and celebrate him and listen to him speak and talk about that final chapter and see his kids maybe one day race and continue. And it makes me really sad not to see the end of that chapter.
Go, Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. He was a guy, Kyle, that you guys at times had to suspend, had to fine. He frequently bucked the system. He was a rebel, and I know that at times that is not always comfortable for us or for you guys as a sanctioning body. But in hindsight, having that story written now, how important is it for the sport to have characters like Rowdy, Kyle Busch Rowdy, to be that kind of personality in NASCAR?
Yeah, Matt, think about how we launched this season, and I talked about maybe we lost our way a little bit and weren't as proud of who we are. And I think I said, and sorry for kids, but this sport's a badass sport. Kyle Busch, to me, is an American badass. Behind the wheel, who you want to be. And I think when you look back at all those things, that's part of being a race car driver. That's part of representing the sport. We're not always going to agree. If we did, I think people would be really bored. We certainly had our battles, right? But I'd give a lot of money to have a few more battles going forward.
Dustin.
Dustin Long, USA Sports. Steve, what are the plans of the tributes maybe we'll see from the drivers, whether individually or coordinated this weekend? And what are things tribute-wise that the fans can or may be able to participate in, whether Sunday or throughout the weekend?
Yeah, so first and foremost, our responsibility is to make sure that Kyle's family is okay with what we may or may not want to do, and then the folks at RCR. So we have had some of those conversations early this morning, and then as our industry does really well, we got on the phone with all of our Cup drivers, all of the owners, the racetrack, our broadcast partners, and threw out some ideas for them to react to. We got some great ideas from the drivers as well. Some will probably do some individual things, which is fantastic because they all look up to Kyle, right? So we have a number of items that are in the works that our fans will be able to look at, celebrate Kyle. It won't just be this weekend. He's going to be part of our sport forever. But I think this industry will do what's needed to honor his legacy throughout the weekend.
Thank you.
Go to Steve.
Steve, understanding what Mike said about the health leading up to this, is there anything at all that you can share in terms of what might have happened? And was he sick before this happened? Anything at all that you can share?
We're 24 hours from getting a phone call, and I don't think it's out of respect for the family, and they've asked for privacy, that I'm not going to address any of that.
Go to Stephen, behind you.
Let me just add on to that. However, you guys who have known me know that transparency is something that we all believe in. So in due time, I think everyone will be comfortable with where things stand.
Stephen Toronto, NASCAR pole position. Steve, generations ago, drivers would come into a race weekend and either lose one of their competitors on the racetrack or perhaps in an off-track accident of some sort. And thankfully, this generation of drivers, by and large, has not had to experience that. How has NASCAR, in speaking with the drivers, made any kind of resources or help available to not only help them cope with this, but also allow them to put a race on Sunday?
Yeah, so Tom Bryant, who works for us, has headed up this initiative, and the good news for the industry is that this has been in place for a while. We don't ever want to have to use it, but we have the resources in place for any member to be able to reach out, have conversations, set up whatever resources are necessary. So that is in place. You never have to want to use that, but we have any and all resources available to the industry.
And I feel like I already know what the answer to this is, and pardon me for asking this, but was there any consideration to either postponing or not running? Can you just address that very quickly?
No, I think it's a fair question, but when you look at what minimal conversations did take place between RCR, ourselves, family, it was Kyle Busch would probably be pretty pissed off if we didn't race. So we're going to honor his memory and make sure people know what he was all about.
Thank you.
Go to Claire.
Claire B. Lang. I totally understand you're not talking about the health today and addressing it. It's such a shock to go from asking for a shot, to being gone. And I'm wondering, will NASCAR take a close look at what happened? Not looking for answers right now, but will you do an investigation into helping drivers make sure they're taking care of themselves. There is a care center at each track. Will you take a very close look at how that could have happened so quickly?
Like I said earlier, Claire, now is not the time to talk about that, and I think you are very familiar with the sport and know that we always do that, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll do what's right by Kyle's family.
Gotcha. And then for the fans who are hurting right now, and as much as anyone in this room and in the industry, what do you say to the fans? NASCAR will go on, it always has, but it is a great loss. And what would you like to say straight to the fans who are also grieving, and you wish you could reach out to them, but they're not in this room today?
I would say to the fans that I'm one of them, and I feel the exact same way that they probably do. Shock, sad, wondering what you can do to help out. But I think the best thing that I personally can do is talk to you all, talk to people who maybe didn't know him about his legacy, making sure people don't forget, making sure his kids knew that it wasn't just their mom who thought Kyle was great. There's a lot of people in this world that wish he was still with us, and we're going to make sure that they're in a good place.
Go to Jerry.
Jerry Jordan, Kicking the Tires.net. You mentioned a while ago we're 24 hours away from the phone call. I think it all hit us, obviously, hard, the ones that are in this sport every week for sure. What was your reaction and your personal thoughts? Can you share those with everyone?
I'm not going to get too much into the details, Jerry, but, got a call about 9 a.m. yesterday morning, call you don't expect, that things weren't great. Spent the rest of the day and the afternoon with the people I thought I should be spending them with in the industry, and just tried to be there for them.
Go, Michael.
Michael Massey, Front Stretch. I know you guys just did the Hall of Fame voting, and you mentioned Kyle's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Any chance, will there be any conversations or anything about just adding him alongside the three that just got voted in?
I don't know. I know that, we'd put that on the list of ideas that we want to look at. I think I said earlier, there's things we want to do this weekend, and then we have a little bit more time to think about, what we could do as well in the future, and who knows, that could be something we look at.
All right, we have time for one more, and we'll wrap up with Greg here.
Hey, Steve, first, thanks for doing this. I know it's tough, and we appreciate you being here. But speaking of tough, how tough is it? I mean, we never want this to happen, but on a weekend like this, when it's Memorial Day, and we're doing remembrances for all the veterans who gave us the freedom to be here and to be race car drivers and CEOs and things, how tough does that weigh on this entire process?
Oh, it's a good question, because this weekend is always one you don't necessarily look forward to for what happened, right? But you look forward to, me personally, how proud I am of the industry, of the partnership we have with the military, what our industry does to come together to honor those who've served either in the past or who are currently serving. And so, making sure that we properly show the respect to Kyle and what he meant. There's a lot of his values in terms of racing and what he stood for that match in with what we want to honor this weekend as well. So I'm confident in the track and our team and the industry that they'll come together and do both properly and showcase the sport for what it is. It's one that we believe everyone in America should be proud of if they would spend some time thinking about who's in this sport, who our drivers are, what they represent, not necessarily just on the track, but off the track. They're people you want to admire, people you want to be around, and we need to put the focus back on them and showcase this great sport.
Well, thank you, everyone. A big meeting continued here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for honoring Kyle's legacy and providing the coverage to tell his story. And Steve, thank you so much for your remarks and your time. Appreciate it, everyone. Have a great weekend.
everybody, Josh Birch here. We are under a rain delay, a severe rain delay for this one. We are waiting on updates. At the moment, we have nothing for you. But I do know that PRN is about to come back online to talk to us during their break. So before we play the next interview, and we've got a couple of them lined up, we're going to be sort of holding on. Honestly, folks, I don't think we're going to see the truck race tonight. I can't see that happening, in all honesty. So we're sort of just, I think, praying with the rain right now to see what is going to happen. I've unmuted the world feed. Let's see if that works and we get something from PRN shortly, because they should be going on at the top of the hour. Then we're going to play our second interview of the day. We just got 33 laps in. I don't know why we didn't start this earlier. The track was ready to go and we were just sort of waiting around. So, yep, it's one of these days, I'm afraid. We are just throwing in with the rain and hoping that we can go green. Rain is now too heavy to keep up with the track, so the track drying equipment has powered down. That's what we've just been given information from as from the circuit. So Chris Knight has just said rain is now too heavy to keep up with the track, so the track drying equipment is powered down for now. At this point, I think it's safe to say that I think O'Reilly will become the focus tonight to try and get that in. The trucks will probably move to tomorrow morning. We'll wait for an official announcement on that front. But yeah, I don't know. I can imagine if we get told that we're not going to go on for a while, like if we have a restart time, then I will wait and push forward, and we'll go then. But for now, we've got absolutely nothing. Actually, we have got something. We've got something down on the circuit. I'm just going to check if the US feed has come back.
Bonus credit. Go to deal-.com.
No, it hasn't. But on the international feed, we have a picture. Indicates that they're going to come back at some point. Nothing from PRN. So we will wait. Yeah, interview 2 coming up soon. From the media pen. Let me just check that's ready. Yep, that's good. So, at the time of the red flag, it was just an old guy leading from Connor Zilic, Corey Day, Brandon Jones, Ross Chastain, Brent Cruz, Sam Mayer, Rajaj Caruth, Sheldon Creed, and Jesse Love has the top 10. Okay, something's going to happen from the international feed in a few moments. I'm going to go quiet. Hopefully you'll hear from me at some point tonight. But as it stands, it's red flag.
One, two. Stations along the network line. This is the Performance Racing Network, reminding you that we are in a weather delay at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and our next Stations along the network line. This is the Performance Racing Network.
CW Sports back here for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. We got some racing in. Made it to 12 laps to go in the opening stage. Then the rains came, pulled everybody down the pit lane. Drivers have gone to hang out for a bit, but we are optimistic because they had been making some progress drying the track. NASCAR has told us they feel like there is a window. They're committed to getting it in. And if you look at the radar, check this out. You know, back to the west, feels like things are breaking up a bit. Just a matter of time before the rain stops, we dry the track, and we can get things going. And we feel like it's somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour to get everything dried out here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're waiting it out, but we're patient, we're optimistic, and we feel like we'll go racing again tonight. In the meantime, let's get you back to 2000 and the O'Reilly race right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
All right, good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started with our media availabilities this morning here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have been joined by Connor Zillage. Connor, thank you for spending some time with us this morning. If you have a question for Connor, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll work to get a microphone to you. We'll take as many questions as we can, and we'll start in the very back.
Danny McCoy, UNC Charlotte Niner Times. There's a chance that we maybe be running all 3 races in one day, and I was just wondering if you're ready for that challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to expect. You know, hopefully we can get some racing in today. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but you know, it's starting to clear up a little bit. So there's some hope, but yeah, I mean, all 3 in one day would definitely be a lot, but you know, it's our job, and it's what I signed up for, even though I didn't expect it to all be like that. But you know, I'm ready for whatever comes my way.
All right, we'll continue with questions. We'll start here with Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. What was your favorite Kyle Busch memory?
I think favorite, I would say probably, you know, he texts me after. I have 2. I have a good, like a real funny one and a good one. But you know, he texted me after I've, you know, lost the championship last year, and you know, just told me how proud he was of me, and just how far I'd come, and that meant a lot. You know, he didn't have to reach out and do that, and yeah, he wrote a few paragraphs and just kind of gave me some confidence after what was a really tough day for me. So that one meant a lot. And then we were at the Daytona 500 this year, and we do a Chevy driver meeting before the race, and I was in the driver's meeting. It was my first one as a Cup driver, and I asked if we were the last group of, you know, OEM to pit, what should the plan be? If, you know, are we going to try and like block the track and try and keep track position after the pit cycle? And I asked that question. It was like the end of the meeting, and everybody kind of went silent. Nobody was answering me. And Kyle speaks up, and he goes, "No, just get the fuck out of the way." And I was like, and, you know, it's my first time in one of these meetings. I'm, you know, a rookie, and I'm just like, oh, okay, yep, sorry. Like, I was so embarrassed. But, yeah, that was just who Kyle was. He was unapologetically himself, and, you know, some people didn't like him. Some people liked him, but everybody respected him. And, you know, that's the Kyle that we'll remember.
How would you describe Kyle's driving style?
Yeah, I mean, I've, you know, obviously grew up watching him, and just, he was just a fierce competitor that didn't hold back. He was never the guy to, you know, he was always clean. He did things the right way until he felt like he had to do something in retaliation maybe, or get somebody back, or racing against somebody that had raced him the wrong way previously. But I feel like he always did the right thing. You know, he taught me a lot from the few times that we got to race against each other. Just, you know, he never put himself in the wrong spot. And I felt like he was a wizard at this stuff. And you know, growing up watching him, you know, you wanted to be like him, even if you didn't like him. And, you know, some days I didn't like watching him because he was so fucking good that I didn't like watching him. And that was just the way it was. So, yeah, it's definitely crazy that, you know, on just, yeah, how fast things can change.
All right, Greg, I believe you had a question.
Greg Engel with Forbes. Good to see you. For us older people, because you're still a young kid, us older people, we were around in the Dale Earnhardt generation when that tragedy happened, and you know, you never got to see him live, obviously, but you've raced in the Kyle Busch era now. What's your perception of what NASCAR legends mean to your generation compared to my generation, the older fans, and do you think your generation will connect to him differently than older generations connected to Earnhardt?
Yeah, you know, it's hard to compare the two. I was never alive for senior and never got to experience it firsthand, but you know, I know that he was kind of like the guy back in the day, right? And Kyle Busch, when I was growing up, he was the villain, you know, but he's what made people watch the race, and people loved to watch Kyle Busch either because they loved him or because they hated him and they loved hating him. You know, it wasn't really much in between there. So, you know, I feel like when he walks out of the driver intro stage, and although his perception has maybe changed in the last 5 years, you know, I feel like 10 years ago, everybody would be cheering, some would be booing, but everybody was making noise. And I feel like that's kind of just the way people viewed Kyle and who he was, and you know, I think that's what the sport needs. And you know, you heard Steve O'Donnell say it yesterday. You know, you have to connect with the fans, and he connected with the fans.
All right, we're gonna go Dustin and then John Newby behind him.
Dustin Long, USA Sports. How does this track challenge you? Because you've got limited time just on the oval portion, and if you don't get practice qualifying, what does that do in terms of Cup, for the Cup races, what I'm talking about? How does this track challenge you with the Cup car? And if you don't get any practice qualifying time today, how much does that make it a little bit more challenging for you Sunday night?
Actually, this is one of the tracks that I've been to in a Cup car. You know, we weren't great here last year. You know, we struggled a lot with getting the car into a good spot, but I at least have laps, so that gives me a little bit of confidence for Sunday. But you know, I think at the end of the day, we're race car drivers. We're paid to figure it out. We're paid to go fast, and you know, that's our job. So I feel like no matter what the circumstance is, I have to be ready for it. I have to go out and do my best job that I can and be my best self. And, you know, obviously I'd enjoy practice, but I don't know if we're going to get that privilege today. Is it easier, or is that not the right word? You got experience of the track time here compared to other places? Yeah, I would say it's definitely easier coming here than a place that I've never been to in the Cup car, yeah.
All right, Newby, go ahead.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. So going back to the 1,101 miles, I'm curious, as someone who's done endurance races before, what is that preparation process, and how does it differ between one specific car for like the Rolex 24 and then 3 wildly different vehicles over whenever these races are going to take place?
Yeah, it just takes a little bit longer to get myself prepared for it. I have to do more work and preparation for an event like this, and you know, it's definitely a tougher challenge than going out and learning one car and then just driving that car forever and ever and ever. And but I enjoy it. It makes me better. It challenges me. I need challenge in my life. I enjoy being challenged. I enjoy struggling, and you know, that's what running all three series gives me.
All right, Steven, go ahead.
Steven Toronto, NASCAR pole position. Connor, going off of the generation differences question that you got, you're from a generation of drivers that has not had to really endure losing a competitor, whether that's on the racetrack or off the racetrack, as opposed to maybe past generations of drivers who lost their competitors and friends in racing accidents or otherwise. Given that, I guess, how does someone of your generation or a driver in their 20s, teens, what have you, handle losing a competitor, but also losing a competitor of Kyle Busch's magnitude?
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like this is a very tight-knit sport. It's a small community, but it's a tight community. And, when you lose somebody, it's felt throughout the entire garage, and especially when it's somebody, with a magnitude like Kyle Busch. So, I remember Thursday really well. I was at an autograph session, and at that point I had started hearing, buzz about the possibility of, Kyle passing away, and I didn't want to believe it. And I was in the middle of an autograph session when I found out, and NASCAR posted it, and that was really tough for me to get through the rest of that autograph session. And then I finished, and somebody walked up and just without even asking, prayed with me, and I got in my car and broke down and cried the whole way home. So it's that, no matter who it is, our industry is really tight, and losing somebody and being able to, it's hard to deal with and hard to accept. And, especially at his age with 2 kids so young, and, Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox, it's so hard to believe that, they're going to grow up without a dad. And, we're gonna all rally around the 3 of them and make sure that they're taken care of.
And I just asked this because you have some connection to Formula racing and racing in Europe. And forgive me if this isn't related to anything at all, but did you have any link to when Antoine Hubert lost his life, or any peers who went through that? And if so, how did you or they handle it?
Yeah, I wasn't. That was kind of before my generation. Antoine Hubert was, and I definitely. There was another kid that I grew up racing with that crashed in Spa and ended up passing away as well, and that one was tough. But I wasn't as close with them, so I definitely think it's a little bit different. But Kyle was definitely tough to accept. That's the first one of my life where it's somebody that I feel like I was pretty close to, and somebody I think we all cared about. It's tough to accept it, and at this point, it's still hard to believe.
Thank you, Connor.
All right. I know there were some additional hands over on this side, so I'll go back to Chris in the green. Thank you.
Hey, Connor. I'm Chris Scallon with Above the Yellow Line Media. So you have a lot of responsibilities this weekend, running the 3 races, and I was just curious with your schedule kind of being shuffled around, kind of touch and go with the weather here. How does that affect your ability to prepare yourself, kind of know what you have to do next, know what you have to get ready for next? Does it make it harder to kind of lock in mentally for each respective race?
Not too bad. No, thankfully I have a motorhome here, and I can just go crash and lay down in the motorhome, and not really have to worry about making sure that I'm here on time, and the convenience of that. So I pretty much just sit and wait for Bob to tweet or Jeff to tweet, and when that happens, I know I'm good to go.
Thanks, Connor.
All right, Dalton.
Hey, Connor. Dalton Hopkins with Front Stretch. Along those lines, Michael McDowell was in here a few minutes ago and talked about how difficult it is just to be here. And he said, contemplated not even being here today. With your responsibilities, how hard is it to be here this weekend?
Yeah, it's really tough. you know, it's so difficult to want to be motivated to go do your job when you lost, you know, one of your closest competitors. And, you know, I woke up yesterday morning and I was like, man, I don't really want to go to the track. And at the same time, though, this place is home to me. And I feel like it's easier to accept it here than it is laying in my bed and just scrolling on Twitter or Instagram or whatever social media it is, and just continuing to see posts about it. I feel like it makes me more and more sad. And, you know, I still struggle to accept it. But, yeah, I mean, it's tough going up and getting in the race car. And you know, I just haven't felt like it just doesn't feel like a real race weekend. Like there's the entire vibe through the garage. It's eerie here. It's gloomy. It's just, yeah, it's going to be tough come Sunday for sure. You know, there's going to be a lot of emotion, and it's going to be sad.
Michael also said that when he gets in the car, puts the helmet on, he's locked in. It's going to be a little bit easier to get through the weekend. Do you feel like that's going to be the case for you?
Yeah, I do. You know, I don't have to see emotion when I'm in the car. I feel like I'm just in there by myself and with my own thoughts. And, you know, it's definitely going to be tough leading up to that. You know, we're going to do a lot to try and honor him and you know, do our best to remember Kyle and, you know, make it so that everybody remembers Kyle for who he was. And, you know, once we get in the race car and it's time to go racing, obviously that switch flips. But until then, it's, you know, the next 24, 48 hours are going to be tough.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for spending time with us. We appreciate it. The stage, I will let him share a few. Thank you. I'll let him share a few words, and then we'll look to get to questions. Thank you. Coach, we appreciate you spending some time with us. We'll go ahead and let you open us up with your thoughts.
Well, just a terrible time, obviously, for all of us and the NASCAR family. And so a few thoughts I had. First was just for Sam and Braxton and Lennox, Tommy Gay, just for that family. Our focus and is going to be for the future for them, because we're going to be there. And so whatever they need, we want to be a part of that. And so we just try and just encourage Sam and everything that she's going to go through. Our family's kind of gone through this. And so honestly, it's the worst thing that could happen in life. And so we just want to encourage them. Secondly, I just want to say that for Richard and RCR, we just wanted to work in concert with them. And I reached out to Richard and told him that we just want to be together on this. We feel so much hurt for him and RCR. Just a terrible thing to happen to them, and what's happened to him also in the past. And so we just really want to do anything we can to encourage RCR, and we want to work together as we go forward with this, with them. The first time I heard about Kyle Busch, my son was racing trucks. And I forget where they were. It was like someplace, Nashville or someplace. I don't know where it was. And so I called him to kind of see how it was going after practice. And he said, hey, he said, Dad, he said, there's a 16-year-old here, and said he's 2 seconds faster than anybody. He said, I hope to kick him out. And actually what happened, it was true. It was Kyle Busch, and they kicked him out. He was too young to be there and was so fast. So that was the first time that you kind of hear about Kyle. And when you think about everything that he accomplished, 63 Cup wins, 234 wins against all 3 series and 2 championships. It's just a phenomenal talent, okay? And so there were really kind of 3 different things I was kind of mentioning to y'all that as I thought about Kyle and everything that I got to experience with him, and we got to experience with him, not just me, but everybody at our race team. The very first thing was that wreck, the crash in 2015. And so I think it said a lot about Kyle because, you know, he'd been around a lot of athletes I have in football and what have you. And when they get a serious injury, that can really affect you, you know, about your thoughts going forward. And so that night after that wreck, I went to the hospital there where they had him. And at that point, he was on a gurney, and the doctor was there. Sam was there. Everybody was kind of there. And Kyle was raving at the doctor. He was going, get me in there, fix this. I want to get back to racing. And so I don't know if he was drugged up some or not, but that was his approach. And honestly, his foot was, I thought, for us, the thing that we were worried about the most, because his foot was really in a bad situation. So they fixed put the rod in his leg that night, and then we flew him back to Anderson, and he did his foot, and there was a lot to that, a lot of screws and all kinds of stuff. So you're kind of worried about that. Obviously, that's your breaking foot and everything. So I gave him one day, I went over to the house. And so I walk into the house, and he already had a trampoline-type deal, and he's doing pull-ups on this thing. You know what I mean? So I'm standing there talking to him, and then he goes, watch this. And he started wiggling his toes at the end of the cast. And I went like this. I went, hey, are you supposed to be doing that? He goes, no, they told me not to do that. I said, quit doing that. But I just wanted to make a point to y'all. When you think about that, here's an athlete really getting hurt, both of his legs and his one leg and his foot. And for him to come back through that process, he was after it, honestly, every single day in rehab. He came back in 11 weeks. And so I'm sitting on the box at Sonoma when he came back. That was a road race. That's what we were really worried about because of his foot and the pressure and everything. So we're just hoping somehow he can get through this. And I was sitting up there with some of the Mars people, and I remember that. And at the end of that race, when he came across that finish line and won that race, they were crying, everybody was crying. And so when you think about that, he came back in 11 weeks. He won 5 races and a championship. So I just think as far as courage and determination and a desire to win, I got to tell you, I'm not sure how many people could have, or athletes could have gone through that and handle it that way. So the one thing I always felt about Kyle, that guy had great courage. He was not afraid of almost anything, and he had a burning desire to race. It was just inside of him. So that's the first thing I was going to mention. The second thing is I honestly feel like if some of you heard that interview with Adam, his crew chief for our period of time there at Joe Gibbs Racing, Adam Stevens, I think he had the best description of Kyle. And he said it was like a freight train. This thing is going, and you can get on. There's going to be a big parts on the ride. And if you get in the way, you're going to get run over, okay? And so I thought that was a great description of him, you know, and a bunch of us got on board. I know we did at our race team, and, you know, it was full bore. He's going. And there's be some good things in there, and then every now and then he's going to run over a few things and cross a line. And that passion and everything came out in so many different ways. Honestly, I may have 100 Kyle Busch stories, and so, but I'll just give you one that kind of says a lot about him. We were at Loudon, New Hampshire, and he finished second. And so I kind of slid over to where they're interviewing people there, you know, because sometimes there might be something I could have to handle afterwards. And so I slid over there, and his interview was absolutely great. And so I said, well, gosh, you know, he must be happy. You know, he finished second, so he's probably happy. He walked 10 yards to me. I was standing there, and he went just like this. He went, "Your cars suck." And he kept right on walking. And I some of you heard it, because I was nervous. The press heard that, you know what I mean? And so those are examples of just his passion for things. It happened one other time. I'll give you one other quick one. We're at Indy, and if you guys probably remember this, it was about the second or third restart. We had great cars. Both of Martin was in, you know, on the front row with Kyle, and that was our Alliance car Martin was in. And so they restarted. It's probably the two best cars. Martin got down on the curb, some of you maybe remember this, and he shot up and just took Kyle out, put him right in the wall. So again, I knew this is not going to be good, our Alliance car. And so I go over to where they're interviewing the press, and again, Kyle handled it pretty good. And then he walked to me, and he goes just like this, "There's your Alliance car." And he just kept walking. I mean, the passion that he had, and all of us experienced that, and I think that was him. And I just admired that part of him so much. Did it carry him too far sometimes? Yeah, but the way he came across. But all of us saw that. And you guys probably witnessed, you probably have, all of you, a lot of Kyle Busch stories. But then the third thing I was wanting to mention, because there's a part of him that I just really admired, and that was kind of highlighted in several things with his personality and the way he dealt with things. One of those is, you guys may know, we do a Christmas video. And when JD was here, he and Dave Alpern were Sal and Pern, you know, and they were this wild video and all kinds of stupid stuff. They had all kinds of skits and everything. And I'm going to tell you, that Kyle Busch, he loved that. Every single thing we asked him to do. At one point, they had these plastic gloves, and they shoved it down over their head. You know what I mean? They got the fingers up like this. He was full bore on all that. Whether it was in a car singing all kinds of stupid songs and stuff, he was full bore on all. He had a great sense of humor with things like that. When he was away from the racetrack, he was so funny. And then we had one skit I always remember. It was probably the best one we had. It was Kyle, okay, and we had the young drivers, you know, in Xfinity sitting in front of him, and he was going to do the anger management coach. He was the anger management. coaching the guys up, and it was all these funny things about, how to handle things when they don't go wrong. So the other part of that, too, that I would just say to you, as we all know, in our sport, one of the most important things for a driver at this level is to be able to, represent some of the biggest and best companies in the world. And so, for our sport, it's different. You have to have, and I don't call them sponsors, I call them partners, great partners. And to be able to keep a great partner for a long period of time with a driver is really, really hard to do, because they got to constantly be talking to the top executives in the company, entertaining, signing stuff. It's just nonstop. It's a huge part of our sport that you don't have in other sports. Kyle, man, Mars, I reached out to Pam, Victoria, William this week, and what they really said to me, it was more than a sponsorship. It was a partnership. And they went with him through all of that. And so there was a side of Kyle that was funny, and you get him away from the racetrack, really quick-witted, would say funny things. He could laugh at himself. He would be a part of our funny jokes and stuff that we would have at our complex. And he did a masterful job of, keeping our sponsors. When you think about that, 5 contracts with Mars, one of the biggest, most powerful companies in the world. And it was personal relationships he had with the key partners in that company. So for all those things, and then the other side of Kyle and Sam was bundle of joy, and the way he cared about others that were going through similar type things that him and Sam had gone through, and the way he kind of reached out with that, and that all of that tells the side of Kyle that all of us. I just wanted to kind of mention that because it was so important, because that part of him, sometimes some people really didn't get to see, but we got to see it. And I would say this, for me and personally, I'll have Kyle Busch stories forever. I can't tell you how many funny things he did, and some of the things would shock me and everything. And I'm going, what the heck is he doing? You know what I mean? I said, for God's sakes, quit pushing the button on the phone. You know what I mean? Say that to yourself. Funny things like that. So anyway, I just end with that this was somebody that we all kind of admired, great athletes that can do things that all of the rest of us, you envision yourself, we admire pro sports because these guys do things that are just, we admire, because it's unbelievable, the talent that they have. So anyway, that's kind of staying with the time I have here. Just wanted to share those things with you.
Are you open to a few questions, Coach?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and take a few questions in the time that we have. I'll start up front here with Jordan and then go to Weaver, and John, you'll be in the back. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. When was your last communication with Kyle? What was it like?
I here's another example of Kyle. When Ty won his race at Bristol, he reached out to Ty and said, congrats on that. I thought it was great. And then he called me. And so I thought that was really something that, he was willing to do. That was the last time I had a chance to talk with him.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. How important in hindsight is it for NASCAR, as much as it could be challenging for you guys to manage him at times, for this sport to have a personality that's willing to buck every system and to be polarizing but also authentically himself?
I think we we love that about our sport. You know, you see it in other sports too. Sometimes you admire the person that's different. It's going to go about things differently. And their passion, they wear it on their sleeve. And if Kyle was thinking something, he said it. He also was, he wasn't planning things. He just did things. And I think we all kind of admired that. And I think we love that in our, you know, that's part of our sport for sure, because our fans love, you know, their drivers and the people they're pulling for. And so that part of somebody, I remember when we first started with him, as I rode through going to different hospitalities and stuff, I'd see people with the M&Ms when it first started showing up, and I would stop and, you know, sign something for them and say thank you. And after a while, it was a lot of people because they had that M&Ms on. And so, yeah, you just saw him kind of, his popularity grew with the fans, and he was different. The one thing I always remember, if you remember, sometimes I would go, what the heck? But remember when he got out of the car at Bristol and all the fans were booing, and he goes like this, he goes, how do you come up with that? You know what I mean? And I thought to myself, why is he doing that? You know what I mean? And so, I don't know, you love the guy, and the way he approached things, sometimes it obviously you question, but he was definitely a unique person, and, you know, we really, really will miss Kyle.
All right, John, go ahead.
John Newby Fan Buzz. When Kyle came to the team, he was still essentially a kid. When he left, he was a husband, a father. What was it like from your perspective, just watching him go through all those stages of life and become the man that he was?
Yeah, I do think there was definitely a change. I remember that very first year, you know, to be quite truthful, probably one of the most exciting things that happened with us in racing, when he came to us and Mars signed on with us. I think they'd won like 3 races. They'd been in racing for like 8 years or something. And that first year was with Toyota, and we won 8 races with Kyle. It was, I mean, it was something that you just can't even dream that that would happen. But then, you know, I do think he, you know, at that point, single in life and roaring. I think then Sam, when Sam came along, I saw a definite difference where he was really caring for somebody else and started thinking about other things in his life. And then, of course, with Braxton and Lennox, I think that is another step. And so I definitely felt like there was the maturing part of it, and he's really was caring for somebody else, for sure, in a big way. And so you kind of see that in somebody, a young guy that goes through that process, and we kind of lived through that with him.
All right, I'm going to go to Alan Cavana in the back, and then Pat Jaggers here on the right. Go ahead, Alan.
Alan Cavana, PRN. Coach, you've had your experiences with loss and grief. When Kyle's family comes to you, where do you start? How do you start to counsel them?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I kind of lean in a way on Heather and Melissa, you know, my 2 daughters-in-laws, and, you know, I think the first part of this is just trauma for sure. And so we just need to encourage and be there and love them. But I think then it's the journey down the road, you know. And for me, I think what's really important for Sam will be, you know, Braxton and Lennox. And so I want to be there for that. We all do, you know, and I think all of you will be supporting through this process. But I think it's down the road that's really important, and there'll be ways that we can probably encourage the family and support them. I know Richard is focused also on all that. I don't want to lose out on how important this is for Richard and them. So anyway, I think it'll be down the road, which is really becomes important. And I know that's been the ways with my grandkids.
All right, Pat, go ahead.
Pat Jaggers, Motor Racing Network. Coach, in what ways do you feel like Kyle pushed and motivated you to become a better owner over time?
Yeah, I think, gosh, the first part of when we first got together, what you're trying to do is build a race team. And, you know, if we look at this, you know, we started with 17 people in one car. Yeah, we had Jimmy Maycar running everything. And so the journey I thought that's the way it would always be. I thought it was going to be a hobby type thing. And so it just started growing, and today, you know, it's become what our family and everybody that works there, you think about so many times, it's all the people that work there that built the race team. Honestly, for us, we got so many people that it's the people that build it. It wasn't us. We did our part, you know, to be there, the family and everybody that works, Dave, administration, Chris, everybody that's been there for a long period of time. You know, we've been a part of the family, but it was really the people there that had grew our race team. And when he came on board, you think about it, we had just signed with Toyota. We didn't know. You know, we made a decision because we wanted a chance to maybe distinguish ourselves with a manufacturer. Thought that might be a chance for us. But for us to get off to the start we did, and for him to be such a key part of that, that was just a huge stepping stone for us. And so you kind of look at that and say he meant a lot to us. And then the other key drivers that came along that were a part of our process and our history. Gosh, it's just a great thing to be a part of something like this and see all the people that you know, were a part of building our race team. I give out the awards, the 20-year awards at Christmas to our employees. I think I gave out 15 last year. We got people that have been there 30. And so when we make decisions, I know JD was always, he said, Dad, it was always the people. We need to make decisions based off of the people that work for us. And so he was always intent on that. Well, Kyle was a part of helping us build that because we all know you're not going anywhere unless you got a great athlete driving that car. Now, he's not the only one. It's a team sport. You got to have the crew chiefs and pit crews and everything that it takes. You know, what's kind of amazed me when I got in racing, I thought it was a hobby. One car, go to the racetrack, fix it, come back, go to the racetrack, fix it. And today, it's one of the things that you have to do everything. You got travel now. You got PR. You got social and digital. You got to build the cars. You got the front office and everything that it takes. And so really, it becomes a real, it's a team effort with everybody. And he was a key part of that. We know the drivers get a lot of attention. They deserve it.
And you talked about his contributions to the team. In what ways would you like to honor and pay tribute to him moving forward?
Yeah, I think we just want to, like I mentioned, working with Richard and NASCAR and Toyota for us. In all those ways, we want to be a part of whatever we can do. We're going to do some things, obviously, for the race. You know, we're going to do some things on our cars. All of our cars are going to have Rowdy over the door. They're going to have a sticker that shows Kyle with the trophy, with the NASCAR trophy, and things like that. But those are things, you know, for this weekend. But there'll be other things that, as we go forward, that I'm sure we'll all work together. But we want to make sure we work with Richard, and we don't want to step on anything there that they want to do. So we're working together. I texted Richard and told him that we want to be a part of whatever he wants to be a part of.
Well, Joe, thank you so much for your time,
You bet.
for coming here and sharing your thoughts and stories about Kyle.
Yeah.
And we just appreciate you spending some time
Yeah,
with us.
And I don't want to miss. I know you guys all shared things with Kyle. We're all together, and I understand that. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right, we're going to continue with our media availabilities this morning here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've now been joined by Brad Keselowski, who also is a former Coca-Cola 600 race winner. Brad, we appreciate you spending some time with us today. We will go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question for Brad, raise your hand. I'll work to get to as many as we can in the time that we have. And I'll start up front here with Kelly Crandall.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. Brad, as a driver, having raced Kyle on the track, what will his absence be like in that regard as a competitor?
Yeah, I don't know if it's soaked in for me on that fully, Kelly. You know, I've been racing or going to racetracks and competing against Kyle Busch since 2001, so that's, 24, 25 years. So certainly will be different. He brought a lot of different things to the sport, and specifically on track. A lot of different ways of looking at it, fresh ideas that were things that I at least learned from. So really dedicated racer and innovator, and specifically with strategic moves they would make on the racetrack. I was just watching a video of him from Dover last week, where he had some kind of issue and was smart enough to realize he could speed down pit road and it would be better for him. And those are the type of things that were quintessential Kyle. And so it's that's irreplaceable.
All right, we're going to take our next question right here with Matt Weaver.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. I don't know if you saw Dale's tweet, but Dale had kind of indicated that in the last couple of years, his relationship with Kyle had started to thaw after being, similarly challenging in the ways that I imagine it was for you as well. And I'm curious, in the last couple of years, did you start to experience a similar thawing? And how much do you, I guess, kind of lament not having the chance to see where that relationship could have evolved in your respective post-driving careers?
Well, I guess there's two questions there. I'll start with the latter of the two. Kind of selfishly, I was hopeful for a long time that our racing career would continue on a journey that saw us in the Hall of Fame and doing those types of things together. And who knows, maybe one day competing in the Truck Series against each other when we're done with Cup. Obviously, that's not going to be the case now. But, with respect to our relationship, I would say there was a small thaw over the last year, maybe two, that came from, his circumstances being different with respect to race teams and positions on the grid. And, it was interesting to see. And it was thawing, almost more by the weekend. I flew with Kyle Busch on the way to Dover last Friday. And those are things that, I never thought I would say 3, 5, 10 years ago. I think it was on that path. I don't have any great stories to tell. But it's sad to not see that through. But, whatever loss that I have there, honestly pales in comparison to many others. So I don't want to overplay that. But, it's the reality.
All right, Steve, I can get a microphone to Steve, please.
Hey, Brad. Steve Reed from the AP. Probably while you were walking in here, they the family had announced the cause of death, which was pneumonia had progressed into sepsis, which resulted in a lot of complications. I was just curious, being around the garage, over the last few weeks, had you noticed that he was not feeling well, or had you talked to him and did you get a sense that he was not feeling well?
Yes, and I won't go into any specifics, but then when he ran the truck race, was it Friday, I think, of last week? Those were honestly kind of erased in my mind. I'm not at any level of doctor, but I do know the workload associated with running a double duty weekend pretty well, having done it myself, and you know, he obviously executed at a very high level, winning one of the races. So I kind of like very dismissive of that.
All right, I'll get a microphone to Deb Williams here, right here.
Deb Williams, Auto Week. Brad, to kind of follow up a little bit on Steve's question, I'm going to interject myself in here. I don't have a spleen. I have to be very careful about infections. But I wasn't until I had it removed. Do you think because of the schedule that we're under in racing, that sometimes, particularly the competitors, maybe say, oh, that's just a cold, I'll get away. You don't pay as much attention to what could progress or what happened when you get sick?
Well, I mean, again, Deb, I'm not a doctor, but I can only speak for myself. Racing season's a very difficult season. You know, it's 38 weekends a year, and there's a lot going on, a lot of opportunities to, you know, have cycles in your health. I mean, shoot, I broke my leg end of last year, beginning of this year, and you know, had to power through it because that's what the sport requires. And you know, there's preliminary races here with the Truck Series and the NASCAR Auto Parts Series. There's no shortage of drivers that would love to take my seat or anybody else's seat if we weren't feeling well. And I think every driver feels that pressure, as most athletes do. So it's not unique to NASCAR in that sense. And you know, we're all thinking to ourselves, I don't want to be replaced. I love my job. I love the sport, and you try to power through it the best you can. You know, that's not always ideal, but it's the reality of life in sports. You know, I can't speak to where Kyle was or exactly what was going on with him. I don't know that. I did read the report just before I walked in here, and you know, was certainly saddened by that. But you know, race car drivers don't want other people to get in their cars because they don't know if they'll ever get back in it again themselves. So I think that's pretty natural.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go Jordan, Greg, and then Dalton. If I can get a microphone back here to Dalton. Thank you. Go ahead.
What's the best way to honor Kyle Busch going forward? And then kind of part of that, did you see the video this morning or any of the videos this morning of the car being lowered?
I did see, Jordan, the car lowering video. I got to be honest, I'm not that great at those types of things of, you know, understanding what's the best way forward to honor him. You know, I've heard and read a lot of different ideas, and there's some that, you know, you like more than others, as you can imagine. You know, probably the best one that I know right now that I would like to see is something with effect to the Hall of Fame and so forth. But I understand there's a lot of things to work through on that. But it's very clear Kyle's a first ballot Hall of Famer, and I don't know why that needs to wait another year.
So just to make sure, you want him in the Hall. You think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame right away?
Yeah, I think so.
And then what did you see? What did you think when you saw the video?
You know, Kyle's loss is the whole industry's loss. And the industry's had a lot of losses here in the last 5 or 6 months. And that seems to come in waves. I don't know why that is. So it's been a tough few months for the industry, and this is another hard one. You know, I don't want to try to weigh one against another. But you know, it's a tough part of the sport. Is there's a lot of people in this garage area. You know, I figure, I did some napkin math a few months ago. I figure there's about 10,000 people that work in this industry, whether it's at the teams or at NASCAR or at the racetracks. And, you know, the events go on because of them, and some of them have more notoriety than others, which is natural. But whenever you have a group of people that large, there's going to be loss. There's going to be, you know, moments of pain. And, you know, some just naturally hit harder and wider than others. And Kyle's hits pretty deep.
All right, Greg, go ahead.
Hey, Brad. Greg Engel, Forbes, and Auto Week. I was talking to Connor Zilic earlier. He was born in 2006, so to him, because the last big loss like this was Dale Earnhardt, obviously.
Sure.
And it was just a construct to him. He wasn't around. You were 17 when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
When you think of Dale Earnhardt and Kyle Busch from that kind of lens, can you kind of compare the two? Were they pretty similar? Do you think?
Well, I wasn't in the garage when Dale died. I mean, I guess I was a teenager and I remember it, but I wasn't in the garage area, so it's hard for me to speak from an industry perspective. But I can speak more from a fan perspective, and see a lot of similarities for sure. Clearly, both had a lot of fans, a lot of recognition, a lot of notoriety. I hate comparing things because it's different eras. It's never seemingly fair. And I know a lot of people get their feathers ruffled, but it is a significant moment in the sport. Much like when Dale died, the sport won't be the same without Kyle. How that is, I'm not entirely sure. I'll understand a lot more in the next 3 to 5 years, as you will too. But it is a certainty that it will be different. Much like when Dale passed, it was different.
All right, Dalton. Go ahead.
Brad, Dalton Hopkins, the front stretch. I noticed that you reposted a story about a fan who interacted with Denny Hamlin signing autographs when Denny got the news. For your sake, this weekend, next weekend, this week, how difficult is it going to be for you to be being here at the track and interacting with the fans, doing the things that you normally would do under these circumstances?
Well, I mean, you have to keep moving. I mean, there's a lot of fans in this sport, and they paid a lot of money to come here and watch this race, and they have expectations, and it's kind of like if you work as anyone in a business that serves people, which we effectively do, that they still expect to be served, whether you're having a good day or an awful day. So, I just appreciate the grace that the fans have given to date over everyone in the industry trying to, sort out their own emotions and grieving process, and hope that continues. But I understand that there's still expectations. There's still a race to run. There's still fans that bought tickets and want to see the race, and sponsors and so forth that have paid money, and people that have worked really hard to prepare for this weekend. And that's not meant to be dismissive at all. It's a tough balancing act for sure.
All right, go ahead.
Brad over here, Pat Jaggers, Motor Racing Network. Obviously, you and Kyle had your battles on the track. Do you feel like he made you better? And if so, how?
Oh, all the time, yeah. I mean, shoot, even before everything happened over the last few days, I was thinking about, I was behind Kyle one time here a number of years ago. This would have been 10, 15 years ago. And he was running down here in turn 3 and 4. He had this unique line where he wouldn't arc the corner, but he would kind of like hit the apron really early and make the car turn. And he was making it work really well. And I still remember being behind him and seeing him do that, because at the time, kind of the dialogue of how to run this racetrack was off of Jimmy Johnson, who would come into turn 3 and he would, kind of start at the top of the racetrack with this huge arc down to the bottom, and then, run up off the corner with a lot of speed. And Kyle's approach was, like 180 of that. And he was making it work in front of me, where I, at the time, was trying to do everything that Jimmy was doing. And, it's in those moments you're like, oh, there's more than one way to do this, right? And, he had a way that was something that I saw. I'm like, oh, you kind of add that to the playbook. When my car's driving a certain way, this is how I'm going to run this track. So I was thinking about that this week as I was preparing to run the race. Like, how, I need to make sure that's in my playbook for if my car's driving a certain way or a certain track condition. And I was thinking about seeing that out from Kyle a long time ago. But, yeah, there's all kinds of nuance. And drivers learn from other drivers. It's totally natural. We just seem to learn more from Kyle than most other drivers.
All right, Brett, if I can get a microphone back to Brett in the back, please. And then one up front to Dustin Long here. Dustin, can you raise your hand for a minute? Oh, sorry.
Hey, Brad. Brett McMillan with PRN. Looking at this weekend of the 600, we used to talk about the 600 being the ultimate test of man and machine. The machines now are almost bulletproof. We see very few engine failures. So with the extra 100 miles, where does that put the pressure now? More on the teams, the pit crews, the drivers for that extra 100 miles?
Yeah, Brett, it's funny you say that. I was telling somebody this the other day. My uncle's in town for the race weekend. Hasn't been here for 20-some years, but he ran this race in the 70s. And so, NASCAR has the YouTube channel, NASCAR Classics. I don't know if anyone here in this room has seen it. And we spent the last few nights rewatching some of those old races that he ran in. And I'm not very patient with watching a race. And it's particularly one that's been run 50 years ago. So I pulled up my phone and just loaded the race results as I was watching the race. And I was stunned. I mean, a number of these races, they had 40 cars start and less than 15 finish. Third and fourth place were multiple laps down, not one lap down, multiple, like 3 to 5, 10 laps down. And the DNF list was half the field, and it was engine, and some obscure crash here or there. But I guess with time, you forget those things. Maybe we'll see somebody blow an engine this weekend in the Cup Series. I suspect if we do, it'll only be one or two, where, 50 years ago, it was more than half the field. And so that's a big change. And on top of that, with the stages, this track used to be notorious for, going really long, like 3 or 4 pit stop cycles under green. And so you never had a chance to catch your breath as a driver. And you had to keep adapting to the track as it went into the night. We're now with the stages, it only has 1 pit cycle generally, until you have a yellow flag or guaranteed yellow. So that's changed the racing a lot. Of course, the next-gen car is very durable. I would say pit road has become more important than it used to be for the Coke 600. So it used to be the Coke 600. Qualifying was not really all that important because it was such a long race. Now it's probably even more important than any other race because you're guaranteed to have a number of yellow flag pit stops. And if you don't qualify well, your pit selection is really problematic and can keep you from having a good day. So, last year's Coke 600, I had an excellent car. I'd say I had a car to run in the top 2 or 3. And we did not qualify well, and every pit stop was a long stop because I was parked around other cars, and it cost me a chance to win the race, right? So that puts a lot of emphasis on qualifying that I don't think existed. So the racing's evolved, more emphasis on the pit crews, more emphasis on restarts, less emphasis on car durability, without a doubt, Brett.
All right, a microphone to Dustin, please, right here.
Dustin Long, USA Sports. Your victory celebration is unique and certainly very special, and would be, and obviously it's happened here before this weekend, and very meaningful. If you get the opportunity to win again, that's going to be a fantastic image. But you also have the opportunity with the mic and the image, presenting a lasting image and being kind of the final voice of the weekend. With that power, what would you hope to relay to fans and provide in the sense of honoring or acknowledging Kyle?
Well, I mean, I hope to have that honor. There's no guarantees, and in fact, there's 30 other drivers that are doing their best to deny that. But I would suspect that whoever wins this race will do some kind of bow, and I would be no different. I think that's the best way.
All right, Brad, thank you for spending time with us today. We wish you the best of luck, and thank you for giving us that video with Kyle a couple years ago as well.
Appreciate it, guys. Good to see you here.
All right, as Brad makes his way off this stage, we are going to bring in Coach Gibbs. So Coach Gibbs will make his way to the stage. All right, we're going to continue with our media availabilities. We've now been joined by Joey Logano. Joey, appreciate you spending some time with us. We'll go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question for Joey, go ahead and raise your hand. I'm going to try to get to as many questions as I can. I know we're not able to get to everyone each kind of opportunity we have to speak with someone. So thank you guys for being patient and understanding. And to kick us off, I'm going to go to Matt Weaver here up front.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. What I hope is a lighthearted story. We were talking to McDowell earlier, and he said that the memory that immediately stands out to him was recent at Talladega. Apparently there was a basketball game with the families, and that apparently Kyle was smack talking you throughout the entire thing. And what can you tell us about that game? And is that a reflection of some thawing in the relationship and what could have been down the road as you guys got older and transitioned into a different part of life?
Yeah, I mean, first off, our hearts are broken. I think our community couldn't be more surprised. Our eyes have been open to a lot of different things here in the last couple days. And, it's affected everybody here, I think, in a very unique way and in a very heart-touching way as well throughout this week. And seeing how everybody comes together in moments like this is pretty impressive to see. But, yes, to answer your question, probably one of the last times I've talked to Kyle was at the playground at Talladega, and I remember seeing him, and the first thing I walked up to him, because it was right after he did a podcast saying how he didn't like me. And of course, because I just hit things head on, I walked up to him. I said, "What the heck? I thought we were friends." And then we had a good laugh about it and joked about it. And Brexton and Hudson are, they play together all the time. He's a great kid. And so they're shooting hoops. And to be honest with you, neither one of us knew how to play basketball worth of crap. So I'm glad no cameras saw it, because it had been a little embarrassing and hurt my argument of being an athlete. So I'm glad no one's seen it. But it was a side of Kyle where you can get him away from the racetrack, away from the competitive environment. And, I got to spend a lot of time with him. I was flying to the West Coast, right, and playing cards and stuff like that. Like, even though we had this little rivalry, if you will, on the racetrack, and we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things from that perspective, we were able to put that stuff away and joke around and have a little piece of what that is. And to your point, who knows what would have been once we're done racing, right? And you see everybody changes. I think when you're done racing, you bury the hatchet, if you will. And it's obviously is far too young and far too soon. And there's not words to describe, I think how I feel, but also, everybody else in the garage today, and not just the garage, but our fans. And you see the social media stuff from around the world, right? Like all the way to our president. you think about the impact that Kyle made in our sport, but also around the world, is pretty incredible.
All right, we're going to continue with questions. I'm going to go to Jordan Bianchi and then Scott Fowler right here.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. What made Kyle such a great driver?
I mean, obviously he had a ridiculous amount of God-given talent. You knew that from when he first started, right? He was one of the youngest to come in, right? He was the youngest coming in, right before me. And, so I watched everything he did and tried to learn from it. And, so he had a ton of talent, but he had a ridiculous amount of grit, which was probably what made him one of the greatest, is that he was fiery. He had the will to win, and he was going to push and do whatever he can do to make that happen. And you've seen plenty of moves on the racetrack. He was very intelligent. He was very smart about the race car. He knew what he wanted, and I always feel like he raced very fair on the racetrack on top of all that. But I think what made him great was just his determination, right? I mean, the guy was out there racing anything he can get in at any point, just like O'Donnell probably said it the best, like he was an American badass, right? I mean, that's like, he was kind of like, when you think race car driver and what that person should be like or would be like, Kyle Busch is probably one of the first that comes to your mind on the type of racer he was. And like I said, he was fair about a lot of things, and he was tough, really tough.
Is there one thing on the racetrack that, when you think about him, one memory or something he did that just immediately jumps out?
Gosh, there's quite a few. He was quite the highlight reel, on so many levels. Whether it was on track or sitting where I'm sitting right now, I think we all had memories of, just the things that he would do or say was just pure and raw. On the racetrack, I mean, I always think about those saves that he had at Daytona. He's sparking the track bar mount across the track, and how amazing that was. Yeah, there's just, and obviously the wins, the numbers are staggering. The numbers I don't see ever being beat. A lot of those stats and records will forever be there. That legacy and legend will continue for generations into the future, in my opinion. So, like I said, it's hard to pick one. Like I said, he's quite the highlight reel for everybody.
All right, Scott, go ahead.
Hi, Joey. Scott Fowler, Charlotte Observer. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about what your very first impressions of Kyle were when you very first, got to know him. And then was there a tipping point in the two of your relationship where it improved?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we probably had a roller coaster of a relationship. Early in my career, he was my teammate. So obviously I watched and learned and created a good relationship there. We went on vacation together. I remember. So like there was, and that relationship I still think was there deep down inside. Unfortunately, sometimes competition gets in the way of things, and kind of was there for a little bit. But I do think over the last 5 or 6 years, that relationship was growing. Maybe not at a very fast rate, but it was definitely mending, and we raced each other a lot on the racetrack and was very fair about stuff, right? I mean, we may have had fun in the media a little bit and said things and gone along with it, but I do think a lot of it was there was a lot of respect between the both of us. Definitely me towards him on what he was able to accomplish on the track, and like I said, we had a lot of laughs and a lot of fun, kind of joking about a lot of it, just because I'm going to hit it head on and make an awkward moment and talk about it. And it was always fun to see the reaction of Kyle in those moments, and just kind of breaking that ice and breaking that tension. And over time, that relationship would grow. And like I said, our kids would would really be one of the biggest pieces that was growing that relationship, right? When you're over at MRO and, you know, everyone's hanging out. And that's probably one of the things that's hit me the hardest throughout all this is just thinking about Brexton and Lennox and, you know, I couldn't imagine, right? I mean, it's the first thing I want to do is just go hug my kids. And I'm sure everybody in here thought about their family members immediately. I think that's one of the biggest things we can take out of all this is just, you know, taking every moment, living it to the fullest, and you truly don't know when it's your last day. I don't think anyone would ever thought that, you know, Kyle is only 5 years older than me. You don't think about that type of stuff. You know, immediately I started thinking about, you know, what's the things that I'm putting off right now, health-wise, that I should be attacking right now. Right, I'm not making speculations of anything that happened with Kyle. I just know personally, inside, and all of us should be thinking that too. Is we shouldn't put anything off. We should hit everything head on if we can. Mend relationships if we can. Hug our loved ones while we can, because you just never know.
All right, I'm going to go to Steve here in the middle, and then to Kelly.
Hey, Joey, Steve Reed from the AP. One of the drivers in here had said earlier, it just doesn't feel like a race weekend. I just wonder, what is your sense? What is it like out there with all the drivers and everybody in the crews, and what will it be like trying to go race on Sunday night?
Yes, it's definitely a very different vibe. I've never really felt anything like this before at the racetrack. You know, I was up in the booth last night for the truck race, and you know, it was a different feeling from up there. You know, the majority of the time we talked about Kyle, as we should. You know, we talked about some stories. We asked a lot of drivers for their stories, and obviously that's continuing into today and the rest of the weekend. And I'm sure for many years into the future, it will be like that, as it should be. You know, but it's definitely, you know, it's a sad day at the racetrack. And I can't say there's many days that people can say that, right? A lot of people say, you know, a day at the racetrack is better than a day anywhere else. But today, it just doesn't feel normal. You know, you just kind of see less smiles and everybody's sad, right? And it's an emotion that we're all feeling as raw as it can be. And we're all trying to handle it in our own way while we're still going about our business, right? As you guys are writing countless stories at the moment, and we're still trying to figure out how do we win the Coca-Cola 600, but there's some pretty heavy emotions on our hearts.
All right, Kelly, go ahead.
Kelly, CrownRacer.com. Joey, you spoke about what made him great on the racetrack and things that he would do. Going forward, how do you think races and his absence how do you think races will change with his absence on Sunday's afternoon and what he brought to the field? And I guess what it was like racing him. So what will that absence be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, I think there will be, you know, obviously the race itself is different without him out there, but I think the industry itself at a larger scale will be impacted more so than just the race, right? The race is just it's always just that's the end, right? Like that's the result of what everything you do going into the week. And something that I thought was pretty interesting last night up there in the booth was how many team members he's worked with, right? In at least the truck series, that you hear stories from so many different people and how how Kyle impacted them one way or another, right? Most of them being he made me better. Right? That was like the common thing that I heard. He forced me to be better. He made people feel uncomfortable. He pushed them, right? Like that was all things that's a good trait to have, right? You want a leader that's like that. And he's touched countless, you know, team members throughout all three garages. I can't say I've done that, right? Like that's something that's pretty unique. You know, there's a lot of drivers, you know, for me, I've driven for one team, right? Like for the most part, maybe two, but for the most part, like I know our group really, really well. He's worked with so many different teams, whether it's the trucks or Xfinity or Cup. Like, I mean, all of them, he's been around for years, and he's made people stronger that was around him. And I think that's the impact that he's leaving behind, and that's going to change a lot. But also, will continue for generations the impact he made, but it will change a lot going into the future too.
All right. Our next question will be Jacob. Did you have a question? Okay.
Jacob Seelman, Steering Wheel Nation. Joey, you and Brad are the two that come to mind maybe as the two that had your most public buttings of head with Kyle over the years. You were his teammate, raced alongside him early on. You raced against him more than that. How will you remember the battles, and maybe how does that perspective change in light of all this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've always been the kind of person that wants to see the best, right, of anybody. And like I said, Kyle had a lot of great traits. And, you know, the memories on track, you know, obviously they'll be there, but racing isn't what life is. You know what I mean? Like, I know we all get consumed in this stuff, and it is a great sport, and it's done a lot for my family. It's done a lot for everybody's here, and the fans and the joy it brings for everybody, absolutely. But it's not everything. It's not what makes you as a person. And I think that's important to remember throughout these type of moments. And the moments that, you know, I'll probably remember some of the most is like Michael was talking about earlier when we were playing basketball, or just, you know, cutting up with each other, or giving each other a hard time, right? I mean, there was a lot of moments where we just picked on each other, right? Like, and it was, you know, you kind of, it's sad to lose that guy that we had those moments with, right? And moments like this, you learn to appreciate those things too, right? Because as much as at times he frustrated me and made me mad, you know, it's kind of sad to lose that. You know, it's kind of like a Tom and Jerry kind of situation, and you kind of miss when you don't have that guy to do that with anymore. But definitely, like I said, and we had that respect for each other in that same way. You know, it's just, you know, like I said, it's really sad. But those are probably the memories that will stick with me as much as anything that happens on track.
Joey, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for coming in and spending it with us, and we wish you the best of luck this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
All right, we've now been joined by Denny Hamlin. Denny, before we get started with questions, I just want to thank you for being willing to spend some time with us today, and for being willing to come in here and just, you know, share your thoughts and things. So we will go ahead and open up for questions. If you have a question for Denny, raise your hand. Once again, I'll get to as many people as I can in the time that we have. And to kick us off, I'm going to go to Reed Spencer here in the middle.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire. Denny, when Kyle Busch came to Joe Gibbs Racing in 2008, you were already there. He came in like a house on fire, won 8 of the first 22 races that year. What was that like, him coming to JGR at that point, and how did your relationship with him evolve over the next 15 years?
I mean, it was eye-opening for one. You know, I was, you know, kind of when I signed my deal with Joe Gibbs Racing as development driver, it was kind of, I think it was the first year he was
going to run full time with Hendrick in the O'Reilly series, and I just remember that it was kind of him and Martin and just those two guys going back and forth, and just he was really, really good. But I didn't really know until he got in the same equipment that I got in, and I could see how fast he was, and just generally how good he was. That at that point it was like, this is going to be super challenging to be the fastest and the best at your organization. You're going to have a really tough time as long as this guy's your teammate. So just at that point when he came over and obviously set the world on fire, it certainly was eye-opening to me, to see kind of how in-depth he was with the race cars, quite a bit different style than myself personally. But that was just kind of how he grew up, is being super hands-on with the cars, and he was very in tune with wanting to be involved with setups and things like that and strategy, and I was just a feedback kind of person. That was it. You were just going to get the driving side of that from me, and so it certainly challenged me to evolve. And then when I came into NASCAR itself, it was like I come from short tracks. I didn't come from mile and a halves and stuff like this. And so it just was, such an important part of my development process to have a teammate like him that was good at stuff like this that I could learn from. And so there's no question there was many, many instances where me and Kyle got to switch cars at test. And at that point, when I sat in those cars, I was like, okay, so this is what a winning car feels like. This is just not the direction that I would think. And then vice versa. We'd go to short tracks, you'd get in, and you'd be like, man, it's a lot different than what I would shoot for. And that combo is what made us more rounded than we ever were as race car drivers, just having that opportunity. And I'm just super grateful for the opportunity to work with him as long as I did.
All right. My next question is going to go to Pat Jaggers and then back up to Lee Spencer here in the middle.
Pat Jaggers, Motor Racing Network. Denny, you said on social media he was NASCAR's Kobe Bryant, and you just referenced all of these things that made you guys great and cohesive. Are there things that maybe the general public doesn't know that made Kyle great and elite when you think about how great he actually was?
Well, I mean, there's some of it that just some people are just more skilled than others, and he was just far more skilled than 99.9% of the people that did it. And I don't know how he did some of the stuff that he did behind the wheel. I mean, I was teammates and got beat by him more times than I beat him. Just, I don't know. He was exceptional in what he did. And so I don't know what that is. I think he had a really, good upbringing and had his brother to kind of push off of. That probably was super helpful. He got to race all kinds of different cars when he was younger, started at a very young age. But there's still that it factor that can't be learned, and that's what kind of set him apart from everyone else.
And how would you like to see the sport honor and pay tribute to him moving forward? I don't know the answer necessarily to that. Everyone pays tribute in different ways, just like everyone grieves in different ways, and some people celebrate in different ways. So it's very hard to say what's the right thing. You just try to as a person, you try to do the right thing and honor him yourself, and try not to judge anybody else's celebrations or tributes because they're celebrating in their own way.
All right, Lee, go ahead.
Lee Spencer, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. Adam Stevens said that Kyle had a level of intensity he had never seen with anyone else before, and he said particularly when he strapped in before a race, you could just kind of feel that, see it, and it's something he'll never forget. what can you say about the level of intensity that Kyle Busch held?
I mean, it was definitely a level of intensity, but I don't know if arrogance is the right way, but he earned it. Like he backed it up. Like it was well earned. Like, and that's what I think made him so good, is that he could drive in on lap 1, lap of practice, and say, it's going to stick because I'm going to make it stick. And so that level of confidence is what makes, the greats of sports better than everyone else. And so I never have been that guy that, I every weekend we talk about, I got to work my way into this. I'll see you on Sunday. But he just, he had the swagger, and he had it when he was a rookie, and he had it, at all times. And so that is just, that's something that just doesn't come by too often. And yeah, you saw it kind of with Michael Jordan's documentary, right? Like his swagger and confidence and his, that set him apart and allowed him to take himself to another level. And that's, as teammates, that's what I saw out of Kyle. It's just the ability to reach a level that, it's hard for me to comprehend or be able to replicate.
And between the number 11 and your job with 2311, you go nonstop. But with what happened to Kyle, at your age with your children, do you kind of look at things a little differently? I mean, we can't all live scared. It would be a terrible way to live. But, now if you get something, are you going to pay more attention to it because just the ramifications?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're crazy if you don't have a certain level of paranoia at this point. But yeah, I mean, I just know, my side of things, we really try to prepare as best we can, and for all things that, may or may not happen, and to try to not, leave any burden to the family or anything like that. But it's, you try to live every day to the fullest. That's what this reminds us of, right? Is that you try to prepare and all those other things, but at some time you have to just enjoy the day and the moment that you're in, because it's just tomorrow's not given.
All right, if I get a microphone up to Jordan, please.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. On your podcast, you talked about how Kyle gave you crap for your joint appearance at Dover. And you said that you guys, this last interaction, or was that your last interaction? As you look back, what will you think about that?
It was good. I mean, we had laughs and smiles together. That was really a good opportunity. I wasn't even aware that we were doing it together, nor I don't think it was planned. I think you might have been early to that appearance. That's quite unusual, but he was early. I think he was supposed to be before me or after me, and instead went on with me for that one. But it was good. We got to talk about old people stuff, and there were aches and body pains, things like that, and just just they were listing off kind of our accomplishments and stuff. And I was like, Kyle, it just means that we're old. That's it. This many starts and got all these accomplishments just means we've been around a really, really long time. And so it was really good to have that, last interaction with him and see him.
What were you doing, and what was your reaction when you got the news?
I was at an autograph session and just kind of right in the middle of it. And so I got a call and just picked it. I knew I needed to step away and take it for a few minutes and then come back.
All right, Denny, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you spending some time with us. Good luck, or I should say best of luck this weekend here at will continue with our media availabilities here this morning, and we've been joined by our defending Coca-Cola 600 race winner, Ross Chastain. Ross, thank you for spending some time with us today. I did want to ask you about winning the Coke 600 last year. Obviously, with that, there's some, fun celebrations that come along with that. You get a Coca-Cola machine. I know you had the opportunity to go to D.C. Do you mind just give us a little bit of a reflection on a year later, kind of what that win still means to you?
Yeah, I've watched heroes of mine win that race and competitors, and thought I knew what it meant, and I was uneducated. You see them do stuff, you see the videos and pictures of them, but and I did a lot of research after we won of like looking back at Blaney and Bell's trips to Arlington and Pentagon visits, and okay, I see what kind of clothes they wear, kind of see what the lay of the land is, and once I was there, it was super impactful, more than I could have ever imagined, and I think it comes from part of the group here at Charlotte Motor Speedway and the work they do. Like, it's not easy for them to get the amount of government buy-in on what we do in marking this event as something special. So track president Greg was not with us here at the track last year. So I mean, I knew of Greg, but I didn't know him personally. And then through all of the events last year, didn't get to do them with him like normal. And his first really thing back was Arlington. And he had been telling his doctors and telling our team, like, I'm going to be at Arlington for months. And then he was there. So to hear on our trip to Arlington all of his health, the walk he's had to come back healthy is unbelievable. So that was a really cool kind of bookend on it, to do stuff with his team all last year. But then Arlington was with him. So definitely, I mean, from them sliding the ring on my finger in Victory Lane to capping it at Arlington and now being back here a year later is, I have a whole new appreciation, and I can only dream about right now what the other crown jewels will be like when we win them one day.
All right, we'll go to questions for Ross. If you have one, raise your hand. I'll work to get to as many of you guys as I can, and I'm going to start up front with Kelly Crandall.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. Ross, in what way will Kyle's absence on the racetrack be felt as a competitor?
Yeah, I already saw it last night when we did our pace laps, seeing the 7 truck up there, watched it roll out for practice when we thought we were going to get on track. And, that's his truck. I mean, I just raced him last week at Dover. Still got his name on it, right? It's still branded the same way it would have been. So I already have that experience. I can't really talk about what it will be like, on Sunday, but yeah, that was, I don't normally think about things outside of like, are my tires prepped? Do I have the water temperature at the right temperature for the start of the race? Like, am I doing all of my jobs inside of the vehicle? And I glanced up and saw it, and probably for an entire lap just stared at the back of Corey and of his truck. And yeah, it was, I don't normally think about anything else. So it was just, I don't know that I was really thinking about anything. I was just staring at it and still in disbelief.
All right, we're going to go to Greg here.
Hey, pal, Greg Engel, Forbes. It was a big deal last year. We talked before the race, talked to Allie, the family, and everything, and you had Kevin on there. This year, coming back, you've already kind of touched on it, going to Arlington. I've been to Arlington. That's an emotional experience. But you're handed stuff all the time, right? Wear this hat, take this, tell people to wear their seatbelts, all the sponsor stuff, right? And I don't want to say you lessened it last year, but it was just another, here's the name you're going to be carrying. Are you looking into that more this year with the name you're carrying for tomorrow night? And is it a bigger deal and maybe more motivation than just, smashing a watermelon or telling people to wear their seatbelts?
Not to sound bad, but no, I can't try any harder because there's a specialness to this weekend. And now having won it, of course, I want to go back to back, and I want to win this race the rest of my life and live that year over and over again for the rest of time. But no, I can't try any harder. I can't prep anymore. Having the family here, some of his family for the McCain family this weekend is going to be special. It's always special, even the times we didn't win. So I just made sure to remind the McRae's last year, like in victory lane, this is not normal. That was their very first NASCAR race ever. They're standing in victory lane celebrating. And for the group coming this weekend, of course we have high expectations, but it's not the norm to. Only one family each year gets to go in victory lane with their car and their family member on the car. So it'll be special for whoever it is, and hopefully it's the McCain family for us.
Has it gotten you more connected to the veteran community? Because I know there's a lot of veterans who now look at NASCAR, and specifically you, because of that. Do you feel more of a connection to that veteran community?
I've gotten a lot of challenge coins since we won the Coke 600, and that is, I don't take that lightly. I've got a collection at home. I work with law enforcement a lot. I'm trying to be on the proactive side of helping them prevent people from when they're in crashes, of being unbelted. Like, y'all see the work we do. I drive the Busch Light car, okay, but if you're gonna drink, have a plan. That's what our Use Your Melon stuff is. Like, I drink Busch Light. I have a plan every time I'm gonna drink. It's a non-negotiable, and I want more people to make those right decisions. So, I feel like I get a lot of challenge coins from law enforcement and veterans as well, and I got 2 yesterday right outside the media center. So very cool, very I'm going to build out a display one day to have them at my shop. Right now I just got a overflowing couple of jars, and they're all in there, and it's safe spot.
All right, we'll go to Jacob.
Jacob Seelman, Steering Wheel Nation. Ross, obviously an emotional weekend on multiple fronts. How do you balance those, or how do you put them out of your mind once the helmet goes on, just with what this event means combined with the events of the last couple days?
Go race. It felt good to get in the truck last night. Like I mentioned earlier, I definitely looked up at the 7 truck, and for one of those whole pace laps, I was staring at it. But go race, and knowing Kyle, that's what he would want to do. So no questions about driving down there to the track. No questions in my mind about coming and going to work and going to race. It's what we do.
You got to race against him as much as anybody in all 3 series. How did he make you and the competition better?
Seeing how fast these race cars could really go. In my time in Cup, we've had SMT, we've had live data that draws a squiggly line when a driver turns the wheel, pushes the gas brake, what gear they're in, their speed, their RPM. Like, you can see it all. You can see how far. You can see a lot of things. And he's one of the guys that I decided years ago to study. There's a small group that I just naturally go to their car, and they could be running good or bad. I want to see what they're doing because I know what the body of work is going to be. And that 8 car, and previously 18, was the car I would click on over the years, even before I got in Cup. So you click on his data, you're going to know that's as fast as the car could go.
All right, Dustin, did you have a question? No? Okay. Did I miss anybody else? All right. Ross, thank you so much for spending some time with us. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks.
I know, right?
Good afternoon, everybody. We wanted to provide our thoughts on yesterday's tragic loss of Kyle Busch, and here to do that is NASCAR CEO Steve O'Donnell. We know there may be specific health-related questions from yesterday. We do not have answers for those, but we did want to start this weekend talking about the legacy of Kyle Busch. So we have Steve here to do that. So Steve, can you help us do that, please?
Thanks, Mike. So I've spent 31 years in this sport, and Kyle Busch has been part of my life for 25 years. Watched him come into the sport as a teenager. I think all of us would agree, full of talent, full of fire, didn't give a damn, was going to push us, and I think we all love that spirit. And over those years, I think everything you saw on the track was one thing, but there was so much more to Kyle Busch that I think it's important for people maybe even new to the sport to understand. So folks will often ask me when I'm around, what's NASCAR like? And my best description of NASCAR is it's like a family reunion every week. And those of you who have gone to family reunions, you know that from time to time, families don't get along. But at the end of the day, everybody knows that they're all part of the family. If you look at our drivers, but just as equally when you think about family, that includes everybody in this room, media, team owners, drivers, sponsors. We're all part of that group when we think about that family reunion. And when you think about drivers in particular, you get to watch drivers come into the sport, young, hungry. Hopefully you see them win, and you see them grow up, and you see them learn. You also get a chance when you're in some of our positions to watch drivers off the track. You get to see them maybe find a friend, a girlfriend, becomes a wife. They become fathers, they have kids, they start families. And you celebrate all that together because each and every weekend we are together and we're there to celebrate it. And that's what this sport is. And Kyle Busch lived just about every chapter of what you can do in NASCAR. What most people saw, rowdy, he's fierce, he's competitive, always good for a great quote. My favorite interview Kyle Busch ever gave, and I wish I could do it every weekend, and I know most of you probably hated it, but everything's great. And he just kept saying it over and over and over again. That's Kyle. One of my favorite moments as well back in Texas. He would challenge NASCAR on some rules. Maybe spun out, maybe hit the wall, decided that we needed to take him to the care center, laid flat out on a pit cart, made fun of us. I was mad at the time, but I look back and that was damn funny, and that was Kyle. Always good to egg on the fans, played that villain, and was a winner. And the iconic bow, I think we're all going to remember as well. So his stats speak for themselves, right? He's a two-time champion. He's won more National Series races than anyone in our history, and no doubt first ballot Hall of Famer for sure. But what few people saw was what Kyle also did off the track, because he didn't talk about it a lot. And one of those examples I'd give to all of you is everybody knows, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but Daniel Suarez comes over from Mexico, learning English, learning how to race at the National Series level, struggling. Received a call every week from Kyle Busch. Never talked about it, just how do I make you better? How do I keep things going? Kyle Busch started a truck series team that we all know was hugely successful, and that's wins on the racetrack. But what people new to the sport don't know is if you go up and down pit road on Sunday, you're going to see a lot of people that came through that. What you're also going to see is a lot of people behind the wheel on Sunday who came through that. He gave people a chance. He started the Bundle of Joy Foundation with Samantha because he knew how difficult it was to start a family, and he wanted to spread that message and yet had time to be a philanthropist off the track. I think we all saw, right, when he won last week at Dover, the quote from Victory Lane, it's tough to watch, right? It's telling. But what I look back on is a text from Kyle Tuesday, as only Kyle could do, and I keep looking at it. And he said, hey, man, what do you think about an over 40 rule to be able to compete in all the Truck Series races next year? And I said, we put that rule in place because you're winning so much. But when we looked about it and we had a meeting Wednesday internal, and we said, well, damn, that's actually good. We need Kyle in the Truck Series. And it was twofold, because he knew he could help the series, but I think one day had a dream to race against his son in a National Series event. And that was Kyle, always thinking about the sport and going forward. So, I want to recognize a few folks we're obviously thinking about as an industry, and first and foremost, everyone at Richard Childress Racing, Judy and Richard, Mike and Allie Verlander. Mike, I don't know how he's dealing. He working with Kyle through the Truck Series, working at RCR, a great human being, and our thoughts are certainly with them, but all of the team back at the shop, those who are working on engineering, the crew members, excuse me, who put those cars together each and every week. Those guys lost a teammate, and that's not lost on us that we're thinking about all of them. The sport and all of us grew up and watched Kyle be a racer, but we watched him become a husband and a father the same way we watched him become a champion, and we all did that as a family. We were all part of that. Kyle's parents, Kurt, Samantha's parents, all thinking about you for sure. And Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox are not just family of a NASCAR legend. They are part of the NASCAR family, and they always will be, because that's what family does. And when I talked about the family reunion part, and I think personally about Kyle Busch and NASCAR. And to me, Kyle Busch just defines what it means to be a racer in NASCAR. Everything about it, the fire, the greatness, the heart that sometimes you rarely saw. The sport was truly lucky to have him. And I believe I can speak for everybody in the sport, and I'll just say this, for me personally, the family reunions week to week are just not going to be the same without him, but we're going to do our damn best to continue his legacy and support his family. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
If you have one, please raise your hand, and we'll get your mic. We'll start up here to Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic, you talked a lot about things that you remember about Kyle, but what was the one personal moment or interaction that you had with him that stands out?
I think throughout your career, Jordan, you have highs and lows, right? And you battle it out, and you think, I'm going to win this one and, get the one up. But he was always that same guy who, didn't change, and at the end of the day cared about the sport. And I learned throughout my career that people with passion and people who care about the sport are the ones you need to listen to. And he was always that guy. At the end of the day, he would always have an opinion, but it came from a place of somehow trying to improve the sport, the race car, the interaction at the track. But I think probably just embracing the fans and what happened at the racetrack. He leaned into it, man. And for drivers who are coming up in this system, you got to connect with race fans. Kyle Busch did that, and that's the essence of who we are.
In your opening remarks, you said that Kyle got to live just about every chapter of his career that he could in NASCAR. Can you expand upon that and what you meant?
I think what I meant, Jordan, is Wednesday a lot of us were in the Hall of Fame voting, and you think about the future, and I think about Kyle's future and the ability for all of us to sit in that room and celebrate him and listen to him speak and talk about that final chapter and see his kids maybe one day race and continue. And it makes me really sad not to see the end of that chapter.
Go, Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. He was a guy, Kyle, that you guys at times had to suspend, had to fine. He frequently bucked the system. He was a rebel, and I know that at times that is not always comfortable for us or for you guys as a sanctioning body. But in hindsight, having that story written now, how important is it for the sport to have characters like Rowdy, Kyle Busch Rowdy, to be that kind of personality in NASCAR?
Yeah, Matt, think about how we launched this season, and I talked about maybe we lost our way a little bit and weren't as proud of who we are. And I think I said, and sorry for kids, but the sport's a badass sport. Kyle Busch, to me, is an American badass. Behind the wheel, who you want to be. And And I think when you look back at all those things, that's part of being a race car driver. That's part of representing the sport. We're not always going to agree. If we did, I think people would be really bored. You know, we certainly had our battles, right? But I'd give a lot of money to have a few more battles going forward.
Dustin.
Dustin Long, USA Sports. Steve, what are the plans of the tributes maybe we'll see from the drivers, whether individually or coordinated this weekend? And what are things tribute-wise that the fans can or may be able to participate in, whether Sunday or throughout the weekend?
Yeah, so first and foremost, our responsibility is to make sure that Kyle's family is okay with what we may or may not want to do, and then the folks at RCR. So we have had some of those conversations early this morning, and then as our industry does really well, we got on the phone with all of our Cup drivers, all of the owners, the racetrack, our broadcast partners, and threw out some ideas for them to react to. We got some great ideas from the drivers as well. Some will probably do some individual things, which is fantastic because, you know, they all look up to Kyle, right? So we have a number of items that are in the works that our fans will be able to look at, celebrate Kyle. It won't just be this weekend. You know, he's going to be part of our sport forever. But I think this industry will do what's needed to honor his legacy throughout the weekend.
Thank you.
Go to Steve.
Steve, understanding what Mike said about the health leading up to this, is there anything at all that you can share in terms of what might have happened? And was he sick before this happened? Anything at all that you can share?
You know, we're 24 hours from getting a phone call, and I don't think it's out of respect for the family, and they've asked for privacy, that I'm not going to address any of that.
Go to Stephen, behind you.
Let me just add on to that. However, you guys who have known me know that transparency is something that we all believe in. So in due time, I think everyone will be comfortable with where things stand.
Stephen Toronto, NASCAR pole position. Steve, generations ago, drivers would come into a race weekend and either lose one of their competitors on the racetrack or perhaps in an off-track accident of some sort. And thankfully, this generation of drivers, by and large, has not had to experience that. How has NASCAR, in speaking with the drivers, made any kind of resources or help available to not only help them cope with this, but also allow them to put a race on Sunday?
Yeah, so Tom Bryant, who works for us, has headed up this initiative, and the good news for the industry is that this has been in place for a while. You know, we don't ever want to have to use it, but we have the resources in place for any member to be able to reach out, have conversations, set up whatever resources are necessary. So that is in place. You never have to want to use that, but we have any and all resources available to the industry.
And I feel like I already know what the answer to this is, and pardon me for asking this, but was there any consideration to either postponing or not running? Can you just address that very quickly?
No, I think it's a fair question, but you know, when you look at what minimal conversations did take place between RCR, ourselves, family, it was Kyle Busch would probably be pretty pissed off if we didn't race. So we're going to honor his memory and make sure people know what he was all about.
Thank you.
Go to Claire.
Claire B. Lang. I totally understand you're not talking about the health today and addressing it. It's such a shock to go from asking for a shot, you know, to being gone. And I'm wondering, will NASCAR take a close look at what happened? Not looking for answers right now, but will you do an investigation into helping drivers make sure they're taking care of themselves? There is a care center at each track. Will you take a very close look at how that could have happened so quickly?
Like I said earlier, Claire, now's not the time to talk about that, and I think you are very familiar with the sport and know that we always do that, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll do what's right by Kyle's family.
Gotcha. And then for the fans who are hurting right now, and as much as anyone in this room and in the industry, what do you say to the fans? NASCAR will go on, it always has, but it is a great loss. And what would you like to say straight to the fans who are also grieving, and you wish you could reach out to them, but they're not in this room today?
I would say to the fans that I'm one of them, and I feel the exact same way that they probably do. Shock, sad, wondering what you can do to help out. But I think the best thing that I personally can do is talk to you all, talk to people who maybe didn't know him about his legacy, making sure people don't forget, making sure his kids knew that it wasn't just their mom who thought Kyle was great. There's a lot of people in this world that wish he was still with us, and we're going to make sure that they're in a good place.
Go to Jerry.
Jerry Jordan, KickingTheTires.net. You mentioned a while ago we're 24 hours away from the phone call. I think it all hit us, obviously, hard, the ones that are in this sport every week for sure. What was your reaction and your personal thoughts? Can you share those with everyone?
I'm not going to get too much into the details, Jerry, but, got a call about 9 a.m. yesterday morning. Call you don't expect, that things weren't great. Spent the rest of the day and the afternoon with the people I thought I should be spending them with in the industry, and just tried to be there for them.
Go, Michael.
Michael Massey, Front Stretch. I know you guys just did the Hall of Fame voting, and you mentioned Kyle's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Any chance, will there be any conversations or anything about just adding him alongside the three that just got voted in?
I don't know. I know that, we put that on the list of ideas that we want to look at. I think I said earlier, there's things we want to do this weekend, and then we have a little bit more time to think about, what we could do as well in the future, and who knows, that could be something we look at.
All right, we have time for one more, and we'll wrap up with Greg here.
Hey, Steve, first, thanks for doing this. I know it's tough, and we appreciate you being here. But speaking of tough, how tough is it? I mean, we never want this to happen, but on a weekend like this, when it's Memorial Day, and we're doing remembrances for all the veterans who gave us the freedom to be here and to be race car drivers and CEOs and things, how tough does that weigh on this entire process?
Oh, it's a good question, because this weekend is always one you don't necessarily look forward to for what happened, right? But you look forward to, me personally, how proud I am of the industry, of the partnership we have with the military, what our industry does to come together to honor those who've served either in the past or who are currently serving. And so, making sure that we properly show the respect to Kyle and what he meant. There's a lot of his values in terms of racing and what he stood for that match in with what we want to honor this weekend as well. So I'm confident in the track and our team and the industry that they'll come together and do both properly and showcase the sport for what it is. It's one that we believe everyone in America should be proud of if they would spend some time thinking about who's in this sport, who our drivers are, what they represent, not necessarily just on the track, but off the track. They're people you want to admire, people you want to be around, and we need to put the focus back on them and showcase this great sport.
Well, thank you, everyone. A big media continued here today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for honoring Kyle's legacy and providing the coverage to tell his story. And Steve, thank you so much for your remarks and your time. Appreciate it, everyone. Have a great weekend.
All right, good morning, everyone. We will go ahead and get started with our media availabilities this morning here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We have been joined by Connor Zilic. Connor, thank you for spending some time with us this morning. If you have a question for Connor, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll work to get a microphone to you. We'll take as many questions as we can, and we'll start in the very back.
Danny McCoy, UNC Charlotte Niner Times. There's a chance that we maybe be running all 3 races in one day, and I was just wondering if you're ready for that challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to expect. Hopefully we can get some racing in today. Obviously, it doesn't look great, but, it's starting to clear up a little bit. So there's some hope, but, yeah, I mean, all 3 in one day would definitely be a lot, but, it's our job, and it's what I signed up for, even though I didn't expect it to all be like that. But, I'm ready for whatever comes my way.
All right, we'll continue with questions. We'll start here with Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. What was your favorite Kyle Busch memory?
I think favorite, I would say probably, he texts me after. I have 2. I have a good, like a real funny one and a good one. But he texted me after I lost the championship last year, and just told me how proud he was of me, and just how far I'd come, and that meant a lot. He didn't have to reach out and do that, and yeah, he wrote a few paragraphs and just kind of gave me some confidence after what was a really tough day for me. So that one meant a lot. And then we were at the Daytona 500 this year, and we do a Chevy driver meeting before the race. And I was in the driver's meeting. It was my first one as a Cup driver, and I asked if we were the last group of OEM to pit, what should the plan be? If are we going to try and block the track and try and keep track position after the pit cycle? And I asked that question. It was the end of the meeting, and everybody kind of went silent. Nobody was answering me. And Kyle speaks up, and he goes, "No, just get the fuck out of the way." And I was like, and it's my first time in one of these meetings. I'm a rookie, and I'm just like, "Oh, okay, yep, sorry." I was so embarrassed. But yeah, that was just who Kyle was. He was unapologetically himself, and some people didn't like him, some people liked him, but everybody respected him, and that's the Kyle that we'll remember.
How would you describe Kyle's driving style?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously grew up watching him, and just he was just a fierce competitor that didn't hold back. He was never the guy to, he was always clean. He did things the right way until he felt like he had to do something in retaliation maybe, or get somebody back, or racing against somebody that had raced him the wrong way previously. But I feel like he always did the right thing. He taught me a lot from the few times that we got to race against each other. He never put himself in the wrong spot. And I felt like he was a wizard at this stuff. And growing up watching him, you wanted to be like him, even if you didn't like him. And, some days I didn't like watching him because he was so fucking good that I didn't like watching him. And that was just the way it was. So, yeah, it's definitely crazy that, on just, yeah, how fast things can change.
All right, Greg, I believe you had a question.
Greg Engel with Forbes. Good to see you. For us older people, because you're still a young kid, us older people, we were around in the Dale Earnhardt generation when that tragedy happened, and you never got to see him live, obviously, But you've raced in the Kyle Busch era now. What's your perception of what NASCAR legends mean to your generation compared to my generation, the older fans? And do you think your generation will connect to him differently than older generations connected to Earnhardt?
Yeah, you know, it's hard to compare the two. I was never alive for senior and never got to experience it firsthand, but you know, I know that he was kind of like the guy back in the day, right? And Kyle Busch, when I was growing up, he was the villain, you know, but he's what made people watch the race, and people loved to watch Kyle Busch either because they loved him or because they hated him and they loved hating him. You know, it wasn't really much in between there. So, you know, I feel like when he walks out of the driver interest stage, and although his perception has maybe changed in the last 5 years, you know, I feel like 10 years ago, everybody would be cheering, some would be booing, but everybody was making noise. And I feel like that's kind of just the way people viewed Kyle and who he was. And you know, I think that's what this sport needs. And, you know, you heard Steve O'Donnell say it yesterday. You know, you have to connect with the fans, and he connected with the fans.
All right. We're going to go Dustin and then John Newby behind him.
Dustin Long, USA Sports. How does this track challenge you? Because you've got limited time just on the oval portion. And if you don't get practice qualifying, what does that do in terms of Cup, for the Cup races, what I'm talking about? How does this track challenge you with the Cup car? And if you don't get any practice qualifying time today, how much does that make it a little bit more challenging for you Sunday night?
Actually, this is one of the tracks that I've been to in a Cup car. You know, we weren't great here last year. You know, we struggled a lot with getting the car into a good spot, but I at least have laps, so that gives me a little bit of confidence for Sunday. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, we're race car drivers. We're paid to figure it out. We're paid to go fast, and you know, that's our job. So I feel like no matter what the circumstance is, I have to be ready for it. I have to go out and do my best job that I can and be my best self. And, you know, obviously I'd enjoy practice, but I don't know if we're going to get that privilege today. Yeah, I would say it's definitely easier coming here than a place that I've never been to in the Cup car, yeah.
All right, Newbie, go ahead.
John Newby Fan Buzz. So going back to the 1,101 miles, I'm curious, as someone who's done endurance races before, what is that preparation process, and how does it differ between one specific car for like the Rolex 24 and then 3 wildly different vehicles over whenever these races are going to take place?
Yeah, it just takes a little bit longer to get myself prepared for it. I have to do more work and preparation for an event like this, and you know, it's definitely a tougher challenge than going out and learning one car and then just driving that car forever and ever and ever. And but I enjoy it. It makes me better. It challenges me. I need challenge in my life. I enjoy being challenged. I enjoy struggling, and you know, that's what running all three series gives me.
All right, Steven, go ahead.
Steven Toronto, NASCAR pole position. Connor, going off of the generation differences question that you got, you're from a generation of drivers that has not had to really endure losing a competitor, whether that's on the racetrack or off the racetrack, as opposed to maybe past generations of drivers who, you know, lost their competitors and friends in racing accidents or otherwise. Given that, I guess, how does someone of your generation or a driver in their 20s, teens, what have you, handle losing a competitor, but also losing a competitor of Kyle Busch's magnitude?
Yeah, it's tough. You know, I feel like this is a very tight-knit sport. You know, it's a small community, but it's a tight community. And, you know, when you lose somebody, it's felt throughout the entire garage, and especially when it's somebody, you know, with a magnitude like Kyle Busch. So, yeah, I mean, I remember Thursday really well. I was at an autograph session, and at that point I had started hearing, you know, buzz about the possibility of, you know, Kyle passing away, and you know, I didn't want to believe it. And, you know, I was in the middle of an autograph session when I found out, and, you know, NASCAR posted it, and that was really tough for me to get through the rest of that autograph session. And then, yeah, I finished, and, you know, somebody walked up and just without even asking, you know, prayed with me, and I got in my car and broke down and you know, cried the whole way home. So, yeah, it's, you know, that, you know, no matter who it is, our industry is really tight, and losing somebody and being able to, it's hard to deal with and hard to accept. And, you know, especially at his age with 2 kids so young, and, you know, Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox, it's so hard to believe that, you know, they're going to grow up without a dad. And, you know, we're going to all rally around the 3 of them and make sure that they're taken care of.
And I just asked this because you have some connection to Formula racing and racing in Europe. And forgive me if this isn't related to anything at all, but did you have any link to when Antoine Hubert lost his life, and or any peers who went through that? And if so, how did you or they handle it?
Yeah, I wasn't. That was kind of before my generation. Antoine Hubert was, and you know, I definitely. There was another kid that I grew up racing with that crashed in Spa and ended up passing away as well, and that one was tough. But you know, I wasn't as close with them, so I definitely think it's a little bit different. But yeah, Kyle was definitely tough to accept. That's the first one of my life where it's somebody that I feel like I was pretty close to, and somebody you know, I think we all cared about. It's tough to accept it, and you know, at this point, it's still hard to believe.
Thank you, Connor.
All right. I know there were some additional hands over on this side, so I'll go back to Chris in the green. Thank you.
Hey, Connor. I'm Chris Scallon with Above the Yellow Line Media. So you have a lot of responsibilities this weekend, running the 3 races, and I was just curious with your schedule kind of being shuffled around, kind of touch and go with the weather here. How does that affect your ability to prepare yourself, kind of know what you have to do next, know what you have to get ready for next? Does it make it harder to kind of lock in mentally for each respective race?
Not too bad. No, thankfully I have a motorhome here, and you know, I can just go crash and lay down in the motorhome, and you know, not really have to worry about making sure that I'm here on time, and you know, the convenience of that. So yeah, I pretty much just sit and wait for Bob to tweet or Jeff to tweet, and when that happens, I know I'm good to go.
Thanks, Connor.
All right, Dalton.
Hey, Connor. Dalton Hopkins with Front Stretch. Along those lines, Michael McDowell was in here a few minutes ago and talked about how difficult it is just to be here. And he said, you know, contemplated not even being here today. With your responsibilities, how hard is it to be here this weekend?
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, it's so difficult to want to be motivated to go do your job when you lost, you know, one of your closest competitors. And you know, I woke up yesterday morning and I was like, man, I don't really want to go to the track, and at the same time though, this place is home to me, and I feel like it's easier to accept it here than it is laying in my bed and just scrolling on Twitter or Instagram or whatever social media it is, and just continuing to see posts about it. I feel like it makes me more and more sad, and you know, I still struggle to accept it, but yeah, I mean, it's tough going up and getting in the race car, and you know, I just haven't felt like it just doesn't feel like a real race weekend. Like there's the entire vibe through the garage. It's eerie here. It's gloomy. It's just, yeah, it's going to be tough come Sunday for sure. You know, there's going to be a lot of emotion, and it's going to be sad.
Michael also said that when he gets in the car, puts the helmet on, he's locked in. It's going to be a little bit easier to get through the weekend. Do you feel like that's going to be the case for you?
Yeah, I do. You know, I don't have to see emotion when I'm in the car. I feel like I'm just in there by myself and with my own thoughts, and you know, it's definitely going to be tough leading up to that. You know, we're going to do a lot to try and honor him and you know, do our best to remember Kyle and you know, make it so that everybody remembers Kyle for who he was. And you know, once we get in the race car and it's time to go racing, obviously that switch flips. But until then, it's, you know, the next 24, 48 hours are going to be tough.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for spending time with us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
So we're still under a delay here on lap 33 with 167 to go. It is 2:26 a.m. here in the UK, and we need a bit of rest. So we're going to turn it over to the CW now, who has just finished the 2020 Xfinity race, which, as you know, was won by Kyle Busch.
In the Xfinity Series race, you busted it up like a rock star. I said, what are you going to do if you win this week? He said, just learn to sing.
What a race. You know, what an awesome race. We saw it. Nashville Super Speedway today. The signature bow for Kyle Busch. You hear the roars, and you also can hear the boos. Signature bow. Way to go, baby! Made this Xfinity race today tomorrow, packed house. In his Xfinity career. Rowdy Nation, very strong here. Nashville is what an accomplishment by Kyle Busch.
17 years and about a month since win number 1 in the Xfinity Series. This is win number 100. When you started this journey, Kyle, did you ever dream 100 in this series was feasible?
No, not really. That wasn't the thought. You know, I remember growing up as a kid and watching Mark Martin win every week, you know, in that 60 car. And you just look at the domination that he had, and he's, you know, at number 2 of 49 wins or something like that. And just phenomenal years of being able to have such association with Joe Gibbs Racing and Toyota. M&M's, it's so cool to have M&M's on board for my 100th win here in the Xfinity Series. They've been my longest and bestest and best sports sponsor there is, in my opinion. I mean, it's just been phenomenal. So cool to have M&M's on board. Interstate Batteries with Norm Miller, all the folks that have been here for all the years on the Xfinity side, you know, whether it's Z-Line or Doosan or whoever it might be, Stanley, obviously, Ream, a lot of people that have been our supporters over the years. And, you know, I want to give a huge shout out to Rowdy Nation out there. We appreciate Rowdy Nation. You know, I saw a lot of you standing up when Allgaier took the lead, and then a lot of you sat back down when I took the lead. So, pretty awesome day for Rowdy Nation. We're going to go rehydrate with some Rowdy energy and get ready for tomorrow.
How about the guitar? You got plans for that? I know you've been thinking about it, and people have been asking you about it, Kyle.
Everybody's getting a piece tonight.
Austin Cindric, the 18-year-old in Ty Gibbs, and the 22-year-old in Austin Cindric. Can they stay in front of that 54 of Kyle Busch? He's been perfect in 2021. He's got a lot of competition here. Green flag in the air.
Ty Gibbs with a great start and also very defensive to A.J. Allmendinger headed down here into turn one. He does not want A.J. to make a move early. He wants a chance to try to get the lead of this race and control it.
Down the hill into turn 2 and then 3. This is the left-hander, or excuse me, right-hander, 3, and making the move to the inside. A.J. Allmendinger trying to get inside the 22.
Such a great wide shot to be able to see everything going on with the pack as they're going through negotiating the first 2 turns. Down this long straightaway into turn 5 braking zone, will A.J. have an opportunity to try to outbrake Cindric?
Heavy braking zone, as you said, downhill. Easy to lock it up. You see Castro off the racetrack. Just trying to take advantage of that downhill braking. Got in a little too deep. Had enough runoff, though, to keep him running into the back of another car.
Blind left-hander, number 6 there.
You want to be aggressive right here, but at the same time, we talk about these tires. See Jeff Burton making a move, a little protected move right there.
Jeff Burton in the 10.
That's the tough part. Allgaier doesn't know it's a protective move. He has to give him room because he don't know if he's going to try to drive in there and outbrake him into that corner. A lot happening through a driver's mind in the moments.
This will be the first time through the kink now. We'll see how everyone does.
Everybody drink. Bill Jarrett told you that's the drinking word this weekend.
And close.
They've added past that yellow and red curve. They've added a little bit more content and asphalt or concrete out there for guys to try to save their cars. They run wide. A couple years ago.
Still Ty Gibbs out front in the 81. And A.J. Allmendinger in the 16 behind him. Austin Cindric in that yellow number 22. A few cars getting just a wheel off into the grass and the dirt, and it throws up a big dust cloud.
Casgrala back there again, pushing really hard early.
Crazy watching those guys use all of that runoff on the corner exit, and it's very rough. It's almost like it's rough as the inside curves. Those guys, they put that asphalt out there, they're going to use it. Casgrala trying to rebound from the early mistake in turn 5 on lap 1.
Josh Balicki in that 07 just in front of Casgrala.
Junior, you mentioned it. The place is so big. The track is so big. There's Casgrala right there, 22-year-old from Boston, Mass. That while you have multiple spotters, it's kind of refreshing for me. These drivers are pretty much on their own, right? You might get a little information from a spotter, but every one of these braking zones is going to be contested, and you as a driver kind of have to have an idea where you're at, using your mirrors, understanding what the traffic is.
And Steve, the size of this place means that the radio communication is not always perfect. So when Casgrala went by the start-finish line that time, he wanted to be sure his team knew, hey, I have brake hop, wheel hop in this car like I haven't had all weekend. That's one of the things that the driver of the red and black 31 is contending with.
And he just lost another position there because in turn 5 he had another issue getting into the braking zone. He's going to lose another spot here. You see he's falling off the back of Josh Balicki in 12th. Under attack of all these cars just because of that one mistake in turn 5 again on lap 2.
So as a driver, if you have wheel hop, the rear tire is literally hopping under braking. About the only thing you can do is try to put more front brake to it and then enter the corner easier. Well, if you enter the corner easier, then you're being set up for pass. I mean, that's how you pass on road courses. You drive in the corner deep. You can't do that. It's impossible to defend, and it's impossible to attack.
Driver on the move, about 5 cars behind that 31. The 9 of Noah Gregson started at the back because of an engine issue in practice. And here he is right there. The Bass Pro Shop car just came through the picture, making quick work of a lot of these already up to Sam Mayer, his teammate in the 8 right in front of him. Nice work.
They chose not to run any laps in qualifying, so he had at least 1 lap, if not 1.5, 2 lap fresher tires than anyone in the field. That might not really matter as you see Kevin Harvick through the dirt trying to get on the inside of Casgrala in turn 14 here. But that does so much for a driver's confidence. A lot of trading paint right there.
A long way up into the restart zone. Allmendinger quick into the gas.
3 wide, back where you see the new tires. Ty Gibbs all the way down by pit lane.
NASCAR might have to take a look at that. The 81 of Ty Gibbs, not supposed to change lanes before you get to the start-finish line, may have gotten out of line. And real close there.
Oh, man, big sandwich there with Kaz Gralla in the middle. Brandon Brown has Kyle Busch is spun around. Right off the nose of Justin Allgaier. No contact.
Kyle Busch spins into the grass, and now he'll back out onto the track. No caution.
Best thing Kyle Busch can do right now is run a nice, easy, slow speed to finish out this stage. He knows he's going to get a caution to bunch up the field. No reason to wear those tires out. As you see the 81 matching monster cars there. The 81, though, Ty Gibbs is the one on fresh tires.
Allmendinger still up front. And it's Jeff Burton. You take a look at what happened with Kyle Busch.
He just moved a little bit to the right, trying to go to the side of Sam Mayer, and Justin didn't cut him a break. Justin just stood his ground.
And coming up now on 1 to go. They work their way down the back stretch and into Canada corner.
This is the thing when we talk about new tires versus old. These laps are just so long. I mean, Ty Gibbs is all the way up to 9th, working those new tires. There he is, pulls out to the right. He's going to try to get maybe 2 positions here, 1 for sure.
He gets Riley Herbst. Now trying to get by that 07 of Josh Bilicki. Bilicki running in the 7th spot.
Back up the front straightaway. They'll see 1 lap to go in this stage.
Junior, you spotted this first, watching that 81 of Ty Gibbs on the restart.
He's behind Sam Mayer and moves out of line. Sam just does get a good restart. Ty doesn't want to lift and move to. You're cresting a hill, so you as a driver, you cannot see that start-finish line on the racetrack. You can't. Now you can see the flagman, so it gives you some reference points, but I don't know that Ty knows exactly where that stripe is and made the move a little bit too early.
So he won't receive stage points, but will restart at the tail for the beginning of stage 2.
So if he's going to have to do that, then I'd be telling my driver, hey, take it easy on these tires. We got to go to the back. We're not going to change them. Just don't even use them right now. Don't try to outbrake. Don't try to drive deep into the corner, taking life out of it all.
That's a great point. Just ride around as slow as you possibly can.
He was looking past the one on the net. That would tell me that he didn't get that message.
Yeah.
Got the message, Steve. He may just not be obeying it, right? I mean, he is 18 after all, right?
He just doesn't care.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
Hemrick right behind him, trying to move up past Michael Annett. Allmendinger with a 1.9-second lead over Austin Cindric, looking to win stage 1. Lower part of the screen, you see Ty Gibbs pulling away now from Hemrick again, but will be serving the penalty at the end of this stage. A clean run for A.J. Allmendinger. So smooth through the turns, braking, acceleration. The announcement was made that Colleague Racing would go full-time Cup Series racing in 2022, and it was announced that Allmendinger is going to stay full-time in the Xfinity Series, but he will run a handful or more of races in the Cup Series. He's going to win stage 1 at Road America. Cindric up through the gears first. Noah Gragson on the outside. He's going to lose the spot to Daniel Hemrick. Hemrick already charging, trying to take the lead away from Cindric going into turn 1.
Great corner by Hemrick in the 18 around the outside of the 22. Allgaier continues to press back there in 4th. That bright red car inside his teammate, the 9 of Gragson.
Gragson trying to hold that 3rd position now as Allgaier falls back just a bit. Harrison Burton in the 20 working up to the outside of the 7.
Harrison's going to have the inside line down here in turn 5 on Justin as they start to approach the braking zone. Noah deep down into the corner on the inside of the 22. Does a good job there. Little contact. Nothing big. Has the lift, and it cost him a lot going up the hill here. He's going to lose several spots.
Harrison to the inside, trying to take that spot away from Noah Gragson.
You can see if you don't make that finish on that corner, on that pass into 5, how it can hurt you up the hill. Same thing as the exit of 14.
There's Myatt Snyder in the 2, right on the back bumper of the 9 of Gragson. Myatt Snyder, I think, matured a lot when he was a part of the NASCAR Whelen Euro Series. 99% of the courses over there are road courses, only 1 or 2 ovals that they run in that series, but he got a lot of road course experience while he was over there.
See right there, the 7 of Allgaier all over the 22 of Cindric. Through that carousel, now through the kink.
I think even if you had position on him into the kink, you wouldn't try to pass there, but you get a run out of that kink maybe. Have an opportunity down here in the braking zone, turn 12. Not going to take it all over the back of this 22. Technical stuff up here. No opportunities to pass, but coming into the final turn 14, possibly.
And caution has come out.
Oh, 8 has had a massive crash.
Sam Mayer, one of the Wisconsin drivers, you see the front end of that car completely torn off.
It's been a huge impact. The right front is shortened way up.
Last year at the Trans Am race at this racetrack, Sam Mayer got in an accident, broke his wrist.
We're seeing the wind. He still has the window net up, but you see the driver's the steering wheel coming off. So now he's going for the window net. That normally indicates to the safety crew that the driver's alert and moving around in there.
Looks like the splitter bracing is all the way up over the hood of the car, over the roof. He's had a heck of a wreck.
Yeah, I think he's down there in Canada corner. So I don't know if this was an accident out of the kink or down at the somehow at the end of the back straightaway.
He was one of those drivers that stayed on track, was on older tires.
He's in Canada corner right now, so
he had a wreck before. I'm trying to see some tracks to see where he hit. Wherever it was
massive.
Very much so.
The 18-year-old, the youngest East champion ever, a 5-time ARCA winner, just turned 18, and here, take a look.
Hard to tell how it started, but he hits that inside wall heading up to turn 12. Great job by everybody back here to miss. It's right on board with the 11 car. So he tried to get left for a better position into the corner, and there was a car there. Kind of turned himself, overcorrected back into the fence.
We talk about how narrow this racetrack is and trying to get yourself set up for the next corner. And you know, as long as this racetrack is, guys, there's not a lot of spotters, right? You can't really have enough spotters to get all your blind spots. It's almost impossible. You wonder if he just didn't know that car was on the outside of him.
Saw the AMR safety team pulling away there. So Sam will make the mandatory trip to the infield care center.
So here you go, right there, he goes to turn left, and that car is there and just gets him out of control.
Really surprising that no one else. The 90 got a little bit of contact, but that could have really stacked them up back there as you guys continue to talk, you know, so narrow between the two. And then this good sign right here, seeing the young driver climb out.
Allgaier in the 7 on his outside. Harrison Burton in the 20 back there fighting for second now as Hemrick is pulled away. Ryan Snyder in the 2, working to the outside of Harrison Burton.
Kyle Busch is that second yellow car in the picture. Even after that spin, he's recovered his way back into the top 10.
Also moving up, the 99 of Kevin Harvick is back here. He was side by side with the 11.
Those collared cars with the bright yellow roof numbers, easy to spot from the helicopter.
There's Harvick driving that Henry's car. Kyle Busch working to the inside now of Harrison Burton as they go into 6.
There's AJ Allmendinger, that 16 car. He's got the freshest tires of all these guys.
How much will that pay off? We're about to find out. Getting ready to make the hard left-hander here. 8 as they get ready for the carousel. Allmendinger charging in here. Side by side for the lead still. Look at this move by Allmendinger.
He's got position on the inside of this corner. He'll take the spot away from Justin.
Come to 2 to go right here, bud. It's up to you, but we want to pit. It's up to you, but we want to pit.
I like
Come to
this
2-1.
call. See if they turn right and start climbing the hill.
Did not.
Some behind him decided to.
It was up to him.
Well, they got to get to the commitment line here. I think he'll be there no problem before start finish.
So AJ's going to stay out and try to get another playoff point.
We started on the air with this broadcast 4 o'clock Eastern time, green right around 5, and now here we are close to 10 o'clock in the east. But good news, drivers heading back to their cars, getting strapped in, and we're hoping to go racing here in a short period of time. Let's go downstairs.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, here with Sammy Smith, just climbed in his car. You've had a lot of time to kind of sit and think about this race. What were the conversations like during that break?
Yeah, I felt, the first 33 laps, we were okay. We were able to get our car off the splitter there and was hoping to get going, but I think we've got a fast Alpha Craft Chevrolet, and, hopefully we can go the rest of the length of the race tonight, and, yeah, hopefully we can make our way up front.
I wasn't sure that we would arrive at this point where we'd have a chance to go racing and get this thing in. And, it's been such a bizarre weather pattern here the last couple of days because we have not had rain in Charlotte in the midst of a drought. But the last, I would say 48 hours, we've had rainfall, had significant rain here in the Concord, Charlotte area last night, which is the reason the Craftsman Truck Series event couldn't get in. The weather lifted, and we had a chance this afternoon. Got some cup practice in, started this race, and then the rain returned. But right now in a good spot to go out and finish this race.
Yeah, the fog is, or the mist you see there is maybe the one thing that's going to hold us up. But as you look at this perspective, we can actually see the trucks down in turns 1 and 2, which is a great sign. That's gotten better and worse over the last couple of hours. I think the hope is when we get cars on the track, if we can get some air moving around, maybe that will continue to get a little bit better. I think the rain looks like it is done, at least as far as looking at the radar. And man, it's hard to get focused again after you've started this race. You've went back to the hauler. You don't even know if you're going to race tonight. As a driver, you mentally get set in. When your appearances are going to be. When you're going to eat, what you're going to eat. Kind of that. You have this process and a schedule. And rain delays just destroy that. You're just waiting. Like us in the booth, those at home, you're just waiting on this to get going again. The guys are finally going to get back in a little bit of a rhythm, get back in their cars, get ready to get going.
Not just the drivers that have to refocus, crews as well going to have to make some pit stops, including one coming up here when we wrap up stage 1. Let's go down to Kim Kuhn.
A quick word with Jed Burton before you climb back in your car. We've had a 3 to 4 hour break, so what have you been doing, and now what's the concern as you get back in your race car?
I couldn't really hear all of that because our eardrums are suffering right now with the jet dryers. But I think what you said is, what in the world have I been doing? So we have been taking naps. I've drank a couple Celsius, had a couple peanut butter and jellies,
I'm ready to go, Kim. We've been sitting here long enough, and we're ready to go.
All right, and biggest concern as we go back green?
I just want my race car to be a little better. That's my concern. We're going to come down pit road, and we're going to lift the hood up open, and we're going to make some adjustments. My guys got a good plan, and hopefully we can move forward after that.
All right, it's time to go. Get in your car.
All right.
We're going to send Jeb over to Sound Gear, get him some hearing protection so that he can hear what we're saying down on pit road. That's frustrating to have to come in and lift the hood, though, and work on that. But, you know, getting a break like this is a blessing as well if you're off, because as a driver, you can go over and talk to your crew chief and kind of go over all the scenarios of what you would want to change, where, you know, on the radio, that communication is you know, sometimes a little more of a challenge. I always find it interesting, too, because I was Raja here. I always wanted to get in, get my stuff on, get comfortable. We saw Jeb, I saw Zilich all kind of walking around. You know, like NASCAR tells you it's time to get in, and everybody seems to kind of do that at their own pace. But I always wanted to get in and get buckled up so that I could just get comfortable and get ready to go.
You know, you talked about the situation for Jeb coming down pit road. One of the thought I would have on that is with 12 to go on the stage, you come around, they open pit road, somewhere inside of 10 to go. Do you have some guys that flip it here? You know what I mean? And how does everybody manage?
Well, and they've discussed that. You have to think that over the last 3 or 4 hours, right, that they've went through all of these scenarios, and a lot of that's going to depend on where you're at on the track and what those in front of you do. But yeah, I mean, the complexion of this race could change greatly over the next 12 laps of if you flip the stage, if you go for stage points, what you decide to do. Our leader right now, Justin Allgaier's got such a lead. I don't know that he's as concerned about the point. So you got to think that maybe they would flip this.
Let's get some 88 radio talking about the mist and the fog around Charlotte Motor Speedway.
All honesty, turn 3 to about turn 1 I can do. Middle of 1 and 2 to exit 2. If somebody wrecks, there's probably going to be 15 guys that drive into it.
Yeah, so that's going to be a challenge when you think about, you know, the spotter stand and the role they're going to play here, keeping in mind sometimes, you know, our cameras can paint a little bit more of an optimistic picture than what the guys are seeing with their own eyes from the spotter stand, right? So the visual is going to be a thing and something that we will follow as we get back racing, and some of those moves that you can see coming off of turn 2 when you're trying to get clear. And, you know, heard Josh Williams talking about his sight lines there on the 88 team radio.
Well, when we talk about being able to see, we're pretty optimistic based on what we can see. But a spotter's perspective is, you know, it's different. They're trying to not necessarily read car numbers, but you got to see the colors of those cars, and they want to have the best vision they can. But honestly, in just the last 4 or 5 minutes, it has cleared up a lot. I mean, just judging off the jumbo screen on the backstretch. So, I don't know, I'm feeling really good about what we've got right now, and that we're going to get going here and hopefully get all this in.
Well, you know, we were standing here earlier, and what you're seeing here, I mean, this is pretty much the view that we have out across the racetrack. And when we were looking out for the longest time, the haze was hanging down over top of the Jumbotron, and it was really, really hard to see that. But as you said, now things have improved.
Yeah, it's lifting.
And that's lifting. You can see the back straightaway way better now than you could 15, 20 minutes ago.
Good news, too, is that, you know, a lot of times when we drive the track, we have to wait on them to do pit road. But I would say 90% of pit road is dry as well. Maybe the little bit where the cars are sitting, they're going to have to work on. But that is not going to take long at all with the setup that they've got here to get everything dry. And track is looking good. Fog's clearing up. We got our partner in crime back in the booth with us all of a sudden.
We're back, baby.
Man.
How about commitment? Hamlin
I thought
came
zero
back.
chance he was coming back.
How was your break?
What'd you do?
Start watching a little NBA playoffs. You know, tune in to you guys. Just, you know, make sure you all had it all.
Adam trying to be a weatherman?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I saw what Jamie put together for me. I really do appreciate that.
It might make social media one day.
Yeah.
I figure I either sitting there and watch this race, or
you're gonna watch it at home anyway, or in the bus, right?
You know, I can't leave y'all hanging like that.
We're glad you're back. We want your perspective.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking about this. You get 3 hours to talk strategy. We could have a play right here because we're, you know, near the end of stage 1. We talked earlier when this race began because there was no practice in qualifying. You know, you get an extra set of tires kind of that carries over. I mean, it's crazy to think that we're going to be close to midnight talking strategy, but that could play a big role in how things shake out here tonight.
It's going to be way past Jamie's bedtime.
Oh, it wasn't. It was when you left earlier. It was past Jamie's bedtime.
Well, we were up here actually. Adam talked about what a long day it was for all the teams. All our camera crews, they got here like at 4 a.m. and we were kind of laughing because. Well, they were laughing just because they're so tired. They're punch drunk, we feel like, right now. So it's been a long day.
We're going to do it tonight, though. We're doing it.
We are. Right. We are ready.
Yeah, we are in it. We're going to go, and we're going to make this happen and check one more box for what is a very, very busy weekend for the entire NASCAR community here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're going to fire the engine soon. They'll roll them off. I'm guessing we'll get a couple of laps in maybe before you would think they would open pit road here to see what teams might do as far as a strategy play at the end of the stage. And then we'll wrap stage one and be on with our night. Here's something else to keep in mind, just a reminder of the NASCAR rule book, because there have been scattered showers around, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that another pop-up shower could occur. If we get to the end of stage 2 in this race,
I would tell you also, Adam, from the team's perspective, it's not even always going to be about looking at the radar, because the fog could ultimately be what ends this, right?
Absolutely.
And you can't judge that on a timeline of when that's going to happen. So I think that frantic is going to be the word of making sure you're in the right position when this second stage is over, when the race, ultimately could be called official.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to before we got the cue from NASCAR to fire the engines. Once we get to the end of stage 2, this race is official, and if there is something popping up on the radar at that point, or the fog's rolling back in, that's another thing that teams will have to be mindful of as they make all the decisions on where they are in regard to track position and the decisions they make in that area.
We are ready to pull that red flag in and get going here.
Yeah, I remember this from a few years ago. I think it was, was it Dover last year, Denny, when you won and we had the rain delay and you went and you changed your suit and basically did a full reset. I mean, philosophically, do you handle all these situations the same as you try to come back and restart a race?
Somewhat, yes. I mean, it's a little bit different on Sundays, but generally, these guys have, SMT or OTD, whatever it might be for this series as well. So my guess is, they probably have been looking at that. It sounded like everyone's car was very similar in the first part of this race. Everyone was tight. I personally believe because the track was green like it was, what happens is the pace is higher than what they expect. So the right front load is higher than they expect. The right front tire takes a little bit more of a beating. And I think as this night goes on, the track rubbers up and starts to slow down. Be careful not to over adjust your car for what had happened in those first 25 laps or so.
Well, and it's a complete reset now. We talked about, Denny's referencing how quick the track was to start with. Well, it's rained. It's cleaned all that off. It's almost a complete reset. We're 33 laps in. It's going to be a quick run here to the end of stage 1, and then you get that option if you want to come back down and put another set of tires on. You got to think the wear is going to be a little more excessive because of the fact that the track is green. So probably best off to come back in and get another set of tires and get ready for the second stage.
What's going on down there, Dylan?
Well, just was chatting with some crew chiefs down here about maybe the thought process of what you do on pit road, and it'll be interesting to see how many caution or pace laps we run here. There was some thought of maybe, can you try to run it out to the end of stage 2? Can you not pit here at the end of stage 1 and go all the way to the end of stage 2 if you're worried about weather again, if you're worried about rain or fog or whatever the case may be? So I don't think that that's going to be the case, because there were some teams with that were talking about the tire wear being already significant enough that you'd want to come down and take tires any chance you got. But I do think if you're feeling ambitious and you're a little bit further back, you may be able to do something like 2 tires or something like that just to get some track position. So there may be some different approaches or different strategies when we do get to the end of this stage. But a lot of it depends, too, on how many laps we run under yellow here and what that does for guys' fuel numbers as well.
The other thing we saw in this race last year was someone came down in this situation. There were more laps left than what we'll have here, but you came down, put on your tires with the thought of, even though you're giving up a set, you've got those fresh tires, and maybe you can run your way back into the top 10 and get some stage points when you wouldn't have otherwise been able to compete for those.
Yeah, but I thought Jamie had a great point that your tire wear is going to be a little worse here in this little short burst right here. So I think the call would be go ahead and pit again, get this tires off, and if you need them later in the race, you use them. But I personally, I'd run this out. You know, these tires are going to have the wear, get them off there, make one more adjustment, and then hopefully be good to the end.
One thing about this track, Adam, is that it's really fast. We heard the guys, every driver we talked to talked about how bumpy it is. When you don't have a good handling car and you hit those bumps, it's just magnified the issue that you have. So you might get a short time gain by staying out here, but if it runs green and they have to run the next 35, 40 laps, you'll be wishing that you had tires. It's going to be fun for us to watch what these guys decide to do.
Officially, red flag was 4 hours, 21 minutes, 59 seconds. Here's 17 team radio.
I'm sure I already know the answer to this, but once you get back to the front, just give me an update. It's fine.
We agree. We are ready.
It's not necessary. He's not a good gauge because he runs when there's dirt and you can't see
That's
anything
right.
anyway.
Yes.
So, we can't be asking him.
He's got a lot of racing still yet to do this weekend.
I mean, have y'all, sorry for getting here late again, but have y'all mentioned, like, this is going to be a challenge for the spotters?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And what we were saying when you walked in is that we've been using the back straightaway and the Jumbotron kind of as our gauge better now than what it was an hour ago. Yep. I mean, the ceiling has lifted. I wouldn't say considerably, but it definitely has lifted compared to where it was when they really started redrying the racetrack.
It's questionable, but it's fine right now. It's better than what it was, and you can still see.
Yeah,
well.
they can run right now, no doubt.
Allgaier leading this thing. Nice presence of Junior Motorsports up there inside the top 5. Corey Day from Hendrick Motorsports. Got Brandon Jones, the best Toyota, coming from Joe Gibbs Racing. Our Arby's onboard camera riding with Allgaier.
That perspective from inside of the car as we were riding on board with Justin, you can see the fog, but it's so much better from in the car, what you're seeing ahead, because you're only having to look, half a straightaway or so ahead. When it's the spotter's perspective, you're talking about a half a mile away, from where we're sitting or standing right here over to turn 3 or to turn 2, the exit. But as you look at that, vision's great from inside the car. All that looks good.
We knew that Jeb Burton was going to pit. Saw him come down. All those front runners stay out. Pit road was open that time by. Let's go down to Carla.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Here with the crew chief for Connor Zillage, Rodney Childers right now. Not your first rodeo with a rain delay like this. What's important for your driver to remember as we get ready to go green?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing right now is we're just so close to the end of the stage, you don't really know what's going to happen. You don't want to just turn around and pit after you've only run 5 laps of green flag laps on tires. So we just got to see what happens here and see how our car is. We were a little bit too tight to start the race, but feel good about what we've got. Had a lot of speed, so we'll just see what we got. We got the right guy behind the wheel, and hopefully we can get one tonight.
We asked a lot of drivers about track conditions. How do you expect the track to change as we race late into the night?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these cars actually change a little bit different than the Cup cars did. For 3 years, I was kind of used to the way that those change, the Cup cars change, and I feel like these changed a little bit different throughout the race. And that's been a little bit of a learning curve this year, but overall, we've got a little bit better at that over the last few weeks, and hopefully we can do that again tonight.
Thank you. We'll let you get back to it. Adam?
Yeah, we're going to get 1 to go this time around, so we'll do the choose. And with 10 to go on the stage right now, do the choose with 9 to go, and then we'll go green with 8 to go in the stage. Mentioned Jeb Burton came down. There were 3 or 4 other cars that made pit stops from deep in the field, but nothing significant there when you talk about strategy plays nearing the end of this opening stint of the race.
Well, and Jeb talked about they weren't coming down just to do a normal pit stop. They were going to raise the hood and do some adjustments on that car to hopefully get it to drive just a little bit better. And, you know, from Rodney's perspective, he mentioned 5 laps, and you did the math. It's technically going to be 8 laps here. And a lot of the strategy is going to play into, do we get a caution right away, right? Do we get a caution here and you run 4 or 5 more laps? It's a no-brainer that you're going to stay out and not give up all that track position. But interesting to see what those guys decide to do if we do run a full 8 green flag laps and how fast those laps are going to be. I got to think the track is just going to be insanely fast with no sun and green.
This should be the fastest laps they run all night right here. You know, the temperatures, you know, pretty much leveled off for the night. As green as the racetrack will be, no rubber on it. They should be hammered down at this point.
Closed captioning for today's race brought to you by Cerakote. The top detailers in the world trust Cerakote, shouldn't you?
See that Justin took the bottom again. See if Connor can adapt on that outside lane and what that's going to feel like. They're going to run through that traction compound, and it's always a little sketchy up there until it gets a couple of laps on it. So these guys will have to adapt to that as well.
A lot of good flavor up there when you talk about talents in this series. Guys that race on Sunday. Some guys that are very, very early in their career, like Brent Cruz, trying to make something happen here in his first ever start at Charlotte. Field is set for the Echo Park Restart Zone. Echo Park Automotive, where car buying is easier, better, and happier. Here we go to end stage 1.
Zilich does an awesome job right there, not spinning the tires too much. It looks like that bottom row, though, is hooked up. You see Corey Day giving Allgaier just a little bit of a shove.
Outside lane, look at the change. Jesse Love getting with it out there. Allgaier top spot, right in his hip pocket. Connor Zilich side by side for third. Day gets it 3 wide in the middle as Cruz, as Chastain comes through in the 9.
Cruz was moving around the back of that car, not very stable as he went across the bumps. He does a nice job to keep a hold of it. Lost a little bit of momentum, though, as they head down into turn 1.
Yeah, that's experience versus Brent Cruz there. You know, Ross Chastain knows those conditions that I was talking about, that this is going to be as fast as you're going to go. He was in the gas, and Brent's just biding his time. He knows he's got a really fast car. In that first stint, we saw him drive up from the teens up into the top, middle half of the top 10. So I look for Brent Cruz to make his way to the front here before this race is over.
And Denny talked about it being the fastest laps they're going to run tonight. The pole here, when we were here last year, was a 30:59. Zilich just ran a 30:20. As a matter of fact, the top 5 cars all ran faster than the pole speed we had here last year. So track is incredibly fast right now.
Love shooting out of line, going down below Raja Caruth. Those two have had a history. Sheldon Creed getting with it, and now the battle for the lead. Here comes Zilich to the inside in the 1, trying to take it away from Allgaier. 7 wound up in the outside lane, 5 to go.
Yeah, I watched Connor Zilich there. Whoa, he's a little bit loose. He just was be able to paint the line a little bit better in 3 and 4, keep his car a little lower, and but the 7 car here just has got a little bit too much on that outside.
Well, the outside of 1 and 2 is really quick. They can get into where the traction compound's been laid down. You see Justin hit those bumps. The back of that car stepped out, and when it did, he had to catch it. He walked up the racetrack just a little bit. The 1 seems to get through the bumps just a little bit better than he is right now.
4 to go, opening stage. Allgaier, this is such a great history of the 1.5 miles. You think about what he's done this year as the championship leader, just absolutely piling up the stage points, and here he is in position for another
7 is loose.
But boy, that thing is dancing.
Again.
Hang on, Allgaier, here comes Zilich.
Justin's car is terrible going through the bumps. You saw it bottoming out, sparks flying out the back. It's now Corey Day. He's going to use the momentum he has off turn 4, going to follow Zilich through. Justin just fighting that car on the outside. Look at the run he's going to have on the exit of turn 2 right here.
I tell you what, these cars are a lot looser than what they were to start the race. So those adjustments that all these teams made after that first pit stop, you're starting to see, could it be a slight over adjustment?
And look at Chastain. I mean, it was like, where was he, right? And all of a sudden, he's right back in the game, up to third, looking at second, 2 to go, stage 1.
The 7 car looks decent through turns 1 and 2, but the back of that car is all over the place through turns 3 and 4, and I can't imagine that's going to get better the longer we run right here. All 3 Junior Motorsports cars running first, second, and third right now.
Even, door, quarter, still there.
Talked about the role the spotters will play. Challenges seeing with the fog. Good information there for Allgaier. Final lap, opening stage. Zilich out front, pretty comfortable. Side by side for second. Chastain and Allgaier. Day right behind him.
Oh, Chastain slides up the track, missed the bottom just a little bit there. Justin has done an amazing job of hanging on with a car that just does not look like it's handling very well. You see sparks flying out of both those first 2 cars as they go through the bumps. All of them trying to get to that line on the bottom where we know the grip is.
Zilich, 10 wins last year, 2 this year. And he's got a stage victory at Charlotte. Finishes in front of his teammate. In fact, it's a 1-2-3 finish in the opening stage for Junior Motorsports. Zilich, Allgaier, Chastain. Last week's winner, Corey Day, was 4th. Sam Mayer gets back to the top 5. It was showtime to wrap up this first 45-lap run of the race. Oh, my goodness, Allgaier with a highlight reel. Been a long day for our crew, long day for the drivers, teams, and the fans. But we're soldiering on late on a Saturday evening. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Charbroil 300.
Well,
Connor Zillich wins that opening stage.
Denny and I both agreed we thought they would all come down pit road right here. It looked like a lot of guys were hanging on.
I think so, yeah.
Pit road is open, and here they are coming down the progressive pit lane, Dylan.
Connor Zillich was one of many that got a little bit free on that run, and that was his exact words. Just a little free, need some more rear grip. They're going to take a ½ pound out of the right rear, 4 tires and fuel, Kim.
Free was also the word for Corey Day in the 17. Said just a little free when I load right rear hard. You also see Justin Allgaier in. No surprise there. Super free this run, he said. Lost a bunch of rear grip. A 4-number shift, he said, from the beginning of the race. They did drop the track bar. Ross Chastain fired off tight. Hit the ground quite a bit, he said, adding tape to the left side as well as air pressure adjustment.
And now the race off progressive pit road. Justin Allgaier wins the race off. +9 for Austin Hill. Maybe some strategy going down here. Zillich, because those two up front did such a nice job, loses a couple after winning the stage. Status quo for Corey Day. +1 for Love. Let's go to Carla Metz.
That's right, Adam. Powerball is here at Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend, taking over the CW Sports Bar, where they're giving fans the chance to win big with the Race to the Chase sweepstakes. Fans visiting the CW Sports Bar in North Carolina Education Lottery ticket booths can enter 3 prize drawings throughout the weekend, with today's grand prize sending 1 lucky winner and a guest to NASCAR Championship Weekend in Miami. Don't forget to head to your local lottery retailer to get in the game for tonight's estimated Powerball jackpot of $131 million.
Thank you, Carla. A couple of drivers looking to hit the lottery with their strategy here. We saw Allgaier get out quick, and we weren't sure exactly what strategy they played. Allgaier comes down, goes fuel only. That 4-second pit stop.
Shocking.
He wins the race.
Looking at the balance of that car, that's all they did.
They did make a little adjustment, but no tires. And then it was 2 tires for Austin Hill, who came off second. So 4 tires, the first off there, the man that won the stage, and that would be Connor Zillich. Let's get an update with Kim.
Yeah, for Justin Allgaier, you said it, Adam. No tires. They did drop the track bar because of that free condition, but checked in with Andrew Overstreet. He thinks the tires are going to hold on from when they stopped at lap 28, and then he wants to be really aggressive later in the race, so this gives him an extra set of tires compared to the rest of the field.
I'm always torn on whether the extra set of tires is good when you're the only one.
You have to be in the group. Yeah, you don't want to be that.
You know what I mean? Like, it just depends on, was there going to be 25 on the lead lap? Is it, you know, you can't afford to restart 25th with 10 to go, right? It's so it's interesting strategy. I think he will probably pay a price here on this run, and we talked about, does it go long? If it goes long, he could really lose some track position.
So here are a couple of things I would say. You know, as you think about this could be a shorter run, right? Because we're running these laps early in the stage, so we're going to have less than 40 to go in the stage once we go green. The other thought I would have here, though, when you make a call like this is, if you play the long game, but we know tonight's race maybe doesn't go the scheduled distance, so you never get that opportunity. So a whole lot to think about here when you make a call like that, and we'll see how it plays for the 17.
We have seen saving that extra set of tires win this race, though. It has played out that way. But boy, the caution's all got to fall just right for you. And to me, it's all going to be about what does he lose right here? You know, we talked about those lap times being quicker than the pole from last year, but they faded pretty quick. I mean, it was about 3/4 of a second they gave up over those 8 laps.
So the good news is for him, he's got a little bit of a buffer, right? He's got the 21 behind him with only 2 tires. So the really important thing is when you're staying out or you're going to be at a tire disadvantage, you don't want brand new 4 tires on your bumper or beside you. So it's about the first couple corners. If you can just hold off the bulk of the cars for the first few corners, you usually can level out somewhat. But I still think he's going to lose.
My fear is the launch. He's not going to get to have that launch that we talk about the inside car having the advantage of. Now I think he's almost going to be at a disadvantage.
Hey, Blaine Perkins, though, stayed out. They pitted after the red flag, right? So, I mean, you know, that helps him too, right? I mean, as we talk about buffer, it's not huge, but every little bit can help in this situation to get that clean air, take control of the race. So Allgaier will be outside here. Perkins, the control car goes from the inside. Outside of row 2, Austin Hill is on those 2 tires, and the first guy on 4 that came down there winning the stage, Connor Zilic, number 1 inside row 2.
It's gonna be fun for us to watch and kind of learn with them of how much of an advantage are they or disadvantage are they.
Bold prediction: Connor Zilic is 3 wide into turn 1.
Well, we'll find out soon. Here they are in the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, back to green for stage 2.
See that outside row stacking up just a little bit. Some of those guys having better tires behind. Connor trying to get inside. Blaine does a nice job, though, not allowing him to get there. But you see the 31 washing up. The one's going to fill that gap down the backstretch.
4 wide. Are you kidding me? Down the back straightaway. Allgaier gets the lead in a spinner. Brandon Jones, Brent Cruz, and others involved.
Saw the 19 get hooked right there. Brandon Jones was the first to go around.
Now, this is huge for the 19 of Brent Cruz, because they came in right around that chase cut line after missing those 4 races, and their margin for error is just not where they would want it to be. Heavy damage for Brandon Jones, and the other car involved here, another Toyota, the 24 of Harrison Burton from Sam Hunt Racing. They were right around the 10th position when the crash took place.
Yeah, I think we're going to see they just kind of ran out of room there into turn 3, but you know, this is a tough break for Brent. I thought in the very first run he probably had one of the best cars. You know, looking at the lap times and how far he drove up the field.
Here's 19 radio, Brent Cruz and his team.
Yeah, I'm good. What did the 20 just hook me or what? There were other people above him. Don't really see. I'm sure they ran into them.
Yeah, I think that actually started from Sheldon Creed getting into the back of the 20, and that's who hooked. You see Brandon Jones right there. Sheldon Creed is the car right behind Brandon Jones, the red and white car almost in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, it's like he realized we don't want to be 4 wide, and he tried to get back in line maybe.
Yeah, just slight contact with Brandon Jones. It spun him around, got him into Brent Cruz, and then that collected Harrison Burton.
Hate that for Harrison Burton. It's been a tough year for him. But since he's a part of this conversation, want to take a moment, say congratulations to his dad, Jeff, going to be going into the Hall of Fame in 2027 as a part of the class. He and Harvick, the headliners, and we congratulate all those, but wanted to make sure we got Jeff into the broadcast tonight with Harrison Racing.
I think Sheldon was trying to get out of the gas right there, trying to, you know, let the 20 get back in line.
Yeah, I can see where his thought process was, that, you know, I can get to the outside of the 20, but it was just like he thought better of it, but it was too late by the time, you know, that decision happened.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by Golden Corral. Golden Corral honors our nation's heroes. Progressive Insurance. Get in the savings lane today. Visit progressive.com. And by Toyota. Let's go places. This weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway has been all about celebrating the life of Kyle Busch. We lost him on Thursday. Thoughts and prayers to the family, and so good here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, winning 9 times in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Coke 600 tomorrow. He won that crown jewel race at NASCAR's top level back in 2018, and we'll be thinking about him all weekend, the weeks and months going forward, and that entire family. So there were 6 cars involved in this crash that produces our 4th caution of the evening. Justin Allgaier's leading. Let's get a little Starkey radio here. This is Better Hearing Month. Starkey can help you hear best. Scan the QR code to take a short free online hearing test at starkey.com. Now let's listen in to Starkey Radio Communication.
Damn, this fog is thick. I'm not going to lie, this is a challenge. Yeah, copy.
Yeah, they're referencing the spotter being able to see the cars. Adam used a highly technical weather term, the ceiling. It is getting lower. You know, we talked about it when we first went back green, it looked really good, but whew, it is marginal right now for these guys.
It's foggy, no doubt, looking out the window here.
Yeah, you get a good look at what the perspective, this is what a spotter will most likely see, and man, it's hard to distinguish your car from those others. Obviously, like if you're Brandon Jones, you see that neon colored car, it's easy, but a lot of white cars out there, a lot of red cars, and they all look the same when the spotters don't have a clear perspective.
I'll tell you what, I was actually surprised the 7 went through turn 1
too.
pretty good there. Yeah, if you look, Connor Zilch back to 9th. He got boxed in behind Blaine Perkins through turns 1 and 2. You know, we saw him try to go 3 wide, thought better of it. Unfortunately, what that does just kills your momentum from the inside line there, and he got boxed in all the way back to 9th. I mean, he's going to rebound, but or I guess he's about 8th now. So, but overall, just really surprised that the 7 was able to hang on and run as quick as he did through 1 and 2.
And the advantage, I always felt like once you had a few laps and the caution came out, the advantage of the stickers is a little bit less. It's not as big of an advantage. So Connor having, you know, worse track position and not having that just brand new sticker tire. But Allgaier, the decision of the 7 team, it's working out well for them here. We'll see just kind of how that translates into a 15 or 20 lap run, but he did a great job being able to get the lead. See, once again, they chose the bottom. That doesn't even seem to be a discussion right now. Everybody, the leader is automatically going to the bottom every single time right now. Even though we've seen the middle of turns 1 and 2 have really good speed, if you can say side by side on these restarts.
You guys referenced Connor Zilch, inside lane for the last restart, outside here. Here's 1 radio.
Just a heads up, my visibility in 1 and 2 is probably the worst it's been, for sure. Yeah, 10-4. Visibility is still really bad, especially in 2.
Well, he you know, obviously he's referenced what we talked about with the weather and the ceiling getting lower. Denny, you mentioned him being 3 wide on that last restart. You can almost guarantee it being on the outside lane. We saw Jesse Love do this earlier. The top of 1 and 2, if you get back 4 or 5 rows, just getting in clean air is such a big advantage. You pay attention to the 1 car here, and you'll see him.
Yeah, he's still behind the 31.
Yeah, right.
So.
Allgaier in charge, inside lane, as he comes through the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Austin Hill to his right.
Chastain spun him a little bit there.
Yeah, Corey Day, the 2nd car on the inside, has done an awesome job of being able to push that leader multiple times. But look at Austin Hill staying right on the quarter panel. Allgaier sliding up the racetrack a little bit.
Here comes Zilch on the outside.
Chastain outside lane. Hill gets to the lead. Reference Zilch, he's right there. Jesse Love in the game, painting that blue and white line inside of the 2 car.
Oh, and this is where it's going to be a struggle for the 7, because now he doesn't have that clean air we talked about. It's a huge advantage to have that. So he's on a little bit older tires, and now he's got some cars in front of him. Fortunately, they're far enough out that Oh, the 7 is super loose right there through turns 1 and 2. The car, that balance has not tightened up since we started this stage.
Chastain trying to get the top spot away. 9 digging inside. He goes back to the point. So strong a week ago at Dover, winning a stage after starting on the pole. Number 9 has it in the wind again.
And Adam, honestly, based on what we've seen so far in this short amount of laps we've run, I think the 9 probably has the best car. He's come from kind of mid-pack at the start. Oh, look how loose.
Oh, Sam Mayer.
Wow.
I mean, that thing wiggled, got away, nothing he could do, and the Wheeling caution lights are out again.
Gosh, he tried to save that, kind of overcorrected, and you saw it shoot up in the middle of the corner.
He was 6th.
Wow.
And they really...
Yeah, he just got really loose and lost the car.
You know, from a driver's perspective, when it gets loose, you start counter steering, and it's you got to almost then start going the other direction before it hooks, because if it does hook, you'll see right here when that left rear tire grabs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a 3-wide battle and a bad aero spot. You're loose anyway, and this is the end result.
And the damage, that front suspension just bouncing on and off that car, and he's saying they're done because as a driver, you kind of know based on those impacts the damage. We'll take a look right here. Gosh, that view is tough for these guys. See Sam in the middle. See, he's already loose right there. Got Corey Data's outside, and just huge impact to the right front of that car.
Yeah, I think he was really close to the 17 on corner entry. And with these O'Reilly cars, I'm telling you, they get so loose when you got somebody right on the right side door, and it was a tight spot for those 3 cars to be.
Did you see that safer barrier start moving as soon as he had the impact? It's been a tough year for Mayer as well. You think about all the issues they've had. I remember the fuel pump, the flat tires. It's been just a little bit of everything for the 41. They thought their luck had turned around. Look at this. Watch that barrier. Oh, you see that steel slide in, the foam compress.
But, you know, if you think about Mayer, they had started to come on 2 of the last 3 weeks. He had finished up there in the top 5. I scored a lot of stage points, and we're starting, you felt like, to put things together.
You know, I just looking at that, the 17 was just maybe a little bit low on the racetrack. I mean, he's 3 wide. There's enough room for 3 cars there, or 2 cars below him, but, you know, it just puts that 41 in just such a bad aero spot. You'll see him get really close right on corner entry here, and that's the point where you just, as a driver, you got no ability to control the car.
And Sam drove the hell out of that thing for about 4 seconds sideways. Watch how long he gets sideways here. Right here, it gets out from underneath him. He's chasing it, chasing it, chasing it, chasing it. It starts to get even a little bit more yawed out, and then it grabs right here. Just boom, massive impact into the right front.
Let's check in with Carla Metz.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, Brandon Jones just released from the medical center, involved in that first incident. We've talked a lot about the fog since we've restarted this race. What was the communication like with your spotter right before that?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly not Lambert's fault on top of the roof. I was initially a little frustrated with the 19 putting me 3 wide, but after I get back and I watched that a little bit, the 00, I don't know, it just kind of never lifted. And I guess probably thought he was just going to regenerate my momentum, but when he did, it just shot me dead left into the 19 car. So, I mean, sit around here all freaking night long, and this is how it ends. I was pretty frustrated about that, but I don't know. I guess I should have been closer to the front than I was there as well. So, hate it for Pennington and Menards. We haven't had very many DNFs this year, and we've been doing really good about getting a lot of points. So, today's kind of a wash, I guess, for us. But whenever we do get the truck race in, I've got redemption, hopefully, in that. So, looking forward to getting in the next one. Hate it for our guys, though. This one hurts.
Thanks. A little frustration from the 20, Adam.
And Brandon, as he referenced, one of the many drivers running multiple races this weekend here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hopefully trucks can get going here tomorrow morning. Under caution for the 5th time here at Charlotte. Let's get our Mobile One leaderboard. Leading this race, Chastain in front of Hill, Love, Allgaier, and Corey Day. Caution lights are on. What you're seeing on the track right now is the same wheel and emergency warning technology used by police, fire, and EMS vehicles across America, trusted every day to protect those who protect us. Let's go down to the medical center one more time. Here's Carla.
And Brent Cruz also just released from the medical center. Brent, we were talking with your teammate Brandon Jones. He mentioned going 3 wide with you. From your vantage point, what happened?
Yeah, he just talked to me about it after he got finished interviewing and just was talking about the push that he got. So we talked a little bit right after the wreck, and I think we were both like a little upset about the situation, and I don't think he knew what really made him get hooked and if I left him enough room, but we just talked it out right there, and he said it was a bad push. So we're all square there. It sucks. I hate it for our team. Our Young Life number 19 Toyota GR Supra was really, really good today. We drove, holy smokes, that was hard. We drove from like 18th to 6th and like 15 laps of green flag racing, and only got a couple laps there before that crash. But it sucks we had to go through this when we had this good of a car. Wish it would have been on a day where we weren't as good, but blessed to be here and to be racing tonight.
Let's get 7 team radio prior to the restart.
My only fear, if I have one, is we get to halfway or the end of stage 2 and they call it because of the fog. That's my biggest worry right now, if I'm being honest with you. I understand.
Go ahead. Well, Justin, you should have pitted. I'm not really sure.
Well, we'll wait and see. We got a long way to go.
I think he's going to
here.
wish he pitted in about 6 laps.
It's going to be tough restarting right here.
Chastain in control from the inside lane. Halfway point, stage 2.
Restarts, he has been so strong, not just on the launches, but really just these first few laps. When I looked at the lap times, he ran the fastest lap of the race just on that last restart when he took the lead. He's just been so strong for these first few laps. 3 wide, though.
Yeah, we talked about JRM cars and how fast they've been. What about the 2 RCR cars? You see Austin Hill, Jesse Love going for the lead. Austin Hill on the outside got the lead on the last restart. So RCR having a great night as well here.
Jesse Love flashing through.
Little wave.
A little peace sign out the window. Thank you very much. Reigning champ on point. And you think about the significance of this. You know, RCR and everything this organization has dealt with the last couple of days with the passing of Kyle Busch, and now to have 2 of their cars in the top 4, and Jesse Love, who talked about Kyle being his hero out front leading this race.
See, Jesse Love was all the way on the bottom. Chastain ran the middle, carries all that momentum now down the front stretch. See how hard Jesse can race him on the outside. I think the preferred lane is, oh, you see Chastain slides up in front of him. It's going to lose a little bit of his momentum on exit. Pulls down, is able to block Jesse. It just seems like now that we've run a few laps, that traction compound, well, now they're going right back. Ooh, Chastain missed the bottom. The 2's going to be able to get right back inside of him here.
Yeah, lots of times what'll happen too, if you miss the bottom, you'll get that right front hung in that seam, and you can't get it down there.
Love not going away. What a good battle for the lead.
Oh, he does the same thing. Slides
Love,
up in front.
Chastain, crossover from the 9. All this happening in front of Corey Day, and as these 2 race it out, on point, 17 rallying now.
You think everybody's frantic about getting to the end of stage 2 and being the leader here? I think there's a lot of discussion of what's the distance of this race going to be. As Chastain's not clear right there and starts to slide up again. Jesse Love still being on his outside.
Yeah, and you know his spotter's letting him know that he's holding you tight. So at that point, you got to slow down your pace a little bit. Make sure you keep your car under control.
Corey Day doing the same thing we saw last week at Dover that allowed him to get to the lead of that race, running really high, getting some clean air. This end of the track's a little bit rougher. Oh, you see him get a little loose. Look how high the 17 is again. I think Chastain's even defending right there. I think his car just slid up in the middle of the corner.
What a great race.
Corey Day, no practice, no qualifying, go to school, get it done.
There's no denying that the races on Saturday in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series are, I mean, every week we talk about how exciting it is to watch these guys go at it. It's fun here. We got a guy that won the Coke 600 last year in Ross Chastain leading.
the defending champ, and then a guy that's a rookie in the series. All of them battling it out, running different lines on the racetrack.
Couple of kids from California, second and third, going at it, Denny.
Well, with this platformer race car, this is what makes the O'Reilly series so good, is that
contact! Chastain into the wall.
Everyone went up the track.
Yeah, I mean, and the reaction behind him, obviously something was going on there.
Still green, though. You got to wonder.
There's cars in the back of the pack in the wall.
Wonder if there's something on the track. It
might be wet, guys.
Wheel and caution lights are on. And with all that happening and some of the shuffle that took place, William Sawalich was up there in that mix, and Allgaier, who had faded back to 9th, is now drifting even more. And we're riding here with Sheldon Creed, who's obviously got problems.
Yeah, Sheldon, we saw the contact with Chastain down through 1 and 2. Sheldon hit really hard.
There's something on the racetrack, or it's wet. The whole field's in the wall.
Let's get 9 team radio here. Ross Chastain.
Yeah, so it almost looks like the guys that ran just a little lower on entry to turn 1 have hit the fence. They think there's oil maybe on the track. There you go. I was gonna say it could be from Dawson Cram. From those other guys, the contact we saw with Taylor Gray, that was from hitting this oil. You see these guys pushing the belt off it, So you heard him reference right there that the oil pump belt has come off. Oh, look at that. You can see, and he was down about a groove and a half where we were talking about.
Yeah, it's right in the preferred groove, so that's where everyone's going to enter the corner.
Look at Corey Day, how loose he is up on top already.
Just incredible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at all those guys.
Wow.
Everyone that drove in and Justin turning down off the wall to get away from Gray that had hit the fence. That was all about, 2-foot difference was the difference in being in that oil and maybe being just a little bit above it. Look at all those guys.
A couple of other drivers that got through there. Cole Custer driving the 0. 91 this week being piloted by Carson Quapple. He was able to get through. Riding now with Sheldon Creed.
It's huge contact for those two guys. So unfortunate that didn't see that before everyone drove through there. Dawson was a little bit behind the field, kind of running by himself on the racetrack. I got a lot of cars.
Yeah, we know that. I mean, the 0, you can see the right front camber far too much compared to where they started. So, I mean, that's pretty much done. You know, the 54, it's got issues now. Terminal issues.
Here. I mean, as you think about maybe we're racing to the end of stage 2, right? I mean, or that's a possibility when we think about all the elements here from a weather standpoint. Usually in this situation, you would never come down pit road, right? Burn a set of tires. But I start thinking about some of the plays that you can make here and, how you might think about this knowing that we're going to be 15, 16, 13, 14 laps away from that ending of the stage, and maybe tires would do something for you here if you could make a run. There's just a whole lot to think about with the way this race is playing out.
I'm thinking, what about if you're Justin, you've saved that set of tires? Maybe now is when you take a chance. You've got a massive point lead.
Yeah, what do you have to lose?
Maybe it puts you in the right position. This is going to take a little while to clean up. As we've seen the 35 car. Watch this perspective right here. They talked about that oil pump belt not being on the engine, Adam. When that comes off, you obviously lose oil pressure, and then the engine blows up. Most likely, it's put a hole in the oil pan, and that's what is leaked all over. The racetrack is now, Allgaier, who had some contact we see on pit road here. He's hit hard because there's no Goodyear left on the right side of those tires. You see the crush panel. Yeah, all bent in right here.
It's not a strategy play at all. This is just damage repair for the 7.
But they can't afford to put those tires on now and not be behind. Yeah, so it could work out to be an advantage. We'll see. Just depends on how much damage he actually has to that car.
Yeah, the right sides of these O'Reilly cars are they're resilient. They can handle some contact. It's just a matter of did something get bent. You know what I mean? All it takes is to knock one of these right side wheels out or in. 20 thousandths, and your car is just going to drive dramatically different than what it's supposed to.
Let's get back down to Carla.
3 cautions so far since we've gone back racing tonight. Sam Mayer involved in the second one. You almost saved it. What happened out there?
I didn't almost save it. It was far from that. I had about 3 more seconds in me maybe, but I think I hit the traction compound just right, and it hooked me into the wall. But yeah, definitely a bummer. I was really looking forward to getting it back going in the Charbroil Chevy. Just one of those aero spots, you know, like I'm watching the replay right now. Just one of those aero spots that the one kind of stuffed in there late. I gave it to him, and the 17 was kind of doing his own thing, and there just wasn't enough room really for how fast we're going. Like we are absolutely ripping around Charlotte right now, and it's a lot of fun, but things happen really, really fast now, and it just happened a little too fast there for me. But almost saved it, like you said. I needed a little more room, and I would have been all right, but definitely a bummer. Everyone on the Haas Factory team did a really good job bringing a fast Charbroil Chevy, but definitely a bummer we didn't get to finish this thing out. The track's really fun right now. I'm bummed I can't get a backup car and go out there and run some more laps just because, but yeah, definitely wish we could run more laps here.
It's been a tough stage, too, for Haas Factory team. Sam Mayer chronicling what happened to him when it got away from him, and Sheldon Creed involved in the incident that brought out our 6th caution of the night. Back in a moment with Ross Chastain leading at Charlotte.
Shit.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Series racing late on a Saturday night, trying to finish things up at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's take a look at this replay brought to you by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. In all, 8 cars hit the wall after fluid got down on the track.
Yeah, look at those guys go in there. You can tell there's oil, and Denny mentioned that everybody that entered just that car length off the wall, goes in, hits the oil, slides up. Allgaier, who was running the top 5 at that time, he's been on pit road multiple times trying to get that car tuned up. That's a great perspective of exactly where that oil was. We saw some of the cars enter, you know, just above that, and it was fine. But if you entered anywhere near where that oil was, once you hit it and you lose the grip, just like hitting ice.
Yeah, and that is the preferred groove right there. It's, you know, 5/8 of the way up the racetrack is kind of where you want to be.
It's pretty interesting. You know, we got 29 cars showing on the lead lap here. And I thought maybe, you know, someone would come down, risk it, get some tires, and see what they could make a play on here as we head toward the end of stage 2 and what could become an official race. But all those guys up front electing to stay out just because of, I'm assuming, just so many cars on the lead lap. You can't give up the track position here because you can't make enough of the tires, kind of something you talked about earlier, Denny.
You got to think that mindset, once we get to the end of stage 2, and it restarts, that mindset shifts then to, okay, well, it's probably the end of the race now. But right now, everybody's mindset is, we think the end of the race could be here in 12 laps. And how many are going to be green? Because it's going to take a little while to clean up the mess of oil that we see down in the middle of turns 1 and 2.
This season's flying by. Tonight's round 15. Let's take a look at our chase standings as they run. And I would say it's significant just because we've had so many guys around that bubble that have experienced issues tonight. We talk about Mayer, we talk about Gray. Been an okay night for Carruth. Brent Cruz, you know, after Watkins Glen, he had jumped above that cut line, even though he had missed those 4 races. But problems last week at Dover, the crash tonight, and now once again he's playing catch up with the rest of the field.
What about Parker Retzloff up at 9th? Had that, you know, bad run last week, got caught up in a wreck early at Dover. Talked about the great season that he and that organization of Viking Motorsports are having, and he's having another great run here. Had to start in the back. He's up to 12th place, has kept the nose clean, cars clean. Going to have another great run for Parker. And his teammate, Anthony Alfredo, I see right there, I didn't realize, right behind him in 13th. So Viking Motorsports again continuing to have another great run with both of those cars.
Speaking of teammates, let's shift the focus to Richard Childress Racing. Love Hill running 2nd and 3rd in this race. And I referenced what a challenging few days it's been for this organization with the passing of Kyle Busch. And Jesse Love posting this earlier, talking about what Kyle meant to him. My first hero, the first driver I ever wanted to be like, and now to be in a position to go out and win, the ultimate tribute for Kyle. And Austin Hill, who will drive the 33 tomorrow night in the Coke 600. RCR is not going to run the 8 for the foreseeable future. They've switched it to the 33. Austin Hill drives tomorrow. And here is the statement he made. Quite simply, no one will ever replace KB. Both those drivers right where they need to be to go out and get a victory tonight.
Well, they're sitting in a great position right here. We saw Chastain. I don't know how much damage there is to the 9 car. I know he stayed out right here, but he had pretty good contact with the wall, and it looked to me like those other guys were able to stay off. So when we go back to a restart here, we're going to see exactly what kind of speed he has. And, you know, Adam, it's been 5 hours since we started this race. And I mentioned, you know, you try not to have favorites up here, but it's hard not to pull for Jesse Love or Austin Hill, you know, knowing the fact that Kyle Busch, you know, was a part of that organization and what he meant to those 2 guys. Be a special win for either one of them.
No doubt. Let's go down to Dillon.
Let's give you a Toyota driver update on the 4th place running car. That's William Sawalich, who had a good run last weekend, finished 4th at Dover. That was his best finish since his win at Rockingham in early April. And I thought that I spoke with Trevor Bain earlier, who works with a lot of the Toyota drivers, and I thought he had an interesting thing to say about what he and William have been working on, and that's restarts, and there's been a lot of them tonight. He mentioned that William has a tendency sometimes after restarts to overslow his entry into turn 1. It's almost like the slow pace of the restarts sort of gets his lift points messed up going into turn 1 on the first lap after a restart. So they worked really, really hard this week on that specific thing, trying to correct that, trying to get him to be more aggressive on his entries into turn 1 on the restarts. I think it's worked so far. He's made nice progress, and he's gotten a lot of practice at it tonight, Kim. We've had several restarts here since we went back green.
Well, Dylan, let's get some damage update on a couple of JRM cars. First, Justin Allgaier, we saw him down pit road multiple times. Justin radioing to his crew chief, Andrew Overstreet, just asking what the damage was like. And Andrew said, look, the right front fender still has all its shape, so get ready to rip it. Then Justin said, well, where was the damage kind of concentrated? And Andrew said, damage looks like typical damage you would get running against the wall. So they don't seem overly concerned. And then his teammate Ross Chastain in the 9 leading. He was one of the cars that got damaged that we did not see on pit road. Crew chief Philip Bell saying that everything body-wise looks like it's still connected. Ross saying, though, that the right rear crush panel, he can tell, is deformed on the inside, but they think they'll be good to go to the end of this stage.
Yeah, Ross probably sees that in his rearview mirror. You know, usually you have your rearview mirror up there to where you can kind of spot yourself on the right rear when you're up beside a car. And so he probably sees that a little bit of wrinkle over there in that right rear quarter panel. And
you can hear it too. Yeah. Once the gravel and stuff starts flying inside the car.
And I was looking at like Justin Allgaier's car when he hit the wall. It was pretty flush, right? And so these cars the right sides can take a beating, and actually sometimes they want to. The right sides want to be flatter more so than to have shape. So as long as it didn't hurt the wheels, he actually could be in a decent spot.
And Justin, you know, was asking about what the damage looks like. When you're sitting in his perspective, it all looks the same. Unless the hood is wrinkled and you can see it, you don't really know the damage. But from a driver's perspective, that orange line on his steering wheel that you see like at the 12 o'clock position, that's your sign. If that's where it's supposed to be, if that line is exact, and it could be offset a little bit based on where he started the race, but if right now that line is where it was when he started the race, that makes you feel good. You know the front tires are still in a similar position as to what they started, and that would make me feel the best of anything.
Here's what I also think he wants to do. He wants to know how hard to charge turn 1. And if they're saying, well, your right rear tail's knocked off, he's not going to go into turn 1 with the speed and commitment to pass what he's hoping probably going to be 8 cars in the first corner. So he's really just wanting to know, is this thing straight? If it is, I'm going for it.
And I like they said, get ready to rip it. That's exactly what he wanted to hear.
You know, this cleanup has taken a good amount of time, and you got to go out, put down the speedy dry, and then, you know, blow it off and so on. And with all of that, you know, we're winding the laps down here in stage 2. This is going to be a short little run to the green and white checkered flag.
Listen, this is important they get this right, though. This is one of those moments that when there's oil on the track, and Denny's references multiple times, that is the preferred groove. And I can tell you 190 miles an hour when you're driving off into turn 1, you want to be confident that they have cleaned that oil up. So to take a little more time here is what they need to do, because the worst thing we could do is go back green and not have this cleaned up correctly and wad some more cars up.
And you know what this also could do is end up playing back into the advantage of the 7, because he's going to be able to flip this because he's going to have no laps on his tires.
I was going to say, yes. Instead of charging, just ride in the back. You don't go a lap down, save those tires, and then boom, gain the track position when everybody else comes down pit road. I like it. Crew chief
I like it. Denny
Hamlin, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back down to the pit lane. Carla?
Sheldon Creed just exited the medical center. Obviously, we talked about the oil spill. First of all, did you see it? And second of all, how wild of a ride was that?
Yeah, I didn't see it, didn't know it was there, and I don't know if whoever blew up made smoke or anything, so I don't know if anyone really knew it was down there, but I seen the 54 take off in front of me, and we were both running the bottom, and yeah, I kind of got there and thought my right front went down first, and then yeah, I want to apologize. The 20, the 19, and the 24, I think, was involved in that. I was kind of there, and the hole closed quickly, and yeah, not my intention to wreck anyone, but unfortunate for our Road Ranger Chevrolet team, and that our car was pretty decent. Obviously, everyone was really fast on the short run on new tires, and yeah, it just took me a little bit to get going, but I felt like we were going to turn it into a good night, and yeah, we're in
Thank you, Carla. I said we're going back down to Carla on pit road. She's obviously at the care center. She's been making a living down there here in stage 2. Other thing to point out, Brandon Jones involved in that crash. He is back on track now many laps down. NASCAR changed the rule this week in O'Reilly and the Truck Series. Just like Cup, you can go to the garage, make repairs, come back out, meet minimum speed, stay in the game, which is significant when you think about our new point structure.
Especially tonight.
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
wrecking cars, it's huge tonight to get back out there.
Let's go 21 radio, Austin Hill and his group.
All right, listen, I don't think they're going to go past 90 here, so I would choose whatever you think you got to choose to win the race.
See, our leader for the first time has taken the outside here.
Going to be 5 laps to go in the stage. And keep this in mind, with everything we're facing in regard to the elements, this restart could be for the race win.
This is
Go get all you can, because there's a lot going on and some big decisions could have to be made once we get to the end of stage 2 here.
I'm going to tell you, these spotters are really going to have a challenging job.
We just got word we're adding a lap, so we're not going to go green this time.
Well, sitting here, being able to watch the track, it's like every, oh, look at that.
Yeah, we got a miss now.
It's like every 3 minutes the weather is kind of coming and going, like the visibility. I don't know if it's necessarily raining right now. It's just like this heavy fog.
Yeah, you can see it in the lights up here. It's just damp. It's damp air.
Let's hear from William Sawalich and his team. The 18 scored 4th right now.
A little moist. Yeah, I would think so. We've had a pretty heavy mist come in, and it's actually made it even more difficult to see here. Like way more difficult. Yeah, that's bad.
I said he was 4th. He was 4th prior to the choose, setting up on that inside lane when we think about the restart.
Let's go on board with a car and get the perspective that driver sees out their windshield, because ultimately, I mean, as I look at that right now, I don't see drops on the windshield, and that makes me feel good. The mist is one thing. Ooh,
I
take
do
that
it to
back.
the right. Yeah, if you look to the right side there.
Yeah, you see there's so much moisture. It's not necessarily drops on the windshield, but when we saw the top right out of Justin Allgaier's windshield, you could see there was enough mist building up that the speed of the car was actually moving that. Yeah, if you look on that top right, when the lights hit it just right, quite a bit of moisture. Obviously, nothing. That radar's been useless
so
today.
Small. It's just
throw that thing away.
Even their radar isn't going to show it.
Yes.
It's just been such a bizarre day. I wouldn't have thought there was any chance we would get Cup cars on track, but you guys got a good chunk of practice. But even when you guys were out there, we had moisture, in the air, and we could see it from time to time.
And usually the track can stay pretty dry as long as there's heat in it. It can sustain a certain amount of moisture, but I don't know if it's looking at the right side of the 7's windshield. It's like, as a driver, I would not feel that comfortable going into turn 1.
And I can tell you, Ross Chastain thinks it's pouring rain right now, leading this race on the outside. He's like, it's terrible. No chance we're going back.
Think about junior motorsports. 8 wins this year in 14 races with 4 different drivers. 4 of their 5 different card numbers have been to victory lane. 9 team got it done with Shane Van Gisbergen at Circuit of the Americas earlier this year. Chastain's had a lot of success in this series with a lot of different teams, but in the last couple of years running for that 9 bunch at Junior Motorsports has been unable to join the list of drivers that have pulled it into victory lane. Back down to the medical center in Carla.
Yeah, and Taylor Gray also involved in that oil spill. How disappointing is it that your night ended this way?
Yeah, I mean, super disappointing, right? It's not good for us points-wise, and I felt like we were one adjustment away from being pretty solid. So yeah, really disappointed for my guys, everyone Gibbs Racing, the 54 group, right? They worked so hard throughout the week, and for it to end this way is disappointing. But move on to Nashville, have a good Nashville, and then get some of those points back. Thanks.
I'll tell you what, Carla's worked harder than anybody on TV today. She's done more interviews than all of us.
Yeah, Carla, you just hang out there. We'll send more to you here shortly.
Right.
Won't be long before I need to go down there.
You can see the track actually starting to get kind of shiny as the lights hit it. You get just the right angle. It's nice that the cars are still out there running, but they're almost going to have to bring the jet dryers back out just to knock that little bit of moisture off the track. You can see it in the headlights of that pace car. A little bit of sheen on the track. That's what the drivers will look for out there. And they'll also notice as they are swerving back and forth, you can feel the grip or the lack of grip.
Well, we're going to have 2 to go on the stage next time around.
Tell you, if we can get this going green, the position of those guys that pitted and have put tires on,
gold.
The leaders are going to have to pit.
Oh yeah.
You know, you're not going to stay out here if we go back, and that 7 car is going to be in a great position again. See Cole Custer moving up all the way to the top of the track, probably just doing that on his own, trying to run as wide as you can, just keep the track as dry as they can.
Carson Kvapil in that 91. 3rd start he's had for Mario Gosselin this year. He's up there in 10th. The team car, Leland Honeyman, making his first start of the year back there in 16th. So a real good night for DGM.
About last week's winner, Corey Day. We got some words from him.
I know he wants to, you know, car looks like it's fast enough to go win. And I know I want the whole race too, but it's kind of dangerous a little bit also. Just really frustrating.
Well, yeah, we've been here all day. Everybody's frustrated, and all these guys want to do is be able to go back in racing. But the reality is it is dangerous right now with the moisture you see on the racetrack, the fact that the spotters can't see, and this has been a wild race. I mean, it's been intense because no one knows how long the race is going to be, and then you throw in on top of that a car blowing up and oiling down turn 1 and all the cars that got into the fence right there.
And not only that, I mean, if you have any chance of going back, you got to keep the cars out there to keep the heat in the racetrack. Now,
I guess the vortex theory isn't true.
Well, we're hoping it is. We want it to be true.
In the Vortex's theory's defense, these guys, we haven't gotten a whole lot of green flag racing.
That's right.
When we're debating the Vortex, you know something's gone bad.
It's gone bad.
Well, we've now hit the final lap of the stage, and we're still side by side because we did the choose, and then we never got to return to the green flag. Just a very bizarre set of
strange race, yeah.
And you know, you put the teams in a very difficult situation. NASCAR, I mean, what do you do on their side of it as you try to manage the track and the race and the conditions?
Well, you got to think they're not going to open pit road.
But yeah, I mean,
until we know we're going to go back to green. You're not going to put all these, you know, guys, Chastain, Love, Swalch, all these guys up front in a terrible position, because you're not going to pit right now because the race, there's a possibility it could be over.
And they changed that just a few years ago. I think it might have been Texas or something, where it's just when you have a rain delay and you open pit road, then it's, you know, the weather shouldn't be a factor in
the outcome.
You know, the outcome in case you don't go back. So,
well, this is weird. Side by side to end the stage. Under caution. I'm not sure I've ever.
My money's on Chastain.
Called one that way. Yeah, put it down on number 9. For Chastain, it's going to be his 12th career stage win, and he also won stage 2 last week at Dover. So he's been making the most of his time in that 9 car the last couple of weeks. And saw the results populate, and that was a little bit askew there because Jesse Love actually came across before Ross Chastain, but Chastain is the guy that gets the stage victory. Love was second.
I love the effort from Jesse Love right there.
Why not?
Squirt the gas just right at the last second. Maybe.
Well, he came in second in points, and Allgaier's not going to get any stage points here, which is incredibly rare when you think about the 7 and how consistent they've been in the stages.
I think the most frustrating part, you know, for us and the teams as you watch this is if you look at a radar and you can see the green and you know, okay, in 5 minutes it's going to be out of here, but there's nothing on the radar. You can't see it. It's kind of set in right now. I would say the visibility looks a little better now to me as I look out the window than it did a few minutes ago, but the moisture in the air that you see on the windshields of these cars is just not getting any better.
Going to bring him down pit road this time. I just looked out the window, and there's a lot of race fans. I mean, it's not like some huge crowd, right? But there's a lot of people that are still here. I just salute them for coming out as early as they did today, hoping the trucks would get their race that was rained out last night in this morning and hanging around tonight.
That's great to see.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, other than the moisture in the air, the temperature's perfect to be out tonight. It's sweatshirt weather. It's a great time to come, and we thought we were going to see the truck race as well as the O'Reilly race today. Unfortunately, the weather just has not played in our favor.
So everybody comes down the pit lane behind the pace car. Second time tonight we've done this.
Look at the right side of that 9 car. We know he got into the wall. The Goodyear's all gone off the tires. There's got to be a lot of unknowns inside of that car of how much damage does he have if we go back green.
I mean, it's got concrete in the wheel. That usually
look at that
is
right front, guys.
Yeah, that usually means it's a significant hit to the tire.
2 stages down in this scheduled 300-miler for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Charlotte. And it's the number 9, Ross Chastain, who leads live on CW. NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Charbroil. Get more, grill more. Red flag is out for a second time at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. And this time we get it as we wrap up our second stage. We thought we were going to get a short little run to end the stage. And then there was just enough moisture in the air. The track got damp. NASCAR didn't feel comfortable turning him loose. So we rode around side by side after the choose. And eventually the stage comes to an end. We pulled all the cars down, and now we sit and wait to see how NASCAR handles this. And the race leader is Ross Chastain. And think about Junior Motorsports, man, and what a year they've had, winning 8 of the first 14 with 4 different drivers. And we've talked about Chastain and how hungry he is to get it done and trying to win a race at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the second straight year in the month of May. Jamie referenced it earlier. Won last year in the Coke 600.
It's a great track for Ross. Always runs well here. I would say he's...
And the race is official. We just received word from NASCAR. The race is over. 2 stages are complete. Ross Chastain leading. He is victorious. 3rd career victory. And win number 9 in 2026 for Junior Motorsports. Congratulations, Ross Chastain, taking the checkers in the Charbroil 300.
I don't think Ross knows yet.
Here's Dylan Welch.
Well, and we broke the news too. He and crew chief Philip Bell down here. Hey, Ross, you have been trying for a long time to win a race for Junior Motorsports. What's the significance of doing it on this weekend?
I mean, just look, I'll start with us and this team and Carolina Carports. You know, I first watched a JRM car drive by me here at Charlotte in 2014. I was on the apron in practice and one drove by, and I decided right then that I wanted to be in one. It took me until 2025 to get in one. So that's a testament to just continuing to work. And I've asked and couldn't raise the funds. I've asked, they were full. I had funds, like there wasn't room at the end. So for David Erickson to go to work and get me in this car through all of the relationships at JRM and through Chevrolet, you know, I did not think we would win one like this, driving into the fence in liquid. I have no idea what it was, but I drove off into one like normal, and there was something on the track. And my Meemaw's in town, and she'd be really upset with me if I said anything else bad. But I don't think that's acceptable at all. But you know, no matter how we win, I feel like we could have went and raced with them again at the end. And obviously, like you said, this weekend, just incredible to try to grasp losing Kyle. I just don't understand how he's not here racing. I don't grasp it mentally or spiritually. So obviously, racing is the best thing we can do to celebrate him and what he did in the sport and in his life. And man, that feels good to win because it was a long time coming.
Well done and well said. Congratulations. Ross Chastain, the winner at Charlotte, Kim.
And the 2-car of Jesse Love comes home in the second position after starting 17th. What do you make of this race and how it was finished?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's like I'm mad, right? So I think it's a complete joke, right? Handling it how they handled it. I was really mad when I got out of the car for obvious reasons. Get on top of the pit box and realized I got to do an interview, and you know, then I kind of realized if this week's taught us anything, it's that this all doesn't matter as much as we think it does, right? There's things way more important than a trophy. So as much as I'm angry and confused and upset, I also, again, realize there's a lot of hurt people right now, and this week's, again, I guess it's just taught us that there's things so much bigger than racing, and I think it's, as much as it hurts, I think we can, you know, find some okayness in knowing that, right? Again, I'm feeling so hard for Brexton and Lennox and Samantha, and
the parents and everybody at RCR, and you know that's where the hurt and the anger comes from, right? Wanting to win for those people. Having said all of that, man, it's just it doesn't really matter, does it?
That's Jesse Love.
You know, when he won the championship last year, and I think about the way he handled all of that, and to think about now the way this year he's handled some challenging times with such a mature demeanor and often offering words that we can all learn from. I mean, just remarkable what this young kid continues to produce inside the race car, outside the race car.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a difficult situation. I mean, you know, if you think about it, none of these guys got to get in the race car until the race today. They got to run 15 laps. Was about the longest green flag run they had. Just it's impossible circumstances. We got a miss going on, and listen, I'm the first one that takes NASCAR to task. I do it every Monday, but it's just what do? If you stop and you bring the cars down pit road, you definitely are going to lose the racetrack. You have no idea when the mist is going to stop. We had unforeseen cautions, an oil break in turn one. Like it's just a really, really tough day.
You know, there's been so many times in racing that the way things work out, you're like, I can't believe it worked out that way. And I honestly thought today it would be an RCR day based on everything of losing Kyle Busch, and I thought today was going to be RCR's day. And I would tell you that Jesse Love and Austin Hill thought the same thing. You know, they felt like, you know, it's probably going to be their day today and kind of maybe an RCR weekend. So I understand his frustration, but I'm with Denny on this. We've kind of watched this play out, and the moisture, the fog was coming in and it was going away, and there was a great chance that we're going to get to go back racing. It just unfortunately didn't work out that way.
We'll have more post-race reaction from Charlotte in a moment. It's all done for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Trucks have been moved to tomorrow, 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. It'll be live on FS1.